Chapter 1. External Spirit, Big Rooster. Douluo Continent, Spirit City, Elder Hall. Today was just a perfectly normal day, but for the Feng family, it was a rather important one. Feng Baiyu, the grandson of the Qingluan Douluo, was 6 years old today and about to undergo his spirit awakening. 6 years, huh? Lying on his bed, Feng Baiyu muttered to himself, as a transmigrator, if I don't have a system, then awakening the open black lens bracket Qingluan close black lens bracket spirit like my grandfather and possessing innate full spirit power shouldn't be too much to ask, right? In his past life, Feng Baiyu had been playing on his phone while crossing the street and was accidentally hit by the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, causing him to transmigrate. When he woke up, he had become a newborn baby. After getting over the confusion of his infancy, Feng Baiyu realized he had come to the open black lens bracket Douluo Continent close black lens bracket. The good news: his grandfather was the level 96 Qingluan Douluo. The bad news: when he was 3, his father followed the Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji to hunt down Tang Hao and was hammered to death. The even worse news: his mother never returned after reaching the Spirit Saint level and going out to hunt a spirit beast to obtain a spirit ring. Grandfather Feng Qingluan had raised Feng Baiyu like both a father and a mother. As the only descendant of the Feng family, Feng Baiyu ate the best, wore the best, and used the best. He hadn't suffered any grievances over these past 6 years. Actually, he might have. During his infancy, the defenseless Feng Baiyu had his little ding-dong pinched by Qian Runshui before she had awakened her spirit. But she was the high priest's granddaughter, and he couldn't afford to provoke her. Thinking of Qian Runshui, Feng Baiyu sat up from his bed. I'm awakening my spirit today. I will pay back the humiliation I suffered back then bit by bit. Clang tilde. Just as Feng Baiyu was talking to himself, the door opened. A voice came from the doorway. Baiyu, it's time to get up and eat. Okay, grandfather. Feng Baiyu replied and immediately climbed out of bed. Feng Baiyu ate a hearty breakfast with his grandfather. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson with a kind expression and said, Baiyu, happy birthday. As he spoke, Feng Qingluan handed over a ring and said, this is a spirit tool that I got for you. You can use it after your spirit awakening later. Thank you, grandfather. Feng Baiyu put the spirit tool on his left hand and said, Grandfather, I'm ready. Please help me awaken it. All right. Feng Qingluan took out 6 awakening stones and laid them out on the ground in a hexagram formation. Feng Baiyu had seen spirit awakenings countless times, so he naturally knew the process. He stood directly in the middle of the formation, waiting for his grandfather to awaken his spirit. Feng Qingluan didn't waste any words. After a shout of Qingluan possession, the phantom of the divine bird Qingluan appeared on his body, and 9 standard spirit rings appeared at his feet. So this is grandfather's Qingluan spirit. It wasn't the first time Feng Baiyu had seen his grandfather activate his spirit, but it was incredibly shocking every time. He looked at his grandfather and said, if only I could be like you, awaken the Qingluan spirit, and possess innate full spirit power. Ha ha tilde. Feng Qingluan laughed and said, Baiyu, you are my, Feng Qingluan's, grandson. Your spirit and innate spirit power will certainly not be bad. All right. Calm your mind and feel it carefully. Feng Qingluan's expression became slightly serious as he said, next, grandfather is going to awaken your spirit. Feng Baiyu nodded seriously and closed his eyes. Feng Qingluan's spirit power surged, and 6 beams of green light injected into the 6 black stones on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of golden radiance was released from the 6 stones, and in an instant, intense golden light enveloped Feng Baiyu. Good. Feng Qingluan was beaming with joy. The more golden light there was, the stronger the awakened spirit would be. He had only seen his own grandson enveloped in so much golden light once before, when Qian Runshui awakened her spirit. He was convinced that his grandson must have awakened an extremely powerful spirit. Meanwhile, Feng Baiyu felt himself wrapped in a warm world, so comfortable he almost groaned out loud. Under the guidance of that warm energy, Feng Baiyu felt as if something inside him had shattered. My spirit, it must be my spirit. As Feng Baiyu thought this, the golden light wrapping around him shattered with a boom. Ka tilde. Following the cry of a bird, Feng Baiyu's spirit awakening was complete. When Feng Qingluan saw his grandson's spirit, his originally joyful expression froze. Feng Baiyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at his spirit. Ah! This! Feng Baiyu was stunned when he saw the big black rooster at his feet. An external spirit. The big black rooster ran to Feng Baiyu's feet and rubbed against his leg. Feeling the sensation at his feet, Feng Baiyu's suspended heart finally gave up. He hadn't awakened his grandfather's top-tier beast spirit, the Qingluan, but instead had awakened an external spirit where a benign mutation had stopped halfway. His spirit indeed had unparalleled potential, but it had been dragged down by his own body. Feng Baiyu looked at his spirit, wanting to cry but having no tears. God, are you messing with me? Could this be the punishment for being a Shao Haitzi in his past life, causing him to awaken Brother Kun? The spirit takes the form of a beast, yet exists outside the body. Feng Qingluan's voice became hoarse. Looking at his grandson's spirit, he thought of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's infamous Grandmaster, Yu Shaogang. He never expected that his own grandson would actually awaken such a spirit. Disappointment, sadness, countless emotions flashed through Feng Qingluan's heart. Finally, he took a deep breath, gently stroked his grandson's head, and said, "It's okay, Baiyu. You are my, Feng Qingluan's, grandson. Even if you are an ordinary person for your whole life, it doesn't matter." Listening to his grandfather's words, Feng Baiyu knew what he was thinking. He lowered his head and said, "Grandfather, I have disappointed you." "How could that be? No matter what, you are my grandson." Feng Qingluan didn't say a single harsh word and said, "What the spirit awakens into is not something you or I can decide. We did everything we could, but what it ultimately becomes is no longer something we can decide. If you had awakened grandfather's Qingluan spirit, I would naturally be happy. But awakening an external big rooster is nothing to blame you for." Fearing his grandson would worry, Feng Qingluan comforted him. Being a spirit master requires cultivation, worrying all day about being killed by someone or a spirit beast. Being an ordinary person, marrying a few wives, and raising children is also quite good. Feng Baiyu wasn't too dejected. Although this external spirit was a bit troublesome, it wasn't without a solution. For example, didn't the open black lens bracket 9 rank purple Ganoderma close black lens bracket help Yu Shaogang perfect his spirit? And the effects of other immortal herbs would be even better. He was younger now and had more opportunities, so becoming a titled Douluo in the future shouldn't be a problem, right? "Grandfather, it's not like an external spirit can't be cultivated." Feng Baiyu said, "That Yu Shaogang who had an external spirit cultivated to level 29, surely I can't be worse than him." Feng Baiyu looked at his grandfather and said, "Test my innate spirit power level. From today on, I will cultivate hard." This, all right. Seeing his grandson's persistence, Feng Qingluan finally took out a blue crystal ball and said, "Put your hand on it." Feng Baiyu placed his hand on it, and the crystal ball emitted a pale blue light. Innate spirit power, level 2.5. Damn it. Chapter 2. The Inheritance of the Phoenix God. I really am a Shao Haitzi, damn it. Awakening a big black rooster is one thing, but to think my innate spirit power is also a 2.5. Feng Baiyu looked at his external spirit with suspicion. Will this guy awaken spirit abilities like open black lens bracket singing close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket dancing close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket rap close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket center part hair close black lens bracket, and open black lens bracket basketball close black lens bracket in the future? Just thinking about it made Feng Baiyu shudder involuntarily, and he hurriedly retracted his spirit. Just then, Feng Baiyu suddenly realized that not only did he fail to retract his spirit, but he had also entered some unknown space. Feng Baiyu looked around to find it completely pitch black. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on? Where is this? How did I get here?" No one answered him, but the pitch black space suddenly lit up, and a phantom of a phoenix appeared in the sky. Suddenly, the phoenix raised its head and let out a clear cry. Immediately after, its wings, like clouds hanging from the sky, suddenly spread out. The feathers at the tips of its wings cut through the airflow, creating a fleeting rainbow. The phoenix circled in the air 9 times before flying towards Feng Baiyu. Feng Baiyu wanted to dodge, but he had no way to do so. Swish tilde. The phoenix phantom entered Feng Baiyu's body without any obstruction, and at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Open black lens bracket Phoenix 9 tests initiated. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Phoenix 9 tests. First test close black lens bracket. Obtain 2 spirit rings within 2.5 years. Reward. Spirit ring age increased by 250 years, 10% Phoenix essence blood. When Feng Baiyu opened his eyes again, everything had returned to normal. He saw his grandfather still maintaining his previous posture, as if everything that had happened before was fake. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson's expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you think an innate spirit power of 2.5 is too low? Don't be discouraged. That good for nothing. That guy you shouting only has an innate spirit power of 0.5. You are 5 times stronger than him. Grandfather, I'm fine. I'm very good." Feng Baiyu looked down at the external spirit he had just failed to retract and was shocked to find a faint, almost imperceptible mark on its forehead. He had just seen that mark in that space. It was exactly the one on the phoenix's forehead. However, because it was all black, you couldn't really see it without looking closely. Grandfather. Feng Baiyu took a deep breath and said, "You might not believe me if I say it, but I just received a divinity test." A divinity test. Hearing his grandson's words, Feng Qingluan grabbed his shoulders and exclaimed, "Baiyu, are you talking about a divinity test? Did you really receive a divinity test?" Legends of divinity have always circulated on the Douluo continent, and their spirit Hall's Qian family are descendants of the angel god. Now that he heard his grandson say he had received a divinity test, how could he not be excited? "It's true." Feng Baiyu nodded seriously and said, "Grandfather, I need your help." Feng Baiyu had no intention of hiding anything from his grandfather. Having a 96th level title Douluo as a backer and not using it, but instead working hard blindly by himself, would be stupid. Moreover, his first test was to reach level 20 or higher within 2.5 years. This would be a test even for someone with innate full spirit power, let alone someone with only 2.5 innate spirit power. If he didn't have his grandfather's help, he probably wouldn't even be able to finish this starting phase. No problem. Feng Qingluan was still in the joy of his grandson receiving a divinity test, but he didn't forget to envelop the entire room with his spirit power. He said, "Never mind asking for my help, even if you wanted this old life of your grandfather's, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Grandfather, my open black lens bracket Phoenix God first test close black lens bracket requires me to obtain 2 spirit rings within 2.5 years. Feng Baiyu stated the content of the test and then said, "For the next 2.5 years, I need you to provide me with enough resources and let me cultivate in the best mimetic environment. Obtain 2 spirit rings within 2.5 years. Hearing such harsh conditions, Feng Qingluan couldn't help but click his tongue. This difficulty is really not small. If it were someone with innate full spirit power, obtaining 2 spirit rings in 2 years would be easy. But his own grandson only had an innate spirit power of 2.5, so his cultivation speed would be much slower. Under these circumstances, obtaining 2 spirit rings would be too difficult for him. One can only say it deserves to be a divinity test. It's simply not something an ordinary person can complete. But rest assured, grandfather will definitely give you the greatest help." Feng Qingluan thought for a moment and said seriously, "Baiyu, from now on, you will use grandfather's meditation method and go to grandfather's treasure cultivation ground to practice. Not only is the environment good there, but it is also suitable for avian-type spirit masters. As for medicinal assistance, your grandfather has plenty." "I understand." Feng Baiyu didn't mean to be polite at all. He added, "Grandfather, although the Phoenix God's test is arduous, he also opened a back door for me. He told me that whale glue can enhance a spirit master's physique and increase the age limit of spirit ring absorption. I don't know if this thing is useful, but I hope you can get me some so I can try it." "Whale glue?" Feng Qingluan asked in surprise. "That thing can also enhance physique?" Of course, Feng Qingluan knew what whale glue was, but wasn't that thing used for stimulation? He didn't expect it to have the effect of enhancing physique. "Of course," Feng Baiyu said solemnly, "this is what the Phoenix God told me." He said that as long as you use fire to melt, soften, and remove impurities from the whale glue, taking it can improve physical fitness. Feng Baiyu shifted everything onto the god and continued, as for how much it can improve, I don't know. Grandfather, buy more when the time comes. Especially those with high age, try to buy them all. Although Feng Qingluan doubted the effect of this thing, he did not doubt his grandson's words. He immediately said, Grandfather will teach you how to cultivate now, and then go get it for you immediately. After speaking, Feng Qingluan took Feng Baiyu to his treasure cultivation ground. That was a forest, and in the very center was an 8,000-year-old plant-type spirit beast, open black lens bracket green maple wadong close black lens bracket. I found this in the Stardo Great Forest after I became a titled Douluo. Feng Qingluan looked at the open black lens bracket green maple wadong close black lens bracket in front of him and said, this thing is an excellent cultivation cheat for avian-type spirit masters. Even after I stepped into the titled Douluo realm, it still provided a 1/10 improvement. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and said with a smile, it's yours. As the saying goes, the phoenix perches on the wadong tree. The Qingluan is originally a type of phoenix, so cultivating on this open black lens bracket green maple wadong close black lens bracket tree has twice the result with half the effort. Feng Baiyu didn't know if his big rooster spirit still counted as a phoenix, but since he could receive the phoenix god's inheritance, there must be some connection, right? Feng Qingluan pulled his grandson and flew to his cultivation cushion. He said, Baiyu, to cultivate spirit power, you just need to do this and that. Feng Qingluan explained the method of meditating to cultivate spirit power. Feng Baiyu listened carefully, and after he had memorized everything, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Feng Qingluan nodded as he watched his grandson's diligence. A 6-year-old child who was so diligent just after awakening his spirit, if he doesn't become a god, who will? After confirming that his grandson was safe and sound, Feng Qingluan turned and left. Chapter 3. Consuming Whale Glue. Half an hour later, Feng Qingluan returned with over 100 pieces of whale glue. There were 10-year, 100-year, and even 2 pieces of 1,000-year level whale glue. Feng Qingluan did not know how this stuff could improve physical fitness, nor did he know how effective it would be. But buying more could never hurt. Feng Qingluan saw that his grandson was still in a state of cultivation and had no intention of disturbing him. As time passed bit by bit, Feng Baiyu finally completed a stage of cultivation. So this is cultivating spirit power. It seems quite simple. Feng Baiyu muttered to himself, then looked at the big rooster beside him and said, Xiao Haitzi, I am cultivating diligently here, don't you have anything to say? Cock-a-doodle-doo, the big rooster cried out. Given its intelligence, it completely failed to understand what Feng Baiyu was saying. Forget it, it's useless to talk to you. Feng Baiyu looked at the big rooster and said, stop being an eyesore in front of me, go catch some bugs to eat. The big rooster looked at where Feng Baiyu was pointing on the ground and seemed to understand, flapping its wings as it headed toward the ground. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan watched his grandson send his spirit to the ground and said, I've bought the things you wanted. While speaking, Feng Qingluan handed all the newly purchased whale glue to his grandson and continued, I just found a fire attribute spirit emperor to remove the impurities from these whale glues. However, remember to start with the lowest age, just in case something goes wrong, so Grandpa can still save you. Don't worry, Grandpa, I know. Feng Baiyu opened the box labeled 10 years, and took a small bite of a piece of whale glue. It was a bit fishy and foul-smelling. It was hard to accept the first time he ate it. However, Feng Baiyu did not hesitate and began to refine the effects of the whale glue as quickly as possible. Feng Baiyu's current spirit power level wasn't even at level 3, so it was truly quite troublesome to refine this piece of whale glue with such weak spirit power. Even though it was just a small bite, he couldn't refine its effects in time. It was hot and unbearable. Even little Feng Baiyu became excited. Feng Baiyu gritted his teeth and endured it, continuously refining the medicinal effects of the whale glue. This was much more uncomfortable than cultivating spirit power, but he understood that he had to persist and persist. Feng Qingluan's eyes didn't blink as he stared at his grandson, fearing that he might be in any danger. While marveling at his grandson's perseverance, He also keenly sensed that the small bite of whale glue was being refined by Feng Baiyu bit by bit. It was very small and very weak. If it weren't for him, a titled Douluo, staring at it the whole time, that bit of improvement would be almost imperceptible. It was effective. Feng Qingluan's eyes were full of joy. Even though the effect of this whale glue was minimal, it was enough to satisfy him. After the small piece of whale glue in his mouth was fully refined, Feng Baiyu's gaze turned to the remaining portion. Wait, just as Feng Baiyu was preparing to eat more, Feng Qingluan said, Baiyu, your spirit power level is too low right now. If you want to continue eating, it's better to wait a while. Feng Qingluan was, after all, a veteran titled Douluo. His observation of the human body and detection of spirit power were meticulous. After Feng Baiyu's recent physical changes, he analyzed a more reasonable consumption schedule. Based on your current spirit power and physical fitness, it is enough for you to only eat 2 pieces of 10-year whale glue today, Feng Qingluan said. And these 2 pieces need to be divided into 6 doses, with an interval of no less than 1 hour between each. Sure enough, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Feng Baiyu had only read in books that whale glue could improve physical fitness, but he was unclear about the effects and dosage. Yet, just by watching him eat a small bite, his grandfather knew a more reasonable method of consumption. Grandpa, I understand. Feng Baiyu decided to follow his grandfather's arrangement and only eat a tiny bit each time. As the 3rd elder of Spirit Hall, Feng Qingluan, apart from cultivation every day, mostly just chatted and boasted with a few old brothers. He had nothing serious to do, so he simply stayed at home to nurture his grandson. Time flew by, and 2.5 months passed quickly. With sufficient nutrition and resources, and using a cultivation environment that even titled Douluo would envy, Feng Baiyu's spirit power had reached level 7 over this period. And with the long-term consumption of whale glue over 2.5 months, combined with the dual improvement of physical fitness and spirit power, he had already begun to consume 300-year level whale glue. According to Feng Qingluan's testing, Feng Baiyu's body could already withstand a 500-year spirit ring. And right now, his spirit power was only at level 7. Once his spirit power reached level 10, he would probably be able to attempt a 700 or even 800-year spirit ring. However, as the grandson of the 3rd elder, many people in Spirit City knew Feng Baiyu's age. Yet, so much time had passed, and no one had reported what spirit Feng Baiyu had awakened or what his innate spirit power was. In Spirit City, quite a few people began to speculate about this. Some people thought that Feng Baiyu had awakened a powerful spirit and was very likely to have innate full spirit power, and that it hadn't been announced entirely to protect him. Others felt that the spirit Feng Baiyu awakened was not strong and his innate spirit power was not high, and that Feng Qingluan didn't disclose it simply because he was afraid of losing face. This was because some people discovered the Feng family was crazily purchasing high-year whale glue, thinking that Feng Qingluan wanted to have a second spring and have children again to carry on his lineage. Both theories had their supporters, and in the upper circles of Spirit City, many people began to discuss this. Feng Qingluan, of course, had heard these rumors, but he didn't care. However, on the day he got a piece of 5,000-year whale glue and returned, he was caught by that guy, Raging Lion Douluo. 3rd brother, buying whale glue again. Raging Lion Douluo walked up and asked, You aren't really planning to start over with a new kid, are you? Nonsense. How can you slander me, an old comrade over 100 years old? Feng Qingluan said angrily, Old 3rd, I think your skin is itching for a beating. 3rd brother, which of us brothers doesn't know the other? Raging Lion didn't care about Feng Qingluan's anger and took out a porcelain bottle, saying, Whale glue is already outdated. This is open black lens bracket strange lust joy powder close black lens bracket that I specifically got from Yang Wushwang. It's more effective than whale glue. Not interested. Feng Qingluan snorted coldly and flew straight toward his home. Watching Feng Qingluan fly away, Raging Lion Douluo couldn't help but scratch his head. What's wrong with 3rd brother? We've been brothers for decades, is there any need to get this angry? HMPH. Feng Qingluan returned home and snorted coldly, Go ahead and gossip, all of you. Wait until you find out my grandson has become a god, you'll have plenty to be envious about. Grandpa. Feng Baiyu saw his grandfather return and noticed his expression wasn't right, so he asked, "Is this, were you provoked by someone saying snide remarks? Let's see who dares." Feng Qingluan snorted coldly, then smiled at Feng Baiyu. "Baiyu, they would be too busy envying me for having such a good grandson to do anything else, so how could I be provoked?" Although Feng Baiyu had not stepped out, how could he not know about the discussions outside? After all, there were quite a few servants in the house, and he heard some rumors from time to time. "Grandpa." Feng Baiyu took his grandfather's hand and said, "Once my strength improves, we will slap them in the face hard." Good. Chapter 4. The Choice of the First Spirit Ring, Blazing Spirit Kite. The rumors outside grew increasingly rampant until Feng Qingluan used his position to transfer over 20 spirit saints and 3 spirit Douluos to the Lost Canyon, after which the noise gradually died down. That Lost Canyon was used by Spirit Hall as a training ground and was also known as one of the human forbidden zones. Those who went there were truly facing a life or death situation. Although some had sharp tongues and wanted to ridicule, not many were willing to pay with their lives for it. The noise outside had vanished, and Baiyu was working hard at home. Obtaining a second spirit ring in 2.5 years was a huge challenge for someone like Baiyu, who had an innate spirit power of 2.5. It was thanks to his grandfather providing him with the best training grounds that he had even a glimmer of hope. Another 2.5 months passed, and Baiyu's spirit power finally reached level 10. "Grandfather, my spirit power is level 10. After his breakthrough, Baiyu immediately shared the good news with his grandfather. "Now, I can go obtain my first spirit ring." Haha, good. Hearing that his grandson had reached level 10, Feng Qingluan was all smiles. "It's only been 5 months since you awakened your spirit, and you've already reached level 10. Even if people said your innate spirit power was level 7 or even level 8, I'm afraid they would believe it. If it were a spirit master from a small faction with innate level 8 spirit power, let alone 5 months, they might not even reach level 10 in a year. Yet, with the cultivation resources of a titled Douluo, Baiyu had jumped from level 2.5 to level 10 in just 5 months. Baiyu knew clearly that the whale glue he had consumed over these 5 months was just the cheapest of all his expenses. Whether it was the various medicinal meals or that green maple wadong, they were all treasures of immense value. That investment was probably enough for 10 people with innate level 5 spirit power to reach level 10 within 5 months. I don't need them to believe anything. Baiyu shook his head and said, "Grandfather, after I obtain my second spirit ring, they will have nothing more to say." The Phoenix God required him to obtain 2 spirit rings in 2.5 years, which meant he had to become a spirit grandmaster before he was 8.5 years old. This efficiency had already matched the cultivation speed of the Golden Generation. Of course, those 3 guys weren't the Golden Generation yet. They were just spirit masters with a bit of talent, studying at the Spirit Hall Academy. Only after they broke through to Spirit King would they be granted the title of Golden Generation. What Baiyu wanted was for his 2 spirit rings, combined with the ring age increase granted by his trial, to reach the 1,000-year level. 2,000-year spirit rings would be enough to shut everyone up. Haha, indeed. Hearing his grandson's words, Feng Qingluan smiled and said, "Baiyu, it's getting late today. I'll take you to the spirit forest tomorrow. There are quite a few spirit rings suitable for you there." Over the past 5 months, Feng Qingluan had poured over a vast amount of material while his grandson was cultivating. The most suitable spirit rings for his grandson's spirit were naturally those possessing phoenix bloodlines. Although pure-blooded phoenixes were rare, there were many spirit beasts that possessed phoenix bloodlines. On this matter, the grandfather and grandson were in agreement. Inheriting a phoenix divinity without phoenix bloodlines, what kind of sense would that make? However, the two had a slight disagreement regarding the attributes. Feng Qingluan felt that their family's inherited spirit was wind attributed, so his grandson's spirit must also carry the wind attribute. Therefore, the first spirit ring he most wanted to choose for his grandson was a top-tier spirit beast like the Qingluan, but Baiyu felt that his phoenix was fire attributed. Baiyu knew that phoenix was just a general term, and it had multiple attributes. Red phoenix, Qingluan; green phoenix, Yuanshu; yellow phoenix, Honghu; white phoenix, Luoluan; purple phoenix. His grandfather's Qingluan was a wind-attributed phoenix, Shui Binger's ice phoenix was an ice-attributed phoenix, Ma Hongjun's spirit was the evil fire phoenix, and there were also Yan Xiaoju's bright phoenix, the dark phoenix after Ma Xiaotao's transformation, Lan Mengqian's emerald phoenix. These were all phoenixes, just with different attributes. However, Baiyu felt that since Ma Hongjun eventually inherited the phoenix god's legacy, the most likely attribute for this god position was fire. Under Baiyu's insistence, Feng Qingluan finally agreed. After discussion, they finally decided that Baiyu's first spirit ring would be attached to a blazing spirit kite that possessed the evil fire phoenix bloodline. That was the spirit of Spirit Hall's spirit Douluo, Ling Yuan. This blazing spirit kite was also a top-tier spirit beast, especially among fire-attributed avian creatures. It was definitely in the top 3. Unless they found a fire phoenix, nothing else was more suitable. As for finding a fire phoenix, Baiyu himself was very willing, but the premise was that they had to be able to find one. In the spirit forest near Spirit City, there were some blazing spirit kites of varying ages, but not a single fire phoenix. The next morning, Feng Qingluan took Baiyu towards the spirit forest. This spirit forest was a place specifically used by Spirit Hall to raise spirit beasts, and it contained numerous low-level spirit beasts. From the 10-year lonely bamboo to the 1,000-year man-faced demon spider, they could all be found here. As for 10,000-year spirit beasts, there were very few here. 10,000-year spirit beasts were extremely dangerous to both people and the spirit beasts here. If any spirit beast were lucky enough to break through to 10,000 years here, what awaited it was a level 50 quasi-spirit king coming to obtain its spirit ring. As the second strongest in the sky, Feng Qingluan's speed was naturally very fast. The two set off in the morning and arrived at the spirit forest before the morning was over. Feng Qingluan led Baiyu in the direction he remembered and said, "I've come here 4 times in the past 2 months and ultimately selected 3 suitable blazing spirit kites based on your physique. They are 680 years, 720 years, and 760 years old respectively. At first, I wanted to catch them and take them back to raise. But that 680-year-old blazing spirit kite was too fierce and committed suicide on the way back. Because of that, only the 720-year and 760-year ones are left. I'll choose the 760-year one." Baiyu made his decision without hesitation. His open black lens bracket Phoenix 9 Trials 1 close black lens bracket could increase the spirit ring age by 250 years, so that 760-year spirit beast could easily enter the 1,000-year range after the age increase. What the heck was that 720-year one? After the first trial, it would still be a yellow spirit ring, which didn't fit his style at all. Baiyu certainly understood that later god trials would definitely continue to increase the spirit ring age, but that would be at least 4 years later, which didn't meet Baiyu's current needs. "I knew you would choose the older one." Feng Qingluan wasn't surprised by Baiyu's choice at all and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've marked both of those spirit beasts. Other people coming in to hunt spirit beasts won't dare to." Damn it! Before Feng Qingluan finished speaking, he hurriedly activated his spirit avatar. He grabbed Baiyu and flew towards the front. While flying, he roared, "Spare the bird." Chapter 5. The Stolen Spirit Ring. However, Feng Qingluan and Feng Baiyu had arrived too late after all. By the time they arrived, that 760-year-old blazing spirit kite had already been slain by a boy who looked to be about 8 or 9 years old. "How dare you kill it?" Feng Qingluan released the aura of a titled Douluo, aiming it directly at the boy who had killed the blazing spirit kite and his accompanying teacher. "Did you not see the mark 1 placed on it?" Feng Qingluan pointed to the Qingluan token hanging on the leg of the blazing spirit kite and said coldly, "You must have grown a lion's heart and a leopard's gall to dare snatch a spirit beast I had reserved." "Yo, Your Excellency." The spirit emperor leading the group and the boy who had killed the blazing spirit kite were crushed by Feng Qingluan's aura and collapsed to their knees. "Your Excellency, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger." The teacher was filled with regret. Of course, he had seen the token on the blazing spirit kite's leg and knew it belonged to someone. However, not knowing who had placed it there, he had harbored greedy thoughts. After all, it was not just his student who needed to obtain a spirit ring this time, but his own nephew. He had intended to let his nephew absorb the spirit ring and leave, so there would be no evidence left behind. He just hadn't expected that the owner of the marked spirit beast would arrive the moment they finished killing it. Furthermore, the other party was actually a titled Douluo. They were dead. The teacher, Yin Qi, knelt on the ground trembling. As he kowtowed, he begged for mercy. Your Excellency, I am willing to atone for my sins. Please, show mercy. As for his nephew, he had already fainted, unable to withstand the opponent's pressure. Feng Qingluan was not a bloodthirsty man. If the other party had merely offended him, he would have simply killed them. But they shouldn't have, they absolutely shouldn't have, snatched his grandson's spirit ring. Killing their entire family wouldn't be enough to vent the anger in his heart. Grandfather, wait. Seeing that his grandfather intended to kill the two, Feng Baiyu spoke up. This blazing spirit kite is already dead, and I no longer need that spirit ring. Since that's the case, let's just give it to them. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan did not agree with his grandson's words and said, do not be soft-hearted. Feng Qingluan did not oppose his grandson being kind. In his view, kindness was an excellent quality. However, these two unknown fellows had offended them. If he just let them go like this, others would think he was easy to bully. Grandfather, he said he wants to atone for his sins, didn't he? Feng Baiyu soothed his grandfather and then addressed the kneeling spirit emperor. Today is a good day for me to obtain a spirit ring. I do not wish to kill anyone. However, since you snatched my spirit ring, you will have to compensate me with another one. Thank you, young master. Thank you for your mercy, young master. Yin Qi thanked him repeatedly. No matter what the compensation was, it was better than losing his life here. As for the difficulty of the compensation, could it be harder than death? Go and catch a phoenix for me. Feng Baiyu looked at Yin Qi and said indifferently, whether it's an ice phoenix, a light phoenix, a dark phoenix, anything will do. Remember, you must catch a pure-blooded phoenix over 5,000 years old within 3 years. If it's just some other spirit beast with a trace of phoenix bloodline, I will not accept it. Ah, hearing Feng Baiyu's exorbitant demand, Yin Qi couldn't help but be stunned. I only killed one 700-year-old blazing spirit kite, and you want me to compensate with a pure-blooded phoenix? Even lone sharks aren't this predatory. A pure-blooded phoenix is a top-tier spirit beast. No matter the attribute, it possesses strength far exceeding others of the same rank. Even a 5,000-year-old phoenix possesses strength far exceeding an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast. If they were to fight, as a spirit emperor, he might not necessarily win. Furthermore, this young master wasn't just asking him to kill a phoenix, but to capture one alive. This difficulty level had risen by several notches. If he wasn't careful, he might end up as the phoenix's meal. Yin Qi looked troubled and said, young master, this pure-blooded phoenix. Agree, and you and your student can leave today. Feng Baiyu said indifferently, refuse, and you can stay here today. I agree, I agree, I agree. Yin Qi nodded repeatedly and said, rest assured, young master, even if I have to risk this old life of mine, I will capture the phoenix for you. If he agreed, he could live for another 3 years, and in those 3 years, he would have a chance to escape. As long as he fled under the pretext of hunting for a spirit beast, wouldn't the world be as wide as the sky for a bird to fly? He knew how to choose at this moment. Feng Baiyu certainly saw through the other party's thoughts, but he didn't care. He said nonchalantly, give me your name and identity information. While parents are alive, do not travel far. If you do travel, you must have a specific destination, tilde. If you die while hunting for the phoenix during these 3 years, the debt dies with you. If you simply run away, then there will be no need for your relatives and friends to exist. Yin Qi had no choice but to provide his information. He was an ordinary teacher at the Spirit Hall Academy, and there were no issues with his identity. But when he mentioned that the unconscious child before them was his nephew, Yan, Feng Baiyu's expression changed slightly. Yan, Feng Baiyu suddenly realized, possessing a powerful spirit like open black lens bracket flame lord close black lens bracket, it was no wonder he had reached level 20 at around 9 years old. Come to think of it, Yan could be considered quite a talented genius. It was just a pity that, like Feng Xiaotian, he was a simp who failed to fully tap into his potential. He was even worse than Feng Xiaotian. At the very least, Feng Xiaotian managed to succeed in his simping in the end, while Yan ended up with nothing after all his efforts. Your nephew has quite good talent. Feng Baiyu glanced at Yan and said, wake him up first. As Feng Baiyu spoke, he tossed a porcelain bottle to the other party. Yin Qi didn't think much of it. He poured out the pill inside and fed it to his nephew. Before long, Yan woke up from his coma. He was still a bit dazed at this moment and muttered, what happened to me? Are you awake? Feng Baiyu looked at Yan, pointed to the spirit ring beside them, and said, this spirit ring hasn't dissipated yet. Do you want to absorb it? Ah, hearing the voice from the side, Yan became a bit more clear-headed. He glanced at the spirit ring with fiery eyes, then looked at his uncle beside him. Yin Qi dared not defy the other party's wishes. Now that the spirit ring was recovered, he quickly said, Yan, since His Excellency and the young master have no objections, you should absorb it. Okay. Yan was no fool. Seeing his uncle's attitude, he knew the two people before him had significant backgrounds. He said to the two, thank you, Your Excellency, thank you, young master. After these words, Yan made some simple adjustments and began to absorb the spirit ring. Feng Qingluan took everything in. He didn't speak, waiting for his grandson's subsequent arrangements. As the only remaining bloodline of the Feng family, the entire family's business would sooner or later be handed over to Feng Baiyu. Previously, he had protected his grandson too well. Today, he would also observe his grandson's ability to handle affairs. And just after Yan began to absorb the spirit ring, Feng Baiyu said to Yin Qi, how about the two of you pledge your allegiance to my Feng family? A titled Douluo's household, that's not too much to ask, is it? Chapter 6. Feeding and Cultivating Spirit Beasts. Yin Qi was stunned by Feng Baiyu's words. To join the Feng family, them. Yin Qi was only a spirit emperor, just an average teacher at the Spirit City Academy. But beyond that, he had no prominent status. His sister and brother-in-law had been spirit saints while they were alive, but even a spirit saint was nothing in the eyes of a titled Douluo, right? He never expected that after stealing a spirit beast with his nephew, he would end up with a blessing in disguise. Yin Qi understood that the other party didn't value him, but rather his nephew, the little genius. Reaching level 20 at 9 years old was considered an extremely advanced achievement even in the entire Spirit City. Yin Qi dared to say that his nephew, Yan, had the potential to become a titled Douluo. But genius was just potential. Before it was realized, it was nothing. Now that he could have a titled Douluo as a backer, even if his nephew had to be a follower to this young master, it would be worth it. Yin Qi didn't have much power, but he knew that the only titled Douluo in Spirit City with the surname Feng was the third elder. And the third elder's grandson had been the talk of the town recently. If he could absorb a 700-year spirit ring after just a few months, how could his talent be poor? Even if this spirit ring was reserved in advance, coming to the spirit beast forest at 6.5 years old must have been to obtain his first spirit ring, right? Having both talent and background, it was a great honor for them to serve such a family. Yin Qi felt this was his chance. He hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. This subordinate greets the family head and the young family head. Get up. Feng Baiyu accepted the gesture and said, but remember, even if you become a member of the Feng family, you must complete the tasks I give you. Rest assured, young family head. The task that Yin Qi had just found difficult now seemed manageable. He said, it is my honor to do things for the young family head. Even if I am smashed to pieces, I will get the job done. Feng Baiyu didn't expect Yin Qi to be such a sycophant, but he nodded slightly. After Yan finishes absorbing the spirit ring, bring him to my home. After saying this, Feng Baiyu picked up the dead blazing spirit kite and left. Watching his grandson's actions, Feng Qingluan asked curiously, Baiyu, this blazing spirit kite is already dead. What do you still want it for? Although it is dead, the energy within its body still remains. Feng Baiyu said, grandfather should know that a spirit beast's cultivation is not really how long they have lived, but rather a unit of measurement for their strength. Spirit beasts are constantly hunting and killing each other every day, and those corpses are the best nourishment for their growth. Feng Baiyu continued, if the body of a blazing spirit kite is eaten by its own kind, that same rooted energy is easier to digest. As long as we let that 720-year-old blazing spirit kite eat it, we can definitely boost its age. That spirit beasts could devour each other to improve was not something Feng Baiyu was making up. Aside from what he had read in books in his past life about the deep-sea demon whale king, the dark demonic evil god tiger, the evil demon orca, the devil spirit great white shark, the thousand Jun ant emperor, and the man-faced demon spider. And in the various materials of this life, he also knew of cases where they devoured each other to improve. Feng Baiyu wasn't sure how many years of cultivation the blazing spirit kite would gain from eating its own kind, but as long as it could increase by 30 years, it would be enough for him. Hearing his grandson's words, Feng Qingluan laughed. So that's the plan you had in mind. Feng Qingluan had many books at home, and there were even more in the bookstores of Spirit City, but he rarely looked at them. He never expected his grandson to find such a clever trick to increase the age of a spirit beast. Or rather, it wasn't so much a trick, but that most people wouldn't do such a thing just to pursue extreme age. Some didn't need to, and some didn't have the ability. But Feng Qingluan was a titled Douluo. Simply increasing the age of a mere 700-year-old spirit beast was nothing to him. Since that's the case, let's go. Feng Qingluan unleashed his mental force and quickly found the location of the other blazing spirit kite. Follow me, Feng Qingluan said, taking his grandson toward the other spirit beast. In less than 3 minutes, they saw the blazing spirit kite. Something's not right. Feng Qingluan looked at the blazing spirit kite's tail and said, in the few days I haven't been paying attention, the blazing spirit kite's strength has increased quite a bit. It was a 720-year-old spirit beast before, but now it's already at the 740-year level. The cultivation age of a blazing spirit kite could be distinguished by the number of colored feathers on its tail. Feng Qingluan determined its cultivation with just a glance. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and said, it seems it must have eaten some spirit beast meat during this time. Or perhaps it ate one of its own kind directly. Your idea is correct, but it's already 740 years old. Do you still want to continue cultivating it? Of course. Feng Baiyu nodded hurriedly and said, it's only 740 years, that hasn't reached my limit at all. Feng Qingluan had checked his grandson's body, he could currently absorb a spirit ring of around 780 years. The deviation would not exceed 20 years. Now, this 740-year-old blazing spirit kite was indeed still a bit short of his grandson's limit. Actually, in Feng Qingluan's opinion, this one was already enough. But seeing his grandson insist, he no longer opposed it. All right then, Feng Qingluan replied, soaring forward to capture the blazing spirit kite alive. The blazing spirit kite sensed something was wrong and wanted to escape, but as a century-level spirit beast, how could it possibly escape from Feng Qingluan's clutches? In just a moment, the blazing spirit kite was brought before Feng Baiyu by Feng Qingluan. Feng Baiyu took the corpse of the other blazing spirit kite out of his spirit tool and fed it to the creature, saying coldly, eat it. The blazing spirit kite struggled violently, but it had no effect. However, Feng Baiyu saw a hint of longing in the blazing spirit kite's eyes. Clearly, it also wanted to eat it very much. Seeing this, Feng Qingluan directly gave the blazing spirit kite a hard slap, then forced it to feast. Feng Baiyu didn't know if there was any kinship between the two blazing spirit kites, but he felt that the blazing spirit kite was eating with great relish. As the blazing spirit kite finished eating, Feng Qingluan carefully sensed the changes while it devoured its own kind. He could feel the spirit power within the blazing spirit kite slowly increasing. Almost every minute, its strength could increase by 1 year. Come to think of it, this blazing spirit kite was eating a peer with higher cultivation than itself. It was normal to have such an increase. Not good. Suddenly, Feng Qingluan exclaimed, Baiyu, kill it quickly. It's about to break through 800 years. Seeing the changes in the blazing spirit kite's feathers, Feng Baiyu hurriedly stabbed down with his long sword. As Feng Baiyu killed the blazing spirit kite, its growth came to an abrupt halt. Looking at the corpse, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The age is around 800 years, which is just about my limit for absorbing a spirit ring. Baiyu, Feng Qingluan said with some concern, this limit is a bit dangerous. Should we find another one? Anyway, Since it could be raised by feeding it corpses, it wouldn't be difficult to find a spirit beast with a similar age to feed it, or even feed it a 10-year spirit beast. Grandfather, let's go with this one. Chapter 7. Open black lens bracket true body of the fire phoenix close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket phoenix domain close black lens bracket. Feng Baiyu shook his head and said, I won't be able to find a spirit beast with a more suitable age for me than this one, right? Feng Baiyu watched the deep yellow spirit ring appear, his eyes full of desire. Anyway, Grandpa is here guarding me, so I won't be in any danger. Besides, I am the person chosen by the Phoenix God. Feng Baiyu wasn't necessarily obsessed with pursuing the limit of the spirit ring, but he understood that such limits provided the greatest benefits to him. Since this spirit ring did not exceed his tolerance range, why not give it a try? As for failure, Feng Baiyu had never considered failure. With a level 96 titled Douluo guarding him while absorbing a spirit ring within his own limits, how could there be any possibility of failure? Seeing his grandson so persistent, Feng Qingluan no longer argued. He was just flustered out of concern, unable to bear seeing his grandson suffer even the slightest bit. But is there any cultivation for a spirit master that isn't arduous? If he can't even handle this small matter, how will his grandson become a god in the future? Grandpa will stay here and guard you. Feng Qingluan looked at Feng Baiyu and said, go ahead and absorb it with peace of mind. If you feel something is wrong, stop immediately. Thank you, Grandpa. Feng Baiyu thanked his grandfather, sat cross-legged, and released his big rooster spirit. Feng Baiyu used his spirit power to guide it, and the yellow spirit ring flew in front of him. When the spirit ring arrived before him, Feng Baiyu felt a powerful pressure. However, he did not hesitate and directly began to use his spirit to absorb the spirit ring. Woe tilde, Xiao Haitzi cried out, but there was no adverse reaction. Feng Baiyu felt a scorching energy transfer from his spirit to his body, but this energy had no intention of damaging his body. Feng Qingluan felt surprised. Could it be that this external spirit can help share the pressure of absorbing the spirit ring? After all, his grandson's spirit was the second external spirit in recorded history, and all of its cultivation methods had to be explored on their own. As for asking Yu Shaogang for advice, if he could figure it out himself, he wouldn't have raised his own spirit into a farting pig. Besides being a negative example, what else did Yu Shaogang have? What else was he? The scorching energy of the blazing spirit kite passed through Xiao Haitzi to Feng Baiyu's body. By this time, the violence within the spirit ring was gone, leaving only pure energy tempering his body. As for the violent aura within the spirit ring, it was completely absorbed by Xiao Haitzi. With the absorption of the spirit ring's energy, Xiao Haitzi's body was dyed red. Apart from becoming slightly larger, its form did not change significantly. However, its body now possessed a rich fire attribute spirit power. Even an experienced, veteran titled Douluo like Feng Qingluan, watching Xiao Haitzi's changes, only assumed it had changed from its original non-attribute state to a fire attribute spirit. As time passed, the 800-year spirit ring was completely absorbed by Feng Baiyu and Xiao Haitzi. Just then, the fiery red on Xiao Haitzi began to fade, turning back into its original pitch-black state. No, it was not completely pitch-black. Xiao Haitzi's pair of chicken eyes were still red, and its originally black coxcomb also had a touch of red. Is this a spirit mutation? Feng Qingluan frowned. However, it seems the energy wasn't enough, it only mutated a tiny bit. At this moment, Feng Baiyu slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Haitzi also seemed to sense it and turned its head to look at him. The human and the chicken looked at each other, as if observing each other's changes. Feng Baiyu blinked, and Xiao Haitzi learned to blink as well. Feng Baiyu stood up and walked forward 2 steps, and Xiao Haitzi also moved closer. Xiao Haitzi's movements were not controlled by Feng Baiyu, but rather it possessed its own autonomous consciousness. Feng Baiyu felt that Xiao Haitzi's intelligence seemed to have improved a little. If it had been like a clueless baby before, now it should have the intelligence of a 2- or 3-year-old child. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan looked at Feng Baiyu and said, did you have any issues absorbing this spirit ring? You aren't injured, are you? Grandpa. I'm great, better than great. Feng Baiyu laughed heartily and said, Grandpa, After absorbing this spirit ring, my spirit power increased by 2 levels. I have now reached level 12. Moreover, my first spirit ability, you absolutely won't believe how strong it is. Oh, how strong can it be? Feng Qingluan was somewhat prepared for his grandson to increase by 2 levels directly. After all, that was an 800-year spirit ring. If it couldn't make a level 10 spirit master increase by 2 levels, that would be strange. As for how strong the spirit ability is, no matter how strong, isn't it still granted by a 100-year spirit ring? At best, it's probably equivalent to his second spirit ability. Grandpa, my first spirit ability is named Open Black Lens Bracket True Body of the Fire Phoenix Close Black Lens Bracket. Feng Baiyu watched his grandfather's expression and said with a smile, "That's right, it's exactly like the Open Black Lens Bracket True Body of the Spirit Close Black Lens Bracket that is the 7th spirit ability of a spirit saint." What? Feng Qingluan listened to his grandson's words and said in disbelief, "Your first spirit ability is True Body of the Spirit." That's right. Feng Baiyu laughed and shouted softly, "First spirit ability, Open Black Lens Bracket True Body of the Fire Phoenix Close Black Lens Bracket." As Feng Baiyu spoke, Xiao Haizi's first spirit ring lit up. It flew directly into Feng Baiyu's body, merging perfectly with him. Feng Baiyu's true body of the spirit was extremely domineering. It was not the unrefined beast form of a typical beast spirit, but rather cleverly added many elements related to the fire phoenix too. Feng Baiyu's human form. When Feng Baiyu's true body of the spirit was activated, a mark of the phoenix divinity appeared on his forehead. His entire body was covered in fire-red feathered robes, a pair of fire-red wings sprouted from his back, and even his black hair turned fire-red. "Grandpa, this is my Open Black Lens Bracket True Body of the Fire Phoenix Close Black Lens Bracket." Feng Baiyu said, "This first spirit ring is only at the 100-year level, but it has brought me a 200% increase in attack, defense, speed, fire attribute attacks, and all attribute resistance. In addition, in this state, I can be immune to and absorb fire attribute attacks. If a fire attribute spirit master attacks me, not only can I remain unharmed, but I can also convert their attack into spirit power to replenish my own healing. This is too powerful." Feng Qingluan couldn't believe it. This was actually something a 100-year spirit ring could bestow. Feng Qingluan knew very well that, apart from the effect of immunity and absorption of fire attributes, this Open Black Lens Bracket True Body of the Fire Phoenix Close Black Lens Bracket was far inferior to a normal Open Black Lens Bracket True Body of the Spirit Close Black Lens Bracket. But one had to consider that this was only an effect brought about by a 100-year spirit ring. Whose 100-year spirit ring could have so many attribute boosts? As this strong? Feng Baiyu listened to his grandfather's words and said with a smile, "Grandpa, I haven't finished yet." Just then, Feng Baiyu shouted softly, "Phoenix Domain." As Feng Baiyu spoke, a domain halo expanded from his body, covering a 100-meter radius around him. "Grandpa, this is my Open Black Lens Bracket Phoenix Domain Close Black Lens Bracket." Feng Baiyu said, "It can increase my own and allies' all attributes by 10%, and reduce the enemy's all attributes by 10%. Good, good, good." Feng Qingluan didn't expect his grandson to possess a domain at this time, so he couldn't help but laugh heartily, as expected of my grandson, to possess such powerful strength with only one spirit ring. Apart from lacking offensive means, you have already reached perfection. Offensive means. Feng Baiyu's expression was strange as he suddenly said, "Grandpa, take my attack, Open Black Lens Bracket Eyes of the Fire Phoenix Close Black Lens Bracket." Chapter 8. Eyes of the Fire Phoenix and Fire Phoenix True Eyes. As the words fell, 2 fiery red rays burst out from Feng Baiyu's eyes, targeting none other than Feng Qingluan. Feng Qingluan did not expect his grandson to have other tricks up his sleeve, but he didn't take this move seriously. He was a dignified level 96 titled Douluo. How could he be injured by a mere level 12 spirit master? He simply raised his hand slightly, wanting to feel the power of this strike. Boom tilde. The 2 rays hit the center of Feng Qingluan's palm directly, instantly sending a sensation of burning to his palm. This power is comparable to the damage of a 3rd spirit ring ability unleashed by an attack system spirit elder. Feng Qingluan nodded slightly, his eyes full of pleasant surprise as he said, "Baiyu, I didn't expect that just one spirit ring would bring you so many benefits. Indeed, Feng Baiyu said with a smile. It was only when I was absorbing the spirit ring that I sensed just how much potential my spirit has. The fact that a level 12 spirit master like Feng Baiyu could unleash damage at the level of a spirit elder, aside from the spirit ability itself being quite good, was also due to the bonuses from the true body of the Fire Phoenix and the Phoenix domain. Otherwise, how could he possibly achieve the feats of a spirit elder at his level? When Feng Baiyu absorbed the spirit ring, he also obtained an eye-type external spirit bone. The eyes of the Fire Phoenix just used was an attack-type spirit bone ability included with it. Besides that, there was also the Fire Phoenix True Eyes, which could see through disguises and observe information about enemies. For example, the age of a spirit beast, or a spirit master's spirit, cultivation level, spirit ability, spirit bone, and so on. The power of the eyes of the Fire Phoenix increases with one's own strength and the age of the spirit bone, while the Fire Phoenix True Eyes can theoretically see through everything, including gods. However, using the Fire Phoenix True Eyes requires consuming one's own spirit power. If the opponent's strength is too high, Feng Baiyu cannot see through them. He is only level 12 now. Just looking at a 1,000-year spirit beast consumes 1/10 of his spirit power. Looking at a 10,000-year spirit beast or someone above the spirit king level would likely consume all his spirit power. As for those even stronger, insufficient spirit power. Furthermore, when Feng Baiyu absorbed his first spirit ring, he had a faint feeling about his own spirit. One was that he must absorb spirit rings provided by spirit beasts possessing the Phoenix bloodline in the future, as only then could his spirit, Xiaohaitzi, evolve. And the other was that he would definitely obtain a spirit bone whenever he absorbed a spirit ring. This seemed to be a backdoor opened for him by the Phoenix god, wanting him to obtain a complete Phoenix set by the time he became a titled Douluo. Based on the limited information, Feng Baiyu thought of a possibility. The Phoenix god was so generous, perhaps because she wanted to run away. During the time of the Dragon god, the Phoenix god and White Tiger god were powerful divinities second only to the Dragon god. But later, the Dragon god was cut in two, becoming the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, right? The Phoenix god fell from the God King level to a second-level god, and the White Tiger god vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind a divinity. Feng Baiyu didn't know why the Phoenix god fell, nor did he know why the God King didn't kill her. But he speculated that the Phoenix god in the god realm didn't want to do it anymore. Giving him so many benefits was just to run away after passing down the divinity. Thinking this, Feng Baiyu looked up at the sky. I don't know if this is good or bad. Did you guess it? In the god realm, a young girl appearing to be 18 or 19 years old saw Feng Baiyu's situation clearly through Xiaohaitzi. The girl had long, fiery red hair draped over her back, and her features were impeccably exquisite. A fiery red feathered garment wrapped around her body, with only a pair of bare feet exposed. She stared at Feng Baiyu's expression, a faint smile in her eyes. Most of Feng Baiyu's guesses were correct. Even Feng Baiyu himself was brought to the Douluo continent by her. However, his information resources were too limited, so he couldn't guess everything. How could a tiny human like you guess the schemes of me, the Phoenix god? This damn god realm, I don't want to stay here for even one more day. But before I leave, I must play a little trick to keep the beasts in the god realm awake all night. Little one tilde behave and cooperate. After obtaining his first spirit ring, Feng Baiyu was in a great mood. He only had one ring now, but his strength was incomparable to that of a spirit grandmaster. Moreover, as his spirit power increased, Feng Baiyu only needed to raise it by 8 levels within the next 2 years to complete the open black lens bracket first trial of the Phoenix God close black lens bracket. And after his grandson obtained his first spirit ring, Feng Qingluan's favorability towards the Phoenix God also greatly increased. This Phoenix God is truly a good god. Returning home, Feng Baiyu washed away the dust and dirt from his body. When he arrived in the living room, he said to his grandfather, "Grandfather, my spirit seems to need multiple attributes. Now that I have the fire attribute, I need to get other attributes next." Feng Qingluan listened to his grandson's words and said, "Is this why you had that Yin Chi go capture other Phoenix spirit beasts for you?" In Feng Qingluan's view, since the first spirit ring was fire attributed and had brought such a great boost to himself, he should continue to add fire attributed spirit rings next. But he didn't expect that his grandson actually wanted to create a multi-attribute phoenix. Yes, Feng Baiyu nodded, and said, "Grandfather, the phoenix is inherently multi-attributed." Feng Baiyu felt that the reason the phoenix god in the god realm could pass on the legacy to Ma Hongjun was that he only had the fire attribute left. But the phoenix shouldn't be like that. If he managed to get all attributes, could he elevate the second-level divinity to a first-level or even god-king level? Feng Baiyu didn't know, but he was willing to gamble. Because in the divine trials given to him by the phoenix god, it only required him to increase his cultivation and did not strictly require him to limit himself to adding only one type of spirit ring. A fire phoenix is a phoenix, but aren't ice phoenixes and light phoenixes also phoenixes? If it were a question from an ordinary spirit master, Feng Qingluan could certainly answer it. But his grandson was someone favored by a divinity, and his spirit was an external spirit. These things were all in his blind spot of knowledge. Feng Qingluan gently stroked his grandson's head and said, "Baiyu, since you have a plan in mind, then follow your own ideas. All grandfather can do is escort and protect you." Feng Qingluan sighed. "As for more, you need to complete it yourself." "Don't worry, grandfather, I can do it." Feng Baiyu didn't have many memories of his parents, but he had a very good impression of this grandfather. He grew up in an orphanage in his previous life, and in this life, he pinned all his affection on his grandfather. If Feng Baiyu could become a god, he hoped to bring his grandfather up with him. Family head. Just as the grandfather and grandson were chatting, the butler ran in from outside. "There is a spirit emperor named Yin Qi outside who brought a child with him. They say they want to join the Feng family." "Oh, they are here." Feng Qingluan listened to the butler's report and said with a smile, "Since they are here, let them in." Feng Qingluan ordered the butler to leave, then turned to his grandson and said, "Baiyu, I didn't speak up when you dealt with those two today. Although I don't understand why you accepted them, since it's your decision, I will support you. Anyway, these two people are not important, just treat them as practice. But you must remember, as the future family head, you cannot only be soft, you must also have iron-fisted methods." "Grandfather, I understand." Feng Baiyu nodded with a smile and said, "I accepted them. Besides wanting to try my luck and have Yin Qi catch a phoenix, it's also because I feel that Yan has good talent and is a talent worth training. Yan's spirit and talent are not bad. If developed well, he could be a great general. Of course, the premise is that he must not become a simp." "What is a simp?" "Self-delusion, knowing you can't get them but still insisting on fawning over them." Chapter 9. Two Subordinates. Soon, Yin Qi brought Yan to the Feng family's living room. Yin Qi had already told Yan about the countless benefits of joining the Feng family on the way. Upon arriving, the two bowed without hesitation and said, "Greetings, clan head." "Greetings, young clan head." Feng Qingluan nodded slightly, showing no intention of speaking. These two were taken in by his grandson, Feng Baiyu, and he still wanted to test his grandson's capabilities. The spirit master's world is not just about killing and fighting, it is about social sophistication. Being able to fight alone is useless, one must also rely on background and influence. Before his grandson becomes the new Phoenix god, he also needs to pay attention to these ways. Therefore, Feng Qingluan wanted to let him continue exercising the rights of the young clan head. What are the rights of the Feng family's young clan head? It means that in the entire family, everything obeys him. Now, only the two of them remain in the main line of the Feng family, but those in the collateral branches must also be governed until they are completely obedient. These two people are just right for his grandson to practice with. Yin Qi. Feng Baiyu looked at Yin Qi and said, "Resign from Spirit Hall in these 2 days, then go help me capture a phoenix. Regardless of the methods you use, as long as you capture a pure-blooded phoenix, I will reward you heavily." Watching the changes in Yin Qi's expression, Feng Baiyu said calmly, "A spirit bone is also among the rewards." "Thank you, young clan head." Hearing Feng Baiyu's words, Yin Qi knew he had no way back. Joining the Feng family was to save his life, and also to obtain better development. He could not afford a spirit bone even if he worked as a teacher at the Spirit Hall Academy for his entire life, but now, catching a phoenix for the young clan head would allow him to obtain one. He knew he could not miss this opportunity. Feng Baiyu nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Yan beside him. He said, "At only 9 years old, you are already a level 21 spirit grandmaster. That is not bad." Upon hearing Feng Baiyu's words, a smile couldn't help but appear on Yan's lips. He said gratefully, "Thank you for the compliment, young clan head." Yan possessed a top-tier spirit. Although his innate spirit power was not full, his cultivation speed was not slow. Especially since he didn't have to earn money to raise rabbits himself, Yan's early-stage cultivation speed was completely on par with a certain 3 ghosts of the Huang family. But this was not enough. Feng Baiyu could not let him waste his potential. Feng Baiyu said, "Tell me, what are your first 2 spirit abilities?" Reporting to the young clan head, Yan said, "Because my spirit open black lens bracket lava lord close black lens bracket has both fire and earth attributes, my 2 spirit rings have attached different spirit abilities. The first spirit ring is open black lens bracket hell magma surge close black lens bracket, taken from a nearly 400-year-old earth flame dragon, which forms a small range area of effect attack. The second spirit ability is the newly obtained open black lens bracket lava meteor shower close black lens bracket, which can be used for group damage or single target attacks. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect caused by Feng Qingluan in the spirit forest, Yan was lucky enough to find a open black lens bracket blazing spirit kite close black lens bracket. This caused the open black lens bracket granite rock close black lens bracket from his original trajectory to disappear, and instead, he obtained a stronger attack type spirit ability. The Lava Lord is a top-tier spirit that balances both fire and earth attributes, but clearly, the fire attribute is stronger than the earth attribute. Feng Baiyu thought about the information and said, "You can specialize in one aspect, or you can cultivate both fire and earth. However, I hope you have a clear positioning and do not choose recklessly. If you cultivate both fire and earth, you can also try fusing the fire and earth attributes." Thinking of the lava release in Naruto, Feng Baiyu said, "When the fire attribute spirit power is higher than the earth attribute, the attack will be stronger. And when the earth attribute is higher than the fire attribute, the defense will be stronger." Yan really wanted to be an attack system battle spirit master, and the fire attribute suited him very well. However, a commoner spirit master like him didn't have many choices. He would just hunt whatever suitable spirit beast he encountered to attach a spirit ring. Now, Feng Baiyu had provided him with another approach, fusing the fire and earth attributes. Think about this slowly when you go back. Feng Baiyu looked at Yan's slightly excited appearance and said, "Your talent is hard to unearth at the Spirit Hall Academy, they don't lack one genius like you. Next, you should go to Blazing Academy. You should be able to improve faster there." Yes. Hearing Feng Baiyu's words, Yan had no intention of refusing. Being able to improve his strength was something he dreamed of. Seeing Yan agree so decisively, Feng Baiyu suspected that he hadn't started fawning over Juliana yet. This was a good thing. With no woman in his heart, his sword becomes divine. Feng Baiyu looked at Yin Qi and said, "Later, you will personally take him to Blazing Academy, I will cover the tuition and cultivation resources. Serve me well, and the Feng family will not treat you unfairly." Yin Qi said gratefully, "Young clan head, I understand." "You don't understand." Feng Baiyu shook his head and said, "What others can give you, I can give you more. What others cannot give you, I can also obtain for you. But if you act openly compliant but secretly defiant, be prepared for your 9 generations to be wiped out." As he spoke, Feng Baiyu took out 2 medicinal pills and handed them to the 2. He said, "One for each of you." Yin Qi shuddered in fear, but still honestly took them. Yan didn't have so many complicated thoughts in his head. He took the pill from his uncle's hand and ate it. Seeing this, Yin Qi did not hesitate anymore and swallowed it in one gulp. Feng Baiyu looked at Yin Qi and said, "Within 3 years, bring a phoenix to find me. If you can do it sooner, I can give Yan an even greater opportunity." Yin Qi and Yan bowed, stood up, and walked out. After the 2 left, Feng Qingluan opened his eyes and asked, "Do you think that Yin Qi can take down a pure-blooded phoenix?" A 5,000-year-old pure-blooded phoenix is difficult for a mere spirit emperor to defeat. If he wants to capture it alive, the difficulty is even greater. Whether he can or not, we will only know after trying. Feng Baiyu said, "Grandfather, from beginning to end, have we suffered any losses? Are there any losses?" "There are none. One blazing spirit kite is gone, but there is another one." For a dignified titled Douluo like Feng Qingluan to recruit a spirit emperor and a spirit master is a great favor to them. Now that they have become subordinates of his family, what is a little money for tuition? For a subordinate with the potential of a titled Douluo, this little investment is nothing at all. If Yin Qi really captures a phoenix, it will be a huge boost for Feng Baiyu. Yan's matter was just a small interlude. Feng Baiyu still needed to devote himself to cultivation. However, his next cultivation was not just about the increase of spirit power, but also the application of his first spirit ability. Activate open black lens bracket true body of the fire phoenix close black lens bracket, then use open black lens bracket eyes of the fire phoenix close black lens bracket to scan. The power is not bad, but the consumption of spirit power is quite significant. And besides consumption, open black lens bracket eyes of the fire phoenix close black lens bracket also has a cooldown. How to perfectly combine these two moves in combat is a topic for Feng Baiyu outside of cultivating spirit power. And on this, Feng Baiyu's grandfather, Feng Qingluan, has quite a lot of experience. Feng Baiyu has a titled Douluo as a sparring partner, and he can suppress and change his own strength at any time. Feng Baiyu does not need to worry about any danger to his life at all. Under these circumstances, wouldn't his combat ability improve rapidly? Chapter 10. Kamehameha. Ever since obtaining his spirit ring, Feng Baiyu's cultivation method had changed. First, he would consume whale gel to enhance his constitution, then engage in battle to exhaust his spirit power. Once his spirit power was completely drained, he would return to the open black lens bracket green maple wadong close black lens bracket to cultivate and recover. Then, he would consume whale gel again to further strengthen his body, repeating the cycle over and over. Feng Baiyu was able to cultivate this way thanks to the fact that his open black lens bracket true body of the fire phoenix close black lens bracket had no weakness period. Perhaps this was the advantage of an externalized spirit. Regardless, Feng Baiyu found it quite convenient. If using a spirit ability caused one to fall into a state of weakness, how could anyone fight? After obtaining his first spirit, Feng Baiyu also discovered that Xiao Haitzi had indeed become smarter. When Feng Baiyu wasn't giving orders, Xiao Haitzi would play by itself under the open black lens bracket green maple wadong close black lens bracket tree. Feng Baiyu had specifically raised some ordinary animals and non-combative ornamental spirit beasts there, and Xiao Haitzi was actually able to play along with them. Well, mostly it was those animals and spirit beasts being played with. Xiao Haitzi was, after all, a spirit that had absorbed an 800-year spirit ring. The aura it emitted was not something these animals and spirit beasts could compare to. Even a trace of leaked spirit power was enough to cause a total commotion among them. Feng Baiyu didn't stop it. As long as Xiao Haitzi didn't eat bugs or other disgusting things, he let it be. However, Feng Baiyu's innate spirit power was only 2.5, so his cultivation speed was ultimately limited. He had been able to raise his spirit power to rank 10 in 5 months, but his subsequent cultivation speed slowed down again. Another 2.5 months passed, and Feng Baiyu's spirit power reached rank 14. Going from awakening to rank 14 in only 7.5 months seemed fast, but 2 of those ranks were provided by the spirit ring. Furthermore, Feng Baiyu's cultivation was inherently resource-intensive, to an incomparable degree. Feng Baiyu felt that the area around the open black lens bracket green maple wadong close black lens bracket was too quiet, so Feng Qingluan went out to catch some animals and plants to decorate the place. If Feng Baiyu said in the morning that he wanted to eat spicy rabbit head, Feng Qingluan could bring back a 1,000-year-old rabbit by noon to cook. If Feng Baiyu felt that cultivation was too hard, Feng Qingluan would find 10 maids to come over and perform music and dance. Such treatment was likely something even the direct descendants of the upper 3 sects and spirit hall had never enjoyed, right? Well, perhaps Ning Rongrong could enjoy it, as she was an extremely pampered existence in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. How many hours a day could Yu Yuanjun spend guiding his grandson's cultivation? Probably not even 3 hours in a month. But Feng Baiyu spent at least 3 hours every day in combat with his grandfather. This was the benefit of having a grandfather who invested everything in him. Whatever Feng Baiyu needed, the old man provided. As long as it could increase Feng Baiyu's cultivation speed even slightly, the old man would diligently see it through. His treatment was at the absolute peak, yet his cultivation speed still couldn't compare to someone with innate full spirit power who cultivated through meditation without any resources. As expected, the spirit determines a person's floor, and innate full spirit power determines their ceiling. After finishing his cultivation, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but complain. If an ordinary person had my spirit, they could probably break through rank 50 by the time they're 29. Baiyu, we don't compare ourselves to ordinary people. While Feng Baiyu was grumbling, Feng Qingluan said with a smile from the side, "You are you, the you of the next minute is stronger than the you of the previous minute. It's their business that ordinary people don't have resources, but all the resources of our Feng family are open to you alone." "Grandfather, I understand." Feng Baiyu thanked him, then looked at his grandfather and said, "I've made a cultivation progress chart. If there are no other variables, I won't even reach rank 19 if I cultivate for another year." The requirement for the open black lens bracket first trial of the 9 Phoenix trials close black lens bracket was to obtain 2 spirit rings within 2.5 years. The time could only be considered barely sufficient. However, the difficulty of cultivation doubles whenever one hits a rank ending in 9. He wasn't sure if he could cultivate from rank 19 to rank 20 in half a year. "Baiyu, don't worry, going from rank 19 to rank 20 isn't that hard. The first real hurdle is from rank 29 to rank 30, Feng Qingluan said. "I've also calculated it based on your cultivation progress. Even if the difficulty at rank 19 is slightly higher, you'll still reach the target 3 months before the deadline. As for your second spirit ring, I already have something in mind." His grandson had already decided to take the all-attribute route. Feng Qingluan couldn't talk him out of it, so naturally, he agreed. Furthermore, based on the age of his grandson's first spirit ring, he had roughly estimated that the second spirit ring could withstand at least 2,000 years. To this end, he had already ordered the family to search for pure-blooded phoenixes of the appropriate age. If they could catch one, they would bring it back to raise. If they couldn't find one to catch, he could take action personally. Even if they couldn't find a pure-blooded phoenix in the end, Feng Qingluan had prepared 3 2,000-year-old substitutes. No matter what difficulties arose, Feng Qingluan could help his grandson obtain the second spirit ring within the specified time frame. With Feng Qingluan, the commander of external affairs, around, Feng Baiyu didn't have to worry about anything except his cultivation. Looking at his grandfather's sincere gaze, Feng Baiyu's eyes were also full of gratitude. He was very fortunate to have been reborn into the Feng family. Aside from his own grandfather who had the strength and spared no effort to help him, who else could have done this? Even Bibi Dong probably didn't have this kind of treatment when she was the holy maiden. "Baiyu." Feng Qingluan looked at Feng Baiyu and said, "Shall we continue our sparring?" "Sure." Feng Baiyu didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He jumped down from the tree and said, "Xiao Haitzi, open black lens bracket true body of the fire phoenix close black lens bracket." As Feng Baiyu gave the command, Xiao Haitzi immediately appeared before him. One person and one spirit quickly completed the transformation. Feng Baiyu flew into the air, a short sword appearing in his hand, and said, "Grandfather, watch out." As Feng Baiyu's voice fell, he flapped his wings and charged toward his grandfather. Such battles took place several times a day in the Feng family. Feng Qingluan didn't even need to activate his spirit to easily dodge his grandson's attacks. Occasionally, he would release a trace of power to meet the boy head-on, feeling the force and angle of Feng Baiyu's strikes. The attack speed is good, but the accuracy is still a bit off. This strike had accuracy, but the speed was still a bit slow. Boom tilde asterisk. Just as Feng Qingluan was casually critiquing, 2 fire attribute rays shot toward him. Feng Qingluan's response was still effortless as he commented, "The power of this strike is indeed becoming stronger, but unfortunately, the energy fluctuations during the charge-up are a bit too obvious." Feng Qingluan was a man who had lived for over 100 years. He had been fighting longer than Feng Baiyu had been in this world. His wealth of combat experience was completely beyond Feng Baiyu's imagination. But Feng Qingluan used this method to squeeze out every bit of Feng Baiyu's potential, ensuring he gained immense rewards from every battle. As the battle continued, Feng Baiyu suddenly stopped his aggressive assault. He halted in midair, slowly raising both arms, his hands forming a calyx shape with palms facing each other, and pulled them back to his right hip, leaving a small gap between them. A faint red halo began to shimmer around Feng Baiyu as his entire spirit power began to condense. A string of strange words escaped Feng Baiyu's mouth. Kamehameha. Watching his grandson's actions, Feng Qingluan showed a hint of interest. Is this a self-created spirit ability? At that moment, Feng Baiyu's entire spirit power had condensed, and he suddenly thrust his hands forward. Whoosh ***. A fiery red light wave shot out, sweeping toward Feng Qingluan. Chapter 11. Self-created spirit ability. Feng Qingluan watched his grandson's self-created spirit ability strike and extended his right hand with a smile. Just like before, he wanted to feel the power of this strike. Boom ***. The attack, condensed purely from spirit power, landed on Feng Qingluan's hand and was easily swatted away. However, neither Feng Qingluan nor Feng Baiyu minded. What they both wanted was the intuitive experience of this strike. It's about 20% weaker than your open black lens bracket eyes of the Fire Phoenix close black lens bracket, and it consumes quite a bit of your spirit power, doesn't it? Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and said, furthermore, the charging time for this move is too long. In actual combat, it wouldn't be advantageous. Feng Baiyu listened humbly to his grandfather's critique and said, after all, I've only just come up with the basic concept for this move. Perfecting it will still take some time. Feng Baiyu wasn't disappointed by his grandfather's belittlement of the move. For him, just being able to pull it off was already a success. Imitating and attempting a move like the open black lens bracket Kamehameha close black lens bracket was extremely useful for his own growth and for his application of spirit power. Baiyu, Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and inquired, I noticed that your move just now was too crude. Tell me the principles behind it, and I'll help you refine it. Sure. Feng Baiyu didn't hold anything back and said, Grandfather, I've named that move the open black lens bracket flame phoenix cannon close black lens bracket. It's a way I use spirit power. It mainly consists of 4 parts. Energy gathering right pointing arrow charging right pointing arrow releasing right pointing arrow striking. It just needs to be done like this and like that, and then it's done. The concept was that of the open black lens bracket Kamehameha close black lens bracket, but the Douluo continent had no Qigong, and Feng Baiyu had no connection to turtles. Naturally, he had to choose a name that was a bit more fitting for the situation. Feng Qingluan nodded slightly as he listened to his grandson's words. Sure enough, it was as crude as he had imagined. Wasn't this just an application of external spirit power release? However, Feng Qingluan did not look down on it. Often, the simpler things were, the more profound they became. This kind of combat spirit ability that simplified the complex could sometimes have unpredictable effects. Especially since this was just a rough draft. Once perfected, who knows how strong it would be. If support system spirit masters could learn it, it would bring them quite impressive combat power. In an instant, many thoughts crossed Feng Qingluan's mind. If he sold this spirit ability to the open black lens bracket 7 treasure glazed tile school close black lens bracket, he wondered what kind of good things he could get in return. But there was no rush now, he could wait and discuss it with his grandson later. The battle between grandfather and grandson for the day ended there. Feng Baiyu returned to the open black lens bracket green maple wadong close black lens bracket to recover his spirit power, while Xiao Haitzi wandered around under the tree. The spirit power consumed during the battle was Feng Baiyu's, but Xiao Haitzi was the one bearing that sense of physical fatigue. Feng Qingluan watched his grandson enter a state of cultivation once again, his eyes filled with a smile. To be able to endure the loneliness of bitter cultivation at such a young age, this perseverance alone destined him for an extraordinary future. I can't fall behind either. Feng Qingluan thought to himself as he tried out that open black lens bracket flame phoenix cannon close black lens bracket move. But when he tried it, he found that things were far from as simple as he had imagined. The open black lens bracket flame phoenix cannon close black lens bracket seemed simple, but it actually contained quite a lot. This spirit ability was clearly created by Feng Baiyu based on the characteristics of his spirit, combined with his first spirit ring, open black lens bracket true body of the fire phoenix close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy gathering close black lens bracket right pointing arrow open black lens bracket charging close black lens bracket right pointing arrow open black lens bracket releasing close black lens bracket right pointing arrow open black lens bracket striking close black lens bracket seemed clear and straightforward, but every step within held significant difficulty. Even as a titled Douluo, Feng Qingluan actually had to try 7 times before he succeeded. This was thanks to his control as a rank 96 titled Douluo being strong enough. If it were anyone else, who knows how long it would take to learn even a superficial amount. After several consecutive attempts, Feng Qingluan finally condensed the energy body. However, Feng Qingluan's spirit was of the wind attribute. The open black lens bracket flame phoenix cannon close black lens bracket he condensed was not fiery red like his grandson's, but a rich cyan. Boom tilde. Feng Qingluan fired the strike into the sky, creating a massive energy explosion. Having fired the open black lens bracket flame phoenix cannon close black lens bracket, Feng Qingluan now had a more intuitive experience of it. This single strike actually has the power of my 5th spirit ability. Feng Qingluan's eyes were filled with joy. If it could be like this just as a beginner, then when he completely perfected it, it might even be as powerful as a 9th spirit ability. This is the power of a self-created spirit ability. As long as it's continuously refined, its potential is practically limitless. Feng Qingluan didn't care that the spirit power consumption of this move was comparable to his 9th spirit ability, because as long as he could release it, he was confident he could continue to refine it. He could reduce the spirit power consumption while simultaneously strengthening the power of the strike. Feng Qingluan was, after all, a powerhouse with 100 years of combat experience. Before long, he had constructed a more rational way to use it in his mind. And just then, a figure flew in from the sky. The newcomer looked to be only 30 or 40 years old, with a very handsome face and a faint smile. That calm, tranquil aura gave off a very comfortable feeling. Feng Qingluan saw the figure in the air and discovered that it was actually the high priest, Dalu, who had arrived. Feng Qingluan cupped his fists in salute. Greetings, big brother. Third brother. Dalu landed on the ground and said, I just noticed quite a commotion over here. Are you researching a self-created spirit ability? Nothing can be hidden from big brother. Feng Qingluan responded with a smile. My cultivation has been stagnant at rank 96, so I thought about finding a different path to improve myself. That's a good idea. Dalu didn't care much about self-created spirit abilities. To him, even the Clear Sky sect's Clear Sky 9 absolutes could only pose a threat to him once they reached Tang Chen's level. Without enough strength, the power of a self-created spirit ability amounted to nothing at all. Mentioning the self-created spirit ability was just a conversation starter for Dalu. He glanced at Feng Baiyu, who was coming down from the tree, and said, This is that grandson of yours, right? Is he already at rank 14? Yes. Feng Qingluan nodded and said to Dalu, Baiyu's talent isn't great, and he awakened an external spirit. I can only use a large amount of resources to assist him so that his growth doesn't fall behind. An external spirit. A flash of disappointment crossed Dalu's eyes. The last person with an external spirit was named Yu Shaogang. He was very famous. Famous for being trash, a very well-known piece of trash. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan called out to his grandson, Come over and greet our guest. Feng Baiyu walked to his grandfather's side and bowed to Dalu. Greetings, High Priest. Not bad. Dalu nodded slightly, but soon noticed something was off. Your physical fitness is quite far beyond that of ordinary people. He was clearly only rank 14, but Dalu felt that this kid's physique had already surpassed that of a rank 20 attack system spirit master. In response to the High Priest, Feng Baiyu said, I happened to discover a method to improve one's constitution while flipping through some books. After many days of trying, I've slowly built up my body. Paused. Chapter 12. revealing the benefits of whale gelatin. Enhancing the physique. Dalu was suddenly taken aback, then he placed both hands on Feng Baiyu's shoulders. Baiyu, are you telling the truth? If the physique could be enhanced, one could obtain higher year spirit rings when acquiring them. Although he had no use for it, it would still be somewhat useful for his granddaughter, Qian Runshui. Feng Baiyu nodded and said, reporting to the high priest, it is true. I am willing to contribute this secret to Spirit Hall. The matter of the spirit ring's age couldn't be hidden at all, or rather, there was no need to hide it. A powerhouse could tell with a single glance that his physique far surpassed ordinary people. Unless he never opened his spirit and revealed his spirit rings for his entire life, Dalu and the others would inevitably find out. As a successor of a divinity, Feng Baiyu wasn't afraid of others catching up by using this method. He had enjoyed this benefit since his very first spirit ring. Who could compare to him? As for those younger than him, Feng Baiyu didn't believe anyone could surpass him at all. Even that little rascal with twin spirits who hadn't even awakened his spirit yet wouldn't have more of an advantage than him. Instead of hiding it, it was better to exchange this secret for some benefits. Of course, he would only reveal the usage method and effects of whale gelatin. As for the inheritance of the Phoenix God, now was not the time to talk about it. Feng Baiyu planned to wait until he had no choice but to speak, or until his grandfather's strength had progressed further. Only then could the Elder Hall become his aid rather than an obstacle. Baiyu, are you truly willing to tell me about this? Dalu's gaze fixed on Feng Baiyu, as if trying to see through his thoughts. Of course it's true. Feng Baiyu nodded and said, this matter is beneficial to our Spirit Hall. As a member of Spirit Hall, I must naturally do my utmost. It's just that at first, I didn't dare to believe it was true, so I didn't say anything. Feng Baiyu spoke nonsense with a serious expression. Now that I've confirmed its feasibility myself, I naturally have to contribute it. Good child. Dalu smiled slightly and looked at Feng Qingluan. Third elder, you've raised a fine grandson. Big brother, you're too kind, Feng Qingluan said with a smile. This matter will benefit our entire Spirit Hall. Seeing Dalu's gaze turn toward him, Feng Baiyu quickly said, High Priest, the treasure that enhances the physique is whale gelatin. Feng Baiyu explained the usage method of whale gelatin and his own feelings. After hearing this, Dalu couldn't help but glance at Feng Qingluan and said with a smile, many people in Spirit City said you were buying whale gelatin to find a second spring. So this was the real purpose. Let them say what they want. Feng Qingluan didn't care at all. He said, as long as it's beneficial to my grandson, what does a little slander matter? Baiyu, I'll take this information. Rest assured, for a short time, I will only use it on our own people in the Elder Hall. Dalu paused and continued, if that woman Bibi Dong asks you for it, you can give it to her, but don't give it for nothing. Thank you, High Priest. Feng Baiyu repeatedly agreed and said, I won't easily reveal this matter to others. Third elder. Dalu looked at Feng Qingluan and said, when you have time, go to the Elder Hall's treasury and pick something. Consider it a reward for Baiyu. After saying this, Dalu rose and flew toward the Elder Hall. This trip wasn't in vain, as he had learned another way to use whale gelatin. He was now eager to try it out. If it was effective, he had to let his granddaughter use it as soon as possible. After Dalu left, Feng Baiyu and Feng Qingluan looked at each other and smiled. Feng Baiyu's exposure of the whale gelatin secret was something the grandfather and grandson had already discussed. Being able to exchange it for something from the high priest was quite good for them. Baiyu, is there anything you want? Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and said, there are quite a few good things in the high priest's treasury. Spirit Hall had stood for 10,000 years without falling, it couldn't possibly lack good things. The treasures inside would make even a titled Douluo envious. Grandpa, you should choose something from there that can enhance your own strength. Feng Baiyu said with a serious expression. Our Feng family is enough to support my growth, but as a rank 96 titled Douluo, it's much harder for you to improve. Why not see if there's a spirit bone suitable for you? Breaking through to rank 97 is the priority. Baiyu, even if there's a spirit bone, it should be given to you. Feng Qingluan shook his head and said, as long as you become a god, will I ever lack good things? But I'm still far from becoming a god. Feng Baiyu said seriously, Grandpa, the stronger you are, the more helpful you'll be to me. Rank 96 isn't your limit. Only by reaching rank 98 or even 99 as soon as possible can you protect me. All right then. Feng Qingluan thought for a moment and said, in that case, I'll take something beneficial to me this time. However, Feng Qingluan suddenly said, this information will likely reach Bibi Dong's ears soon. When the time comes, I'll take you to make an equal exchange with our Supreme Pontiff. Feng Baiyu understood his grandfather's meaning. Selling one secret recipe twice, how wonderful. After returning to the Elder Hall, Qian Dalu immediately went to get some whale gelatin to test the sensation. At Qian Dalu's level, even the effect of 10,000-year whale gelatin was negligible. However, Qian Dalu himself could still truly feel its effects. That little fellow Feng Baiyu wasn't lying, this whale gelatin indeed has some use. After feeling the effects of the whale gelatin, Qian Dalu quickly made his judgment. Currently, Shuye is only a spirit ancestor. With this whale gelatin, the effect of her fifth spirit ring can be greatly enhanced. Qian Dalu calculated in his mind and immediately arranged the matter. At the same time, Qian Dalu called the second elder over and told him about the effects of the whale gelatin. I didn't expect whale gelatin to have such an effect. Hearing his elder brother's words, the second elder gold crocodile Douluo's eyes couldn't help but light up. Titled Douluo like them had no use for whale gelatin, but who didn't have descendants? Not only did the third elder have descendants, but several of the elders also had many children and grandchildren. They originally felt that their descendants' talent couldn't compare to theirs and that the chance of them becoming titled Douluo in the future was slim. But now, with a good item like whale gelatin, Gold Crocodile Douluo was confident that a descendant with rank 5 innate spirit power could reach Spirit Douluo, and a descendant with rank 7 innate spirit power could advance to titled Douluo. Keep this matter as secret as possible, especially don't let outsiders know with a big fanfare. Qian Dalu looked at Gold Crocodile Douluo and said, go inform the other brothers. This matter was discovered and told to me by the third elder's grandson, Feng Baiyu. If they want to give thanks, they should thank Feng Baiyu. Chapter 13. Qingluan Douluo breaks through to level 97. 2 days later, Feng Qingluan obtained a 70,000-year spirit bone from the treasury of the Elder Hall. It was a right-arm spirit bone produced by an emerald demon bird. Not only did it grant Feng Qingluan a defense-ignoring spirit ability, open black lens bracket emerald demon strike close black lens bracket, but it also allowed him to break through the barrier in one go, reaching level 97. Is this the power of a 70,000-year spirit bone? Feng Qingluan felt the increase in his strength and couldn't help but say, I feel like I could take on 3 of my former self now. Feng Qingluan's feeling was correct. Besides the 1-level increase in cultivation, the power of his additional defense ignoring open black lens bracket emerald demon strike close black lens bracket was even greater than his 9th spirit ability. With the two combined, he felt terrifyingly strong. Because of this single strike, even his second brother, Gold Crocodile Douluo, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Congratulations, Grandpa. Feng Baiyu was overjoyed to see his grandfather reach level 97. Cultivation after level 95 was inherently fraught with difficulties. It was naturally worth celebrating that his grandfather had now reached level 97. Feng Baiyu thought about the future opportunities. Perhaps he really could help his grandfather reach the peak of level 99 as a peak Douluo. The stronger his grandfather was, the fewer risks Feng Baiyu would face from exposing his phoenix god divinity. Haha, Grandpa is actually benefiting from your luck. Feng Qingluan patted his grandson's head and said, the realm of level 97 is truly wonderful. Baiyu, practice well at home these next few days. I'm going to find a more suitable second spirit ring for you. Feng Baiyu didn't refuse. I'll leave everything to you then, Grandpa. Feng Baiyu was still only at level 14, but finding a suitable spirit ring was too difficult. Birds with phoenix bloodlines were one thing, but finding a pure-blooded phoenix would be the best for him. As for the age, for a truly high-quality spirit ring, it didn't matter if its age was a bit lower. Third brother, congratulations on your breakthrough. Congratulations, third brother. Felicitations on stepping into level 97. The next day, news of Feng Qingluan reaching level 97 spread quickly, and several elders of Spirit Hall arrived together bearing gifts. However, these gifts weren't just for Feng Qingluan to congratulate him on reaching level 97. More importantly, they were to thank Feng Baiyu for finding a way to improve physical fitness and increase the age limit for obtaining spirit rings. The joy is shared. Feng Qingluan naturally understood the purpose of these old comrades' visit, but he didn't mind. It was more practical for these old fellows to owe the favor to Feng Baiyu than to thank him. However, the gifts sent by these old guys were a bit childish. Storage spirit tools, fine swords crafted by Lu Gao. What use were these things to his grandson? And those twin cat girls sent by the 6th and 7th, how old is my grandson? Does he even know how to use them? The most practical gift was actually a gold card sent by his second brother, containing 1,000,000 gold coins. Feng Qingluan was somewhat helpless, but he still accepted the items. He brought his grandson to meet his old comrades. Feng Baiyu was very polite. Looking at the old men, he bowed and said, "Greetings, second elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, sixth elder, and seventh elder. Why call us elders?" Gold Crocodile Douluo looked at Feng Baiyu's polite manner and was actually somewhat dissatisfied. They were all rough men who preferred to skip formalities. He said, "We've been friends with your grandfather for decades, just call us grandpa." Feng Baiyu seized the opportunity and immediately said, "Greetings, second grandpa, fourth grandpa, fifth grandpa, sixth grandpa, and seventh grandpa." As expected of the third's grandson, a hero truly shows his worth in youth. Gold Crocodile Douluo looked at Feng Baiyu with affection in his eyes. "It's a pity I don't have a granddaughter, otherwise I would definitely claim you as a grandson-in-law." Gold Crocodile Douluo's words were met with agreement from the others. These old fellows all had descendants, but few were close in age to Feng Qingluan's. It wasn't that there were no girls, but they were either from concubines or branch families. If they had good talent, it would be one thing, but with their mediocre talent, how could they be qualified to be the wife of the Feng family's eldest legitimate son? They knew their own situations, so no one mentioned the matter further. Feng Baiyu wasn't disappointed. He was only 6.5 years old, far too young to be looking for a wife. The big figures met formally, and from then on, they were considered part of the same circle. However, Feng Baiyu wasn't quite suited for a gathering of centenarian grandfathers. After greeting everyone, he went back to cultivate once again. The elders of the Elder Hall did not stop him, allowing Feng Baiyu to leave. At this time, the old comrades began to discuss among themselves. "As we start using whale glue for our own descendants, the secret certainly won't be kept from that woman, Bibi Dong." Gold Crocodile Douluo looked at Feng Qingluan and said, "Third, what do you say we go hunt some 10,000-year whale spirit beasts? Regardless of others, let's satisfy the needs of our own families first." "Third brother, second brother is right," Raging Lion Douluo said. "As time passes, many people will surely go to the ocean to hunt whale spirit beasts. If we attract that woman's attention by then, we might suffer heavy losses." Feng Qingluan knew that that woman, Raging Lion Douluo spoke of referred to the sea god Douluo, Bo Saishi. If it really came to a fight, the 6 of them combined would be no match for her. Since he was going to prepare 10,000-year whale glue for his grandson anyway, having a few old brothers help would make the task much easier. After a brief thought, Feng Qingluan decided to get the whale glue for his grandson first and then look for a spirit beast. He said, "We can't all leave. Let's discuss who goes and who stays. When we return, the whale glue will be divided into 7 parts, none of us will be left out." Dividing it into 7 was, of course, to prepare a portion for the high priest's granddaughter, Qian Runshui. They had all watched Qian Runshui grow up, so naturally, no one objected. After a brief consideration, they finally decided that the third elder, Qingluan Douluo, and the fifth elder, Guangling Douluo, would go. At this time, Feng Qingluan also took the opportunity to make his request. "Baiyu's talent isn't very good, so we can only compensate with spirit rings to try and improve his spirit's quality. If you brothers encounter any pure-blooded phoenix spirit beasts, remember to help catch them. The age doesn't matter, the key is that it must benefit his spirit." Hearing Feng Qingluan's words, the others naturally agreed readily. Feng Baiyu had brought them such a great surprise, those gifts weren't enough to show their gratitude. If they could get a pure-blooded phoenix for his spirit ring, it would be a fine gift. Meanwhile, while the elders were drinking and chatting, Feng Baiyu had already returned to his cultivation. Crafted by Lu Gao, Feng Baiyu toyed with the sharp sword, thinking of the divine craftsman, Lu Gao. Setting aside everything else, his craftsmanship was indeed excellent. Unfortunately, this fellow eventually ended up on the opposite side of Spirit Hall. Feng Baiyu felt it was necessary to pull him to his side before he went astray. Even if he couldn't be recruited, he would rather cripple him than let him become an enemy. However, Feng Baiyu was in no hurry, he could just visit Gengxin City whenever he had time in the future. The top priority was still to cultivate, and cultivate some more. Chapter 14. Candied Haws. Another 2.5 months passed, and Feng Baiyu finally reached level 15. Feng Baiyu had looked at the cultivation progress charts of geniuses. His progress after level 10 was not even inferior to Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong's. However, as the increase in spirit power slowed down, Feng Baiyu still felt a sense of urgency. 2 months ago, after his grandfather Feng Qingluan finished his business at the Elder Hall, he went to the ocean with the light feather Douluo to search for high-grade whale glue. Although Feng Baiyu lacked his grandfather as a sparring partner, his enthusiasm for cultivation did not diminish. As for those collateral relatives in his family, no one dared to come looking for trouble. They knew clearly who the master of the house was and understood even better who was backing Feng Baiyu. Add to that the young master's extraordinary talent and rapid cultivation progress, any of them who dared to act up would truly be tired of living. Over these 2.5 months, Feng Baiyu hadn't encountered a single clansman who dared to speak sarcastically to him. As expected, only protagonists are oppressed everywhere, with even their relatives mocking them. In a villain's family like his, there is always harmony, and everyone is loving and kind. Feng Baiyu finished his cultivation for the day, changed his clothes, and walked out of the family mansion. Feng Baiyu didn't stay cooped up at home to cultivate bitterly every day, he would occasionally go out for some fresh air. Of course, someone always followed him when he went out. Just as he reached the courtyard, Feng Baiyu spoke up, "Butler Shui, come take a stroll with this young master." "Yes, young master," Butler Shui Duanliu replied helplessly, but he still followed obediently. Shui Duanliu was the butler of the Feng mansion. His spirit was the Ice Blade, and he had a level 79 spirit saint cultivation. He was once a renowned figure in the spirit world. Over 10 years ago, while obtaining a spirit ring, he was harassed by another spirit beast and was coincidentally saved by Feng Baiyu's father. From then on, Shui Duanliu recognized Feng Baiyu's father as his elder brother. A few years ago, when Feng's father passed away, Butler Shui voluntarily became Feng Baiyu's guardian. However, ever since Feng Baiyu could speak and knew he was the butler, he started calling him Butler Shui directly. Abbreviating Butler Shui to Butler Shui was technically correct, but it was a pity for the domineering name he once held. Of course, this was a minor matter. Shui Duanliu wouldn't lower himself to argue with a child over such things. Feng Baiyu walked along the road, looking left and right. He didn't have any specific goal, he just wanted to relax his mind. Before long, Feng Baiyu saw a shop with a sign that read, "Candied Haws." He didn't hesitate and walked straight in. What met his eyes was a woman in her early 30s, but there wasn't a single trace of candied haws inside. "Do you sell candied haws here?" "But there's nothing in sight," Feng Baiyu asked her. "Are they sold out, or does your spirit ability produce candied haws?" "Little young master, my spirit is the candied haws," the shopkeeper said with a light laugh. "I have 2 spirit abilities in total. Besides being delicious, the first spirit ability, open black lens bracket strawberry candied haws close black lens bracket, can add 5% attack power, and the second spirit ability, open black lens bracket Satsuma Mandarin candied haws close black lens bracket, can add 10% defense. Are there no hawthorn candied haws?" Feng Baiyu was somewhat disappointed but still said, "Give me one of each." The shopkeeper did not hesitate and immediately used her spirit ability to produce 2 sticks of candied haws. She said with a smile, "That will be 2 gold coins, please." Shui Duanliu dropped 3 gold coins and took the candied haws from her. He had watched the entire process of her making the candied haws and found no issues. Feng Baiyu took the 2 sticks of candied haws and took a bite. Suddenly feeling that the taste was actually quite good. As expected of candied haws produced by a spirit ability, they were much tastier than the real candied haws sold on the market. Not bad. Feng Baiyu nodded and began walking out with butler Shui. Just as Feng Baiyu stepped out the door, a young girl brushed past him. "Auntie Tang, I'm here again." "Oh, Nana is here." The shopkeeper saw the girl arrive and said with a smile, "Coming to support my business again." Feng Baiyu had just walked out when he couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the girl. "Does the young master have his eye on her?" Shui Duanliu asked with a smile. "Should we take her back?" "Butler Shui, am I some kind of playboy bully?" Feng Baiyu retracted his gaze and said, "Besides, do you think she's qualified to be the young mistress of the Feng family?" After obtaining his first spirit ring, the external spirit bone in his eyes also gained a supplementary skill called Open Black Lens Bracket Fire Phoenix True Eyes Close Black Lens Bracket. This was a spirit ability for investigating an opponent's information. His cultivation wasn't high enough to investigate powerhouses, but he could still check the information of the candied haw seller and that young girl. When out and about, Feng Baiyu wouldn't dare eat things randomly without investigating thoroughly. The candied haws in his hand were just made by an ordinary food system spirit ability. The effects weren't strong, but the taste was decent. As for that girl who was slightly older than Feng Baiyu, he hadn't expected her to be Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong's disciple, Huliena. Huliena was about a year younger than Yan, but she already possessed level 19 spirit power. It wouldn't be long before she reached level 20 and obtained her second spirit ring. After so much time, Bibi Dong should already know that I have a method to increase the age of spirit rings, right? Feng Baiyu thought to himself, feeling that Bibi Dong would soon come knocking. At the very least, she would come looking for him when Huliena was ready to obtain her second spirit ring. When that time came, he could blackmail her. No, they could have a fair trade. The high priest Qian Daoliu had given him a 70,000-year spirit bone not because the item was worth that much, but entirely because Feng Qingluan himself had rendered service to Spirit Hall, and it was obtained through a cumulative reward pool. But Feng Baiyu didn't care about that. If the value of what Bibi Dong offered wasn't enough, he wouldn't agree. Feng Baiyu ate his candied haws while calculating what else he could trade this information for. He didn't forget to look around to see if there was anything that caught his eye. Shui Duanliu followed silently behind Feng Baiyu, the image of a perfectly loyal butler. Before long, Feng Baiyu arrived at a place called the Treasures Pavilion. The Treasures Pavilion was a relatively large shop in Spirit City, and it didn't lack strange and exotic items. It was said that occasionally, even 1,000-year grade spirit bones were sold to the public. However, even in a place like this where spirit bones could be sold, no one would dare to target it. Because it was backed by 2 peak Douluos. This Treasures Pavilion was the property of the 2 elders, Qianjun and Zhongmo. Normally, the one overseeing the place was a spirit saint powerhouse. Who in their right mind would come here to cause trouble? As Feng Baiyu walked in, a sharp-eyed person quickly greeted him. "Young Master Feng, welcome." As the only direct grandson of the 3rd elder, the only one among the younger generation in Spirit City with a higher status than him was Qian Runshui, who was falsely reported as deceased but was actually working as an undercover agent. Those with some status and background firmly remembered his appearance, fearing that some careless playboy might offend him and implicate the whole family. "I'm just here to look around," Feng Baiyu nodded with a smile and said, "to see if there's anything that catches my eye." Pin. Chapter 15. The Unknown Hairpin. Young Master Feng, our Treasures Pavilion has many good things. I just don't know what might catch your eye. Soon, a plump middle-aged man walked over. He gestured for his subordinates to get back to work, then led Feng Baiyu further inside. This plump middle-aged man was named Wang Cheng, a direct descendant of the Qianjun Douluo. He eagerly led the way, trying to please him. "Young Master Feng, whatever you take a fancy to today is yours. Consider it a gift from me." "That would be too embarrassing," Feng Baiyu shook his head and said. "Let's stick to a normal transaction." "Young Master Feng, Wang Cheng whispered, to tell you the truth, you are a benefactor to my family. Not long ago, Wang Cheng's youngest son was one of those who benefited from the whale glue. That dazzling 1,000-year second spirit ability had moved him, as a father, to tears of joy. Seeing his benefactor now, Wang Cheng felt like bowing down to him. Forget about a free shopping spree today, he would have accepted even more outrageous requests. Business should be conducted like business, Feng Baiyu refused. I heard that the Treasures Pavilion has VIP discounts. Just give me a discount card. Wang Cheng still wanted to give it for free, but seeing the other's insistence, he could only agree. He took out a red VIP card and handed it over respectfully. Young Master Feng, this is our highest level VIP card for the Treasures Pavilion. You'll get 50% off everything. Please accept it. This time Feng Baiyu didn't refuse. After taking the VIP card, he handed it to Shui Duanliu. Butler Shui, keep this safe. If you see anything you like later, buy it as well. Yes, young master. Shui Duanliu put the card away. As for finding something he liked here, he felt it was unlikely. Wang Cheng led the way, introducing items one by one. Soon, he picked up a bracelet and said, Young Master Feng, this is a storage spirit tool. It has 30 cubic meters of space. Young Master Feng, this is a dagger from Gengjin City. Young Master Feng, this is a specialty of the Starfall Empire. Wang Cheng introduced them one by one, but Feng Baiyu lost interest after just a glance. His Fire Phoenix true eyes were active, good things couldn't be hidden from him. It had to be said that the items in the Treasures Pavilion lived up to its name. However, Feng Baiyu's standards were too high for these things. Suddenly, Feng Baiyu spotted an emerald green metal hairpin. Does young Master Feng like this? Though a bit puzzled, Wang Cheng picked it up. Young Master Feng, this is just a hairpin sold by a fallen noble. I can't tell what material it's made of, but I displayed it here because the craftsmanship is quite good. I also feel the craftsmanship is good, Feng Baiyu nodded slightly. Butler Shui, pay for it. This thing isn't worth much. Wang Cheng wanted to give it away, but seeing their attitude, he finally said, just give me 30 gold coins. Butler Shui directly gave him 30 gold coins, then continued to follow Feng Baiyu as they wandered. Finally, Feng Baiyu saw a spirit bone for sale. It was a left leg bone from a 2,000-year soft bones rabbit, coming with a open black lens bracket leap close black lens bracket skill. The effect was simply, jumping high. Trash among trash, completely worthless. Nothing good here, sigh. Feng Baiyu sighed and turned to walk out. The items here weren't bad, but with a grandfather who was a level 97 titled Douluo, very few things caught his eye. It's our failure that nothing caught young Master Feng's eye. Hearing Feng Baiyu's words, Wang Cheng looked somewhat ashamed. He said, I wonder what young Master Feng likes. I'll do my best to search for it in the future. My cultivation environment is a bit monotonous with only a single green maple wadong, Feng Baiyu said casually. Get me some rare flowers and exotic herbs. Any plants that look unfamiliar or extraordinary, once you get them, send them to my manor. Yes, I understand. Wang Cheng quickly agreed. This wasn't a difficult task for him. As long as he searched diligently, he would surely find many. Feng Baiyu nodded slightly and led Shui Duanliu outside. Just as they stepped out of the Treasures Pavilion, a dark figure appeared before them. A raspy voice whispered, Young Master Feng, Her Holiness the Pope requests your presence. Ghost Douluo. Feng Baiyu recognized him and nodded slightly. Lead the way, young master. Shui Duanliu, worried about danger, called out to him, hoping he wouldn't follow. It's fine, Feng Baiyu waved his hand. The Supreme Pontiff Palace isn't some dragon's den or tiger's lair. Surely Her Holiness the Pope won't eat me. Feng Baiyu dismissed the butler and gestured for Ghost Douluo to lead the way. Shui Duanliu, having watched Feng Baiyu grow up, knew from a single gesture that he was being told to call for backup. With the head of the house away, the only ones Shui Duanliu could turn to were the other elders. He didn't waste time looking elsewhere and immediately rushed back into the Treasures Pavilion to find Wang Cheng. Brother Wang, please introduce me to the two elders, Qianjun and Shangmo. My young master has been taken away by Ghost Douluo. What? Hearing Shui Duanliu's words, Wang Cheng immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Without another word, he pulled Shui Duanliu and hurried outside. Before long, Feng Baiyu saw Bibi Dong, the most noble woman in Spirit Hall. Feng Baiyu had seen Bibi Dong before and knew she was a sexy yet powerful, unhinged beauty. Previously, he had only seen her from afar, but now that they were only 30 meters apart, Feng Baiyu found her aura to be quite overwhelming. When Feng Baiyu saw Bibi Dong, he didn't dare use his Fire Phoenix true eyes to observe her. But even so, he still sensed a faint, evil aura. Is it the power of the Rakshasa divinity? Feng Baiyu didn't know if she could sense his condition, but he had already discovered hers. Are you the third elder's grandson, Feng Baiyu? Just then, Bibi Dong's voice reached him. I heard you awakened an external spirit. Feng Baiyu had thought she would ask directly about the whale glue, but he hadn't expected her to care about what spirit he had awakened. Was it because Yu Shaogang had awakened a unique external spirit that she wouldn't allow anyone else to have one? Feng Baiyu didn't know what was going through the crazy woman's head, so he simply nodded. Reporting to Her Holiness the Pope, I have indeed awakened an external spirit. Hearing this answer, Bibi Dong said, release it and let me see. Yes. Feng Baiyu didn't refuse and directly released Xiao Haitzi. Ooh. After coming out, Xiao Haitzi let out a cry, then walked straight to Feng Baiyu and stopped by his feet. Chapter 16. The Lion's Wide Open Mouth. As expected, an external spirit. As Bibi Dong saw Feng Baiyu's spirit, a trace of nostalgia flashed through her eyes. Shaogang, have you been well all these years? Feng Baiyu watched the change in Bibi Dong's gaze, a strange expression appearing on his face. This crazy woman, she couldn't be thinking of her, White Moonlight, right now, could she? Feng Baiyu guessed it was possible, but he didn't bother to remind her. Go ahead and miss your White Moonlight, as long as you don't cause trouble for me, you can miss whoever you want. Since his savior hadn't arrived yet, Feng Baiyu was happy to stall for time. However, ideals are full while reality is skeletal. Bibi Dong only reminisced for a few minutes before remembering her purpose today. Feng Baiyu, Bibi Dong's crisp and majestic voice rang in his ears, I wish to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Thank you for your favor, Her Holiness the Pope, but I am currently being meticulously taught by my grandfather. Feng Baiyu had long considered responses to her various questions. Having a level 97 titled Douluo spar with me for 3 hours every day, such cultivation conditions are already sufficient. A master in name only was of no use to Feng Baiyu. By using this excuse to brush her off, he didn't think Bibi Dong could find another pretext. Could she possibly spare an hour every day to teach him? You're unwilling. Bibi Dong wasn't exactly surprised by his choice. She looked at him, her eyes narrowing slightly. You should know that becoming my disciple comes with countless benefits. Feng Baiyu looked up at Bibi Dong and whispered, are there 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones too? You. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Feng Baiyu, aren't you taking yourself a bit too seriously? 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones are things even titled Douluos can only dream of. But my grandfather promised to get me at least 100,000-year spirit ring in the future. Feng Baiyu said with a matter-of-fact expression. Her Holiness the Pope, don't you give any benefits when taking a disciple? Looking at Feng Baiyu's punchable face, Bibi Dong couldn't help but clench her fists. Since becoming the Supreme Pontiff, it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to her like this. This Feng Baiyu was truly taking an inch and wanting a mile, relying on those old fellows from the Elder Hall. Feng Baiyu. Bibi Dong stared at him and said, I want the method of using whale glue to improve one's constitution. Of course, no problem. Before Feng Baiyu could speak, the cry of a phoenix came from outside. Soon, a figure landed in front of Feng Baiyu and said indifferently, however, Her Holiness the Pope, what do you intend to exchange for it? Grandfather. Feng Baiyu couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the newcomer. He thought Butler Shui would call the two elders, Qianjun and Shangmo, but he didn't expect his own grandfather to arrive. Ha ha tilde, Feng Qingluan laughed as he rubbed his grandson's head. Not bad, your spirit power has increased by another level. These past 2 months haven't been wasted. Bibi Dong watched the intimacy between the grandfather and grandson, a hint of coldness in her eyes. But she quickly restrained it. It wasn't easy for her to deal with even the third elder, let alone the several other presences outside. Feng Baiyu. Bibi Dong interrupted their conversation and said, "What do you want?" Previously, High Priest Grandpa exchanged a 70,000-year spirit bone for the secret recipe. Feng Baiyu directly stated his previous price, saying innocently, "Her Holiness the Pope, surely you are more generous than High Priest Grandpa." A 70,000-year spirit bone. Bibi Dong laughed out of anger. "You really do have a wide open mouth. Her Holiness the Pope, you are mistaken," Feng Baiyu said solemnly. The High Priest wanted this recipe only for the families of the elders in the Elder Hall. But if Her Holiness has this, it would be enough to win the hearts of thousands of spirit masters across the world. Feng Baiyu said leisurely, "Surely you understand the difference between the two. As the Supreme Pontiff, don't you want to seek benefits for all the spirit masters in the world?" Feng Baiyu shook his head and said, "This is a great opportunity to spread universal love. Her Holiness the Pope, you should promote the development of spirit masters, improve their physical fitness, strengthen the institutional construction of Spirit Hall, implement spirit master responsibilities, protect their interests, broaden their growth channels, create re-employment opportunities, and strive to let more people become spirit masters." Feng Baiyu spoke in official jargon, spouting a bunch of nonsense that Bibi Dong would never do but couldn't openly refute. Not only was Bibi Dong stunned, but even Feng Qingluan beside him felt like he was meeting his grandson for the first time. Where on earth did he come up with these words? Bibi Dong waited for Feng Baiyu to finish, taking several deep breaths to calm her anger. Just now, she had felt the urge to kill him more than once, but ultimately had to suppress it. "I don't have a 70,000-year spirit bone," Bibi Dong said, looking at Feng Baiyu. "However, I can allow you to choose any one treasure from the Supreme Pontiff Palace treasury." "Choose any one?" Feng Baiyu raised an eyebrow. He said, "Her Holiness the Pope, are you sure the things inside can be considered treasures? My grandfather is a level 97 titled Douluo." Feng Baiyu mentioned his grandfather again, puffing out his chest. "Ordinary things won't catch the eye of our Feng family. Whether you'll like it or not, you'll only know after seeing it." Bibi Dong said indifferently, "Ghost Douluo, take Feng Baiyu to the Spirit Hall treasury." "Yes," Ghost Douluo replied from the side. "Young master, Feng, let's go." Feng Baiyu turned to his grandfather and said, "Grandfather, I'm going now." "Go ahead." Feng Qingluan didn't stop him this time, letting his grandson leave with Ghost Douluo. His appearance today wasn't intended to lead to a complete falling out with Bibi Dong. The secret recipe for whale glue had already been leaked, telling Bibi Dong now was no big deal. As for how Bibi Dong would use it once she had it, to the people of the Elder Hall, it didn't matter at all. So what if the world knew the secret of whale glue? Aside from driving up the price of whale glue and allowing nobles to increase their spirit ring limits by a century or two at most, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Only powerful individuals with a deep foundation like them had the qualifications to hunt 10,000-year whales to strengthen their descendants' constitutions. And even for them, it only allowed their juniors to stay one step ahead. Having a 1,000-year second spirit ring was already extraordinary. Feng Qingluan glanced at the Supreme Pontiff, gave a light chuckle, and headed outside. Bibi Dong's abilities are decent, but unfortunately, she isn't on the same side as them. However, her appearance is still very alluring, and her daughter isn't bad either. Feng Qingluan thought to himself, feeling that his eldest brother's granddaughter and his own grandson would be quite a good match. Feng Qingluan knew that Qian Runshui had gone to the Heavendo Empire to be some bullshit undercover agent. If there was a chance, he could try to matchmake them for his grandson. Chapter 17. Spirit Hall Treasury. Go in. Ghost Douluo looked at Feng Baiyu and said indifferently, "Her Holiness the Pope has ordered that you may only take one item." Feng Baiyu retorted, "It'll be lucky if there's even one thing in there that catches my eye." With that, Feng Baiyu headed toward the Spirit Hall Treasury. The Spirit Hall Treasury and the Elder Hall were not the same. One contained Spirit Hall's spoils of war, while the other held the fine goods accumulated by the Qian family over generations. Comparatively speaking, the items in the Elder Hall Treasury were certainly better. Anything placed here could easily tempt a spirit saint. However, such things were nothing special to Feng Baiyu. Many items in the Feng family's collection could rival them. Still, trading a useless secret recipe for an item from the Spirit Hall treasury was already a great deal. Feng Baiyu possessed the open black lens bracket Fire Phoenix True Eyes Close Black Lens Bracket, which was a god-tier tool for finding hidden gems. Feng Baiyu looked at the items in the Spirit Hall treasury. There were well-crafted weapons, spirit tools with miraculous uses, powerful meditation methods, 2 spirit bones over 8,000 years old, and even a certain grandmaster's work, 10 core competencies of spirits. There were many things, but those that could truly be considered top tier were far too few. It's just an oversized treasures pavilion, after all. Feng Baiyu looked through the items one by one but didn't find anything he liked. It made sense. Bibi Dong wouldn't be willing to give away high-age spirit bones, so there was no hope of finding those here. Items belonging to a divinity couldn't possibly be here either. After all, Bibi Dong held the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. If she found anything related to a divinity, she would have surely kept it for herself. As for natural treasures like immortal herbs, they were also impossible to find. Chrysanthemum Douluo was Bibi Dong's confidant. If such things were in here, they would have long since been taken out to nurture disciples. The best things Feng Baiyu could find here were likely those few thousand-year spirit bones. Finding a hidden gem here would depend entirely on luck. Before long, Feng Baiyu spotted a book. He picked it up and took a look, only to find it was an open black lens bracket illustrated collection of Flora Close Black Lens Bracket. Feng Baiyu flipped it open and saw introductions to rare and exotic plants. Although most were ordinary flora, there were also some high-level herbs. Turning to the end, he found over 20 pages of introductions to immortal herbs. In addition to the few immortal herbs mentioned in the original story, there were more than 10 others that hadn't been mentioned. Those were immortal herbs that were either useless or not effective enough for the Shrek 7 Devils, but now they were all his for the taking. Good stuff. Feng Baiyu recorded them as he read. Feng Baiyu's mental force was decent, and his memory was excellent. He could memorize an entire illustrated album like this in just half an hour. Moreover, for Feng Baiyu, most of the content didn't need to be memorized. Except for the final immortal herb section, which needed to be remembered word for word, remembering the gist of the rest was enough. Before long, Feng Baiyu had memorized everything in the book. This knowledge of immortal herbs alone already exceeded the value of the secret recipe for Feng Baiyu. He felt the trip was worthwhile. Even if he just took an 8,000-year spirit bone back later, it would be a huge profit. However, Feng Baiyu was in no hurry. There weren't many items left in the treasury, so he continued looking, hoping there might be something even better. While Feng Baiyu was using his open black lens bracket Fire Phoenix True Eyes Close Black Lens Bracket to inspect the items one by one, his spirit power was suddenly drained completely when he reached a black lump. Not only was his spirit power drained, but his mind also went hazy for a moment. Fortunately, Feng Baiyu quickly grabbed the table for support, otherwise he would have definitely fallen. What on earth is this? I can't even inspect it. Feng Baiyu looked at the black lump, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart. Feng Baiyu had tried before. With his open black lens bracket Fire Phoenix True Eyes Close Black Lens Bracket, he could now clearly analyze a Spirit King's spirit abilities, and spirit ring ages. Even for a spirit saint like Shui Duanliu, he could get some blurry information. But when he looked at this black lump, he felt as if there was nothing to find. That could only mean one thing. The quality of this item was extremely high. At the very least, it was something related to a titled Douluo or 100,000-year spirit beast. Since I've already broken even, I might as well take this. After a brief rest, Feng Baiyu picked up the black lump and stood up to head out. As for what it was or what use it had, he no longer cared. Before long, Feng Baiyu walked out of the Spirit Hall treasury. Seeing Ghost Douluo and several other Spirit Douluo guards standing outside, he said, "I've chosen my item. It's this." Ghost Douluo glanced at the black lump with some curiosity. He couldn't tell what it was either and had no idea of its value. However, he didn't care about that. As long as the number of items Feng Baiyu took from the treasury was correct, that was enough. Feng Baiyu put it into his storage spirit tool, then took out an envelope and handed it to Ghost Douluo. This is what Her Holiness the Pope wanted. I'll have to trouble Ghost Douluo to deliver it on my behalf. With that, Feng Baiyu turned and left. He hadn't gone far when he saw Feng Qingluan waiting for him. Grandpa. Feng Baiyu approached his grandfather and said with a smile, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Let's go," Feng Qingluan said with a smile. "We're going home now." Back at home, Feng Qingluan asked with a smile, "Baiyu, your eye for things is much better than your grandfather's. I wonder what good stuff you got from the treasury." "It's this." Feng Baiyu tossed the black lump to his grandfather, then took out paper and a pen from his spirit tool and began recording what he had just seen. As the saying goes, a dull pencil is better than a sharp memory. The knowledge of immortal herbs was so important that Feng Baiyu was afraid he might get it mixed up in a few days. What he needed to do now was to record the most critical content. Open black lens bracket Qingluan wind carried stamen close black lens bracket, immortal herb. Legend has it that it was transformed from the nine heavens astral wind brought by the Qingluan divine bird. It is shaped like a Qingluan and is constantly surrounded by azure wind vortices. Consuming it has the effect of purifying the wind attribute. Open black lens bracket wind fluff dew flower close black lens bracket, immortal herb. The flower is a translucent pale blue. When the petals flutter in the wind, they condense into crystal clear dewdrops, which turn into tiny wind vortices upon hitting the ground. When consumed by a wind attribute spirit master, it can purify the spirit and increase spirit ring ages. Open black lens bracket primal chaos immortal herb close black lens bracket, the most effectively spirit power enhancing immortal herb, but it has no other special attributes. It possesses strong exclusivity. Once the primal chaos chi is established, no other immortal herbs can be consumed in the future. Open black lens bracket three-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket, top grade herb. Leaves shaped like phoenix tails sway in the wind, as agile as a dance. It can enhance perception and increase speed. Open black lens bracket soaring dark essence grass close black lens bracket, top grade herb. The name is taken from soaring 90,000 miles on the wind. It can strengthen the speed and range of wind-type spirit abilities. Open black lens bracket wind-splitting cloud-piercing vine close black lens bracket, top-grade herb. The vine is deep green, and its surface is covered with tiny barbs. Each barb can release a miniature wind blade with extremely strong cutting power. It has the effect of enhancing physical strength and increasing penetration power. Open black lens bracket 9 rank purple Ganoderma close black lens bracket. Consolidates the foundation, strengthens the cultivator's roots, nourishes the body, benefits chi, and increases cultivation progress. Baiyu. Seeing his grandson writing and drawing, Feng Qingluan asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "This," Feng Baiyu said. "I'm writing down some immortal herbs that could be helpful to you, Grandpa. If we find even one of these, there's a 30% chance of pushing you into the ranks of a rank 98 peak Douluo." Chapter 18 Open black lens bracket bloodthirsty berserk hurricane right leg bone close black lens bracket. What? Listening to his grandson's words, Feng Qingluan's eyes showed a look of disbelief. You are saying these things can allow me to step into rank 98. It's possible. Feng Baiyu wasn't certain about the effect these things would have on a rank 97 titled Douluo, so he said, "This is something I just saw in an illustrated collection of flora, within the Spirit Hall treasury. Even if the effects aren't that great, there's still a significant chance. Immortal herbs are best consumed as early as possible. The benefits to the body can last for a very long time." Feng Baiyu continued, "If there is a compatible immortal herb, its value could likely surpass 100,000-year spirit bone." Feng Baiyu didn't overstate things, but even so, it was enough to leave Feng Qingluan in disbelief. After Feng Baiyu finished writing down the wind attribute immortal herbs and top-tier medicinal herbs, he began writing information about other immortal herbs. When he wrote down the open black lens bracket wondrous velvet sky chrysanthemum close black lens bracket, Feng Qingluan couldn't help but say, "Isn't this chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit?" "Yes." Feng Baiyu nodded and explained. After consuming the open black lens bracket wondrous velvet sky chrysanthemum close black lens bracket, one can clear the meridians of the 4 limbs and 8 vessels to cultivate an invulnerable Vajra body. If Chrysanthemum Douluo had consumed such an immortal herb when he was young, he would likely have reached rank 97 or even 98 by now. If he could possess a 100,000-year spirit ring, there might even be a slim chance of stepping into rank 99. It wasn't that the open black lens bracket wondrous velvet sky chrysanthemum close black lens bracket was inherently that powerful, but rather that its compatibility with Chrysanthemum Douluo was simply too high. For Chrysanthemum Douluo, this thing was entirely a case where 1 + 1 greater than 2. If a young Chrysanthemum Douluo were forced to choose between the open black lens bracket wondrous velvet sky chrysanthemum close black lens bracket and ghost Douluo, it's highly likely he would have chosen the open black lens bracket wondrous velvet sky chrysanthemum close black lens bracket. Feng Qingluan trusted his grandson's words and believed in the Phoenix God. However, to ask him to fully believe in a book his grandson saw in the Spirit Hall treasury was something he couldn't do. If such miraculous items truly existed in the world, Spirit Hall would have surely gathered them all. But in reality, they didn't have a single one. Feng Baiyu had drawn so many immortal herbs and top-tier medicinal herbs, yet Feng Qingluan hadn't seen any of them except for the open black lens bracket wondrous velvet sky chrysanthemum close black lens bracket. How could he believe in the many miraculous effects described therein? Feng Baiyu also understood that hearing is hollow while seeing is believing. He didn't expect his grandfather to believe him completely at this moment. But it didn't matter. Once he completed the open black lens bracket first trial of the Phoenix God close black lens bracket, he would have his grandfather take him to the open black lens bracket ice and fire yin yang well close black lens bracket. As for how he knew all this, he would just attribute it to the Phoenix God. Before long, Feng Baiyu finished drawing all the immortal herbs he had just memorized. He stored everything into his spirit tool and then asked, "Grandpa, have you been suffering out there these past 2 months?" "Ha, what suffering?" Feng Qingluan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It was just going out to the ocean with your 5th grandpa to kill a few spirit beasts. I must say, the spirit beasts in the ocean are truly numerous and powerful." Feng Baiyu saw that his grandfather's expression didn't look troubled, instead, it was full of smiles. At that moment, Feng Baiyu knew his grandfather had gained much from this trip. He asked, "Grandpa, did you get a lot of whale glue this time?" "A lot, quite a lot indeed." Feng Qingluan directly took out several boxes and said, "These 5 are whale glue from over 5,000 years, these 8 are 10,000-year whale glue. And this last one is 70,000-year whale glue." Feng Qingluan brought out all the whale glue, showing off proudly in front of his grandson. During this ocean hunt, he and his 5th brother had encountered quite a few sea spirit beasts. One was rank 97 and the other rank 96. Even if these 2 powerhouses were weakened at sea, they were not something ordinary 10,000-year sea spirit beasts could compare to. "Our luck was pretty good this time. Your 5th grandpa and I ran into the evil Orca clan." Feng Qingluan spoke with a smug face, recounting the details of their battle. Feng Baiyu listened intently, contemplating the whale glue before him for a moment. Soon, he spoke. "Grandpa, for you to be this happy, there must be other gains besides the whale glue, right?" "Hee, I really can't hide anything from you." Feng Qingluan just laughed at his grandson's words and said, "Then guess, what else did we gain? Something that could make Grandpa this happy must be something that increases strength." Feng Baiyu looked at his grandfather's expression and said, "If it were open black lens bracket pure-blooded Phoenix close black lens bracket that could increase my strength, Grandpa would have been impatient to tell me. Being so calm like this, it must be a treasure that increases Grandpa's own strength." Feng Baiyu paused and then said, "For someone of Grandpa's cultivation level to call something a treasure, it can only be a spirit bone." "Ha ha tilde." Feng Qingluan couldn't help but laugh out loud at his grandson's words, as expected of my, Feng Qingluan's, grandson. You could tell I obtained another spirit bone just from my expression. Indeed, Feng Qingluan and the 5th enshrinement had obtained spirit bones on this trip. Not just 1, but 2. On their way to Vast Sea City, they encountered a group of Wolftaken. As enshrinements of Spirit Hall, Dealing with a group of creatures that were neither human nor spirit beast was naturally done in the blink of an eye. However, for some reason, the leader of this group of Wolftalken actually dropped a spirit bone for the 5th enshrinement. Though surprised that Wolftalken could drop spirit bones, having one was better than none. Feng Qingluan was envious, but he didn't fight his 5th brother for it. However, just as the two of them were hunting whales and harvesting whale glue, he also had the good fortune of getting a spirit bone from a spirit beast. But it was a right-arm spirit bone, which Feng Qingluan already possessed. The two of them didn't hesitate and directly completed an exchange. In the end, besides the whale glue, Feng Qingluan brought back a open black lens bracket bloodthirsty berserk hurricane right leg bone close black lens bracket, while light feather Douluo obtained an open black lens bracket evil orca right arm bone close black lens bracket. This spirit bone doesn't have much use for me. Feng Qingluan took out the spirit bone and said, but its value might be enough to trade for something good. Clearly, Feng Qingluan didn't really want to absorb it. If possible, he preferred to exchange it for something beneficial to his grandson. Grandpa, if you dislike it for its low age, then forget it. Feng Baiyu glanced at the right leg spirit bone and said, it comes with a open black lens bracket bloodthirsty berserk close black lens bracket spirit bone skill. After use, it can increase attack power, defense, and movement speed by 100%. However, during this state, other spirit abilities cannot be used. And it's only at the 20 to 30,000 year level, which is a bit lacking. Feng Baiyu said with a smile, in the future, when I become strong, I'll get Grandpa a full set of spirit bones all over 50,000 years. Hee, spirit bones aren't that easy to come by. Feng Qingluan smiled helplessly at his grandson's words. Your grandpa is already ranked 97, yet I only have 3 spirit bones on my entire body. Among them, one is even just at the 1,000-year level. Baiyu, not everyone is like you, getting an external spirit bone just from killing a single spirit beast. Chapter 19. Absorbing the Gold of Life. Feng Qingluan possessed a 1,000-year spirit bone. It was a 4,000-year-old torso bone he had luckily obtained when he acquired his 4th spirit ring. Back then, Feng Qingluan was merely a genius from a small clan. At most, he harbored the extravagant hope of becoming a titled Douluo. How could he have dared to imagine achieving what he has today? Consequently, when he obtained that spirit bone, he had absorbed it without the slightest hesitation. Feng Qingluan had once enjoyed quite a bit of prestige thanks to that 4,000-year torso bone, but as times changed, that spirit bone had become his source of helplessness. The spirit bone was good, and its spirit ability wasn't bad either. However, its age was too low. By the time he reached the spirit Douluo level, it had already become useless. Feng Qingluan had mentioned this to emphasize that spirit bones are hard to come by, but in Feng Baiyu's ears, it sounded like his grandfather's dissatisfaction with his 1,000-year spirit bone. Grandfather, don't you worry, Feng Baiyu vowed solemnly. Maybe in the future, I'll find a way to help you increase the age of your spirit bone. Hee. Hearing his grandson's words, Feng Qingluan knew he had been misunderstood. However, he didn't mind and simply said with a smile, then your grandfather will be waiting. Grandfather, have you figured out what that black lump is? Feng Baiyu hadn't forgotten the mysterious object. He spoke up, that is the item I truly took from the Spirit Hall treasury. Even I can't see through its true nature, I only know its quality is extremely high. I haven't figured it out either, Feng Qingluan replied to Feng Baiyu's inquiry. He suggested, how about I go and ask the high priest? Not for now. Hearing his grandfather's words, Feng Baiyu eventually shook his head. He said, it's unclear whether this thing is good or bad, so let's just keep it for now. Once my strength increases and my fire phoenix true eyes grow more powerful, I might be able to see through it, Feng Baiyu said as he put the black lump into his storage spirit tool. At the same time, Feng Baiyu took out an emerald green hairpin. Grandfather, this is the treasure I found today at the treasures pavilion. Feng Baiyu said with a smile. Without exaggeration, its value is no less than that of a spirit bone. The hairpin itself wasn't much. What was truly precious was the material it was made of. The gold of life. The gold of life was the solid form of life force. 10,000 years later, the gold of life would become one of Huogua's major cheats. It could improve a spirit master's physique, spirit power, and mental force, and might even unlock the special ability of the Eye of Life. After merging with the gold of life, as long as the brain remained undamaged, even severe physical injuries could be automatically repaired, achieving a recovery ability akin to immortality. Feng Baiyu had never expected that he would be lucky enough to encounter the gold of life today. It was no exaggeration to say that its value was completely on par with 100,000-year spirit bone or an immortal herb. Now that he had obtained this item, Feng Baiyu naturally wanted to absorb it as soon as possible. Is this also something you saw in a book? Feng Qingluan sighed after hearing his grandson's words. Comparing myself to you, I really feel like I've lived my life in vain. First the immortal herb, then the whale glue, and now he's brought out the gold of life. This grandson of his is truly a bit heaven-defying. If this were someone else's child, he would be dying of envy. But since it was his own grandson, he had no thoughts other than pure joy. Stealing his grandson's treasure, Feng Qingluan was incapable of such a thing. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan looked at Feng Baiyu and asked, since this gold of life is so powerful, it's best to absorb it as soon as possible. Feng Qingluan had already prepared himself to see how he could assist his grandson during the absorption. Grandfather, you just need to protect me. Feng Baiyu took the hairpin, placed it against his forehead, and then slowly pressed it in. Feng Baiyu felt an unbearable headache, but he had no intention of giving up. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan hadn't expected his grandson to self-harm. Just as he was about to intervene, he was stopped by his grandson. I can do it. Feng Baiyu's movements didn't stop. After the initial piercing pain, a surging life force began to pour into his body. The hairpin began to soften on Feng Baiyu's forehead, gradually turning into a green liquid that flowed into his body. Nonsense. In the god realm, the phoenix god felt her chosen successor begin to absorb the gold of life. She marveled at his luck in finding the gold of life, while simultaneously cursing his reckless behavior. For something so dangerous, he thought a mere rank 97 titled Douluo's protection was enough. But despite her scolding, the phoenix god still had to protect her successor. The phoenix god's hands moved through a series of hand seals, helping Feng Baiyu stabilize his mind and body while assisting him in slowly absorbing the gold of life. It's a good thing I was watching, otherwise my successor would surely have died. The phoenix god watched with lingering fear as Feng Baiyu's absorption got on the right track. However, as she sensed Feng Baiyu's condition once more, her brows furrowed slightly. She had a bad premonition. On the Douluo continent, Feng Baiyu was immersed in absorbing the gold of life. He naturally knew that having only his grandfather present would make it difficult to protect him while absorbing the gold of life, so he had pressed the hairpin directly against his glabella, right onto the mark left by the phoenix god. He didn't believe for a second that the phoenix god wasn't watching him at all. As long as the phoenix god noticed, she would naturally help complete the subsequent process. Ever since he obtained the phoenix god trial, learned of the rewards, gained spirit abilities, and acquired his first spirit bone, Feng Baiyu was already certain of one thing. That old geezer wants to retire. Trials were trials, but the old phoenix geezer would absolutely not let their successor die. The angel god's trial went easy on Qian Runshui, the sea god's trial practically handed everything to Tang San, and the asura god's trial was practically force-feeding him. Feng Baiyu had long known that once a divinity set its sights on you, the god position was basically guaranteed. Well, except for Ma Hongjun. Feng Baiyu didn't know how he had managed to be the exception. Various examples showed that for a dangerous move like the one he just made, the phoenix god would inevitably provide assistance. Sure enough, Feng Baiyu had gambled correctly. Feeling the gold of life merge into his body, Feng Baiyu could directly perceive the changes within himself. Time ticked away, and it took Feng Baiyu a full 2.5 days to completely absorb that piece of gold of life. Immediately after the absorption was finished, Feng Baiyu felt his transformation. First was his mental force. Feng Baiyu felt that his mental force, which was originally only slightly stronger than an ordinary spirit grandmaster's, had multiplied by an unknown number of times. Next was his physical constitution, which had increased by at least 3 times. Then there was his spirit power. Feng Baiyu's spirit power hadn't increased much, only by a negligible single rank. However, he could clearly feel that his cultivation speed had been immensely improved. Feng Baiyu's innate spirit power was only rank 2.5. Previously, he had relied on his grandfather's lavish resources at any cost to achieve a cultivation speed no slower than a genius. But from now on, Feng Baiyu himself possessed a cultivation speed no slower than those with innate full spirit power. Increased mental force, improved physical constitution, and enhanced cultivation speed. These three benefits alone were enough to lower the difficulty of Feng Baiyu's upcoming Phoenix God trial from Hell mode to easy mode. Not to mention the terrifying recovery ability of the Gold of Life. From now on, Feng Baiyu was essentially carrying a personal healer with him, constantly casting heals on him. Chapter 20. Evolving Cultivation Talent. Grandpa, I'm fine, better than ever. After Feng Baiyu absorbed the Gold of Life, he told his grandfather, who was waiting by his side, everything about his changes. Of course, he didn't mention the part where he gambled on the Phoenix God coming to his rescue. After learning about his grandson's situation, Feng Qingluan couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous nature of the Gold of Life. This thing was indeed even more useful than a 100,000-year spirit bone. However, such a thing was once in a lifetime. He wasn't confident he would ever encounter another piece. Baiyu, you must never speak of such a treasure, Feng Qingluan said with a serious expression. Even if it's not a divinity, its temptation to a titled Douluo is only greater. You can't steal a divinity, at most, you can only destroy it. But whether this Gold of Life could be snatched away was an unknown. Feng Baiyu naturally understood this. He nodded and said, Grandpa, I'm going to focus on my cultivation now. I won't leave the Feng mansion a single step until I obtain my second spirit ring. Good, Feng Qingluan nodded and said, let me check your condition. It's also time for me to get the spirit beast you need for your second spirit ring. As Feng Qingluan spoke, he checked Feng Baiyu's body. His grandson's physical fitness had improved significantly, and the age limit of the spirit ring he could withstand had increased again. However, a threefold increase in physical fitness didn't mean a threefold increase in the age of the spirit ring he could absorb. After all, spirit beasts had several stages of qualitative change, and the corresponding physical fitness requirement was multiplicative, not additive. Feng Qingluan felt his grandson's physical strength and said, once your spirit power reaches level 20 and you finish all this whale glue, you'll be fully capable of withstanding an 8,000-year spirit ring. Feng Baiyu's spirit power was clearly only at level 16, yet his physical strength was already comparable to a spirit elder. If he finished all this whale glue, wouldn't he reach the level of a spirit ancestor or even a spirit king? After saying this, Feng Qingluan was also startled by his own words. He murmured, is this what it means to have the potential for godhood? If he got another spirit bone, could his grandson's second spirit ring reach the 10,000-year level? Feng Qingluan looked at the spirit bone he had prepared but ultimately gave up on the idea. This thing was good, but it wasn't good enough for his precious grandson. After the grandfather and grandson finished their talk, Feng Qingluan ordered the servants to bring food. Feng Baiyu hadn't eaten for 2.5 days, but his body didn't feel hungry. However, seeing the table full of his favorite foods, he still began to eat unhurriedly. Mealtimes were rare moments of warmth between him and his grandfather. At other times, even when they sat and chatted, it was always about cultivation. After eating and drinking his fill, Feng Baiyu went back to cultivate. After his body was strengthened by the Gold of Life, Feng Baiyu finally enjoyed the cultivation speed of a genius. Feng Baiyu meditated for an hour and then compared it with his previous results. The growth of spirit power alone is 3 times faster than before, but with the help of medicine, the cultivation speed is a bit more than double. After feeling the changes, Feng Baiyu had a good idea of his progress. The increase in cultivation speed was multiplicative, but the things he used to assist his cultivation were additive. Feng Baiyu's cultivation talent was 2.5, which increased to 10 with medicine. But now, his natural cultivation speed alone was already 10, and with medicine, it directly reached 20. The Gold of Life was truly terrifying. Feng Baiyu's subsequent cultivation once again entered a phase of rapid development. 2 days later, Feng Baiyu began using whale glue to help improve his physical fitness. Feng Baiyu took some from his previous stock and tried it, only to find that the 1,000-year whale glue now had a negligible effect on him. As expected, Feng Baiyu put away the 1,000-year whale glue. The effect of whale glue was diminishing. At this stage, whale glue just over 1,000 years old was no longer of much use to him. Feng Baiyu's physical fitness had reached a very high level. Mere 1,000-year whale glue would be lucky to increase his spirit ring absorption limit by 3 to 5 years. Feng Baiyu put away the 1,000-year whale glue and turned his attention to the 5,000-year whale glue. But when Feng Baiyu ate the 5,000-year whale glue, he found its effect was also just mediocre. The effects of the gold of life and whale glue couldn't be perfectly stacked, but after the gold of life boosted Feng Baiyu, his efficiency in absorbing whale glue had also improved significantly. In less than a week, he would be able to finish all the whale glue over 5,000 years old. As for the 10,000-year whale glue, it would probably be exhausted soon as well. Forget it, this will do. Feng Baiyu thought for a moment and felt that this whale glue was enough. Naturally, there were still many 10,000-year or even 100,000-year whale glues in the ocean, but their effects were becoming weaker for Feng Baiyu. Unless he got whale glue from the million-year deep-sea demon whale king, an extra millennium or two wouldn't mean much to him. Even if Feng Baiyu could still improve slightly, where would he find or raise a pure-blooded phoenix with such a perfectly matching age? For Feng Baiyu, the species of the spirit ring he absorbed was more important than its age. He could use feeding methods to increase a spirit beast's age slightly, but this could only add a few hundred or 1,000 years at most. Any more than that, and a phoenix wouldn't let you raise it slowly. Humans and spirit beasts were irreconcilable enemies. You might give it something beneficial to its cultivation once, and it might eat it. But if you tried to feed it a second time and it couldn't fight back, it would just commit suicide. A proud spirit beast like a phoenix wouldn't compromise unless there were exceptional circumstances. As for developing feelings for a human, forget it. Feng Qingluan observed Feng Baiyu's cultivation and naturally understood that his grandson's cultivation speed would be very fast from now on. It was originally estimated that it would take Feng Baiyu over a year to reach level 20, but now it seemed he could achieve it in half a year. Because of this, Feng Qingluan needed to hurry and find the second spirit ring for his grandson. Perhaps I can mobilize my old brothers. Feng Qingluan thought for a moment and felt that instead of searching for the spirit ring alone, it would be better to mobilize his brothers in the spirit hall. He happened to have a 20,000-year spirit bone in his hand. He could just issue a bounty. Whoever could capture a phoenix, he would trade it directly. The more Feng Qingluan thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. This was the only way to get his grandson's spirit ring as quickly as possible. After making his plans, Feng Qingluan walked straight out. He said to the butler, "Shui Duanliu, release a message for me. Anyone who captures a pure-blooded phoenix alive and brings it here, this old man is willing to trade a spirit bone of an age no less than that phoenix's." Hearing such a generous promise from the family head, Shui Duanliu couldn't help but say, "Master, isn't this too generous? Trading a spirit beast for a spirit bone of equivalent age, there would probably be many people in the world willing to do that. Even if it was a phoenix. Just go." Feng Qingluan looked at Shui Duanliu and said with a smile, "Butler Shui, I only care about the result, not the process. If you're confident you won't delay the young master's spirit ring absorption, you can even just mobilize your own family to catch it." Chapter 21. Mobilizing everyone. Shui Duanliu's family was the Shui family of Heaven Water City. The current city lord of Heaven Water City, Shui Zhongliu, was Shui Duanliu's cousin. Shui Duanliu had a very good relationship with his cousin, but he hadn't wanted to be the young city lord back then, so he found an excuse to slip away. For many years, he had been out training and cultivating, and it wasn't until the death of brother Feng, who had saved his life, that he came here to repay the favor. Shui Duanliu still had feelings for the Shui family, so he naturally knew the importance of a spirit bone to the family. However, considering the family's strength, even if they could catch a phoenix, they would likely miss the young clan master's cultivation time. Shui Duanliu just calculated for a moment before saying, "To catch a phoenix for the young clan master, the more people, the better." "Clan master, rest assured." Shui Duanliu patted his chest and guaranteed, "This message will spread throughout Spirit City today, and reach Star Luo and Heaven Do within 3 days." Seeing Shui Duanliu's proper attitude, Feng Qingluan said, "Go make the arrangements. If your Shui family can catch a phoenix, you can bring it at any time. The spirit bone will not be missing. Many thanks, Clan Master." Shui Duanliu bowed deeply and turned to walk out. Having accepted the Clan Master's task, he needed to complete it as soon as possible. After Feng Qingluan arranged the tasks for his subordinates, he prepared to go watch his grandson cultivate. But before he even arrived, he suddenly received a message from his elder brother. "Another meeting," Feng Qingluan muttered, turning and heading towards the elder hall. It was fine before, but now Feng Qingluan felt that meetings were truly boring. In just 2 days, the news that the Spirit Hall Third Elder was willing to trade a spirit bone for a phoenix had spread throughout Spirit City and the 2 great empires. After receiving this news, countless powerhouses went crazy. A spirit bone. Even a titled Douluo might not necessarily possess a spirit bone, yet now they could use a phoenix to go to Spirit City and trade with the Third Elder. Regardless of their strength, at this moment, countless people were thinking of trying their luck. As for needing to trade with a phoenix spirit beast, so what? Not to mention a phoenix, even a true dragon might not necessarily drop a spirit bone. Those who made a living by hunting began to explore, and those powerhouses who wanted to use a spirit bone to improve themselves or their descendants did the same. Even the lower 4 sects, the 4 element academies, and hermit experts began to set out. Although some doubted the authenticity of the matter, at this time, Spirit City's reputation was still worth guaranteeing. After all, no one dared to cause trouble under the name of the Spirit Hall Third Elder, so many people were willing to give it a try. Spirit Hall. Trading a spirit bone for a phoenix, what a grand gesture. Bibi Dong listened to the news from the outside and sneered, "This Third Elder is truly doting enough on his grandson." Listening to the news outside, Bibi Dong understood that this was the Third Elder finding a spirit ring for his grandson. She did not comment on the Third Elder's actions, but simply thought of another possessor of an external spirit. If someone had thought of shouting like this back then, he might not have stopped at level 29. Bibi Dong thought of Yu shouting, and the hatred in her heart for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan deepened a few more points. Detestable Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with hatred. "One day, I will kill you all." Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo watched Bibi Dong's reaction, their faces showing no change at all. They were long used to such intermittent fits of madness from Her Holiness the Pope. At this moment, the two simply exchanged looks, and Ghost Douluo knew what Chrysanthemum Douluo was thinking by looking at his eyes. A spirit bone, how he wanted one. A dignified level 95 titled Douluo, having done dirty and tiring work for Spirit Hall for so many years, yet not even having a single spirit bone. 7 Treasure City, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone. Ning Fengji, who was holding his daughter, looked at the 2 great elders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and asked, "What do you think about this matter? I heard the Spirit Hall Third Elder's grandson had his spirit awakened last year." Bone Douluo said without hesitation, "It's been so long and no one has leaked what his spirit is or what his innate spirit power level is, yet now he is searching the whole world for a phoenix. Tisk tisk tilde. Either he is too much of a genius and looks down on other spirit rings besides a phoenix," Bone Douluo chuckled, "or he is too much of a piece of trash and needs the power of a phoenix to purify and evolve his spirit." Nonsense. Sword Douluo listened to Ji Yu Rong's words and gave him a brief evaluation. "Bitch," Bone Douluo retorted, saying, "Why don't you talk about your own opinion?" "Boring," Sword Douluo said indifferently, "the Third Elder values this grandson so much, this child will become his weakness." "So what if it's a weakness?" Bone Douluo curled his lips. "Do you think there are many people in the world who dare to use this child to threaten the Spirit Hall Third Elder?" As he spoke, he lowered his head to look at Ning Rongrong in Ning Fengji's arms and said, "Just like Rongrong, if someone dared to hurt her, would they really not be afraid of being chopped into mincemeat?" "All right, Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword." Ning Fengji looked at the two and asked, "How do you think we should respond?" Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo said in unison, "Wait and see." They didn't need to clash with Spirit Hall, nor did they need to curry favor with them. Since that was the case, they might as well act as if they didn't know. Blue Lightning Academy. A spirit bone. After learning the news, a flash of light crossed Luerlong's eyes. If Xiaogang possessed a spirit bone, he might be able to break through to level 30. If I personally delivered a spirit bone to him, he would be very happy, right? Upon hearing about the spirit bone, Luerlong immediately thought of Yu Xiaogang. Without any consideration, she headed straight towards the Sunset Forest. Dugu Clan. A spirit bone. Dugu Bo shook his head helplessly. If it were before, this old man might have gotten involved. But now is the critical time for breaking through to level 90, so forget it. Shenfeng Academy. A spirit bone. After hearing the news, Feng Xiaodian said with an excited face, "Dad, I want a spirit bone." "Be good, son, we can't afford it." Feng Xiaodian's father, Feng Qing, said helplessly, "A spirit beast like a phoenix is something you can encounter but not seek. Where are we supposed to find one?" Although they both had the surname Feng, they had absolutely no relation to the Spirit Hall Third Elder. They were the kind of relatives who couldn't even be connected 10 generations up. "No, Dad, I want it." Feng Xiaodian pleaded, "If I give Huowu a spirit bone, she will definitely be my girlfriend." Feng Qing. "This son is no longer worth keeping. If it weren't for the fact that you brat have innate full spirit power, I would definitely throw you out." Blazing Academy. As the young clan master still seeking a phoenix, Yan, who had been heavily cultivated since joining the academy, heard this news, his eyes dimming slightly. "I am truly useless, unable to solve problems for the young clan master." Yan. Huowu looked at Yan and asked, "Are you also thinking about the phoenix matter?" "My dad said that such things have both opportunities and risks, and they intend to try. If we can really get a spirit bone, our Blazing Academy will be able to reach a higher level." "It's useless, the gap is too large." Yan shook his head and said, "Classmate Huowu, please stay away from me, I am going to start cultivating." Huowu. Heaven Water City. A phoenix. Shui Binger, who was preparing for awakening, looked curiously at her father. "Dad, is a phoenix a very powerful spirit beast?" "Yes, very powerful." Shui Zhongliu rubbed his daughter's head and said, "Among flying-type beast spirits, the phoenix is considered the most powerful existence." "Really?" Shui Binger cheered. "Dad, I want to awaken a phoenix spirit." "All right, awaken a phoenix spirit." Shui Zhongliu said. "Binger, stand inside the hexagram array." Shui Binger obediently walked in, letting her father complete the awakening ceremony for her. Soon, Shui Binger's awakening ceremony was complete. Shui Binger, Spirit, Ice Phoenix. Innate Spirit Power. Level 9. This. Shui Zhongliu stared at his daughter's spirit, dumbfounded. This is also possible. House. Chapter 22. The Moronic Xiaohaitzi. 2.5 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Feng Baiyu truly felt the benefits brought by the open black lens bracket gold of life close black lens bracket. Over these 2 months, he once again enjoyed the thrill of leveling up. 1 year and 1 month after awakening, Feng Baiyu was already an 18th level spirit master. Except for the Seraphim with its innate level 20, no one could say this speed was slow. Only 2 levels left, but more than half of my god's trial remains. Feng Baiyu looked at the progress of his god's trial. Although it would be difficult to finish it within half the allotted time, finishing as early as possible was still feasible. Cluck tilde. While Feng Baiyu was cultivating, Xiaohaitzi started bullying the surrounding animals or young spirit beasts again. Xiaohaitzi. Feng Baiyu reminded him, "Play all you want, but don't destroy the flowers and plants I've grown." These flowers and plants were sent by the treasure's pavilion, but they were just ordinary varieties, they had no effect other than looking nice. However, Feng Baiyu didn't mind. After paying for them, he had them all transplanted into the courtyard. It didn't matter if these plants had no effect, but he couldn't discourage their enthusiasm. Who knows, maybe by some stroke of luck, they might stumble upon something good. Not to mention an immortal herb, even getting a single spiritual medicine would be good. Hearing Feng Baiyu's words, Xiaohaitzi became more cautious while playing. Xiao Haitzi was Feng Baiyu's external spirit, and it possessed impressive combat power on its own. Feng Baiyu had tested it before. In terms of attack and defense, Xiao Haitzi was already no worse than a slightly weaker thousand-year spirit beast. However, Xiao Haitzi was just a stat monster with terrible control. It didn't know how to apply its power at all. Every time it bullied a spirit beast, it only displayed the instinctive fighting style of a chicken. Scratching with its claws and pecking with its beak. In an actual battle, it would only be stronger than some 10-year spirit beasts. It's still a matter of intelligence, Feng Baiyu whispered as he watched Xiao Haitzi fight. I just don't know when Xiao Haitzi will be able to display the combat power it's supposed to have. Cluck tilde cluck tilde cluck tilde tilde, Xiao Haitzi called out to Feng Baiyu and flew in front of him, flapping its wings. Its shiny black feathers rubbed against Feng Baiyu, as if showing friendliness. Feng Baiyu stroked Xiao Haitzi's feathers. He felt that petting Xiao Haitzi was more interesting than petting a cat. Here, eat up. Feng Baiyu handed an apple-like object to Xiao Haitzi. This was a fruit produced by a 100-year plant-type spirit beast, and it was one of the foods Feng Baiyu had found Xiao Haitzi liked most. After all, it was an external spirit. If he didn't feed it well, Feng Baiyu worried it would go off to catch bugs to eat. Xiao Haitzi ate happily and finished the fruit in no time. Once full, it flapped its wings again and went off to play below. You've had your fill, but I'm getting a bit hungry. Feng Baiyu patted his stomach and shouted outside, Butler Shui, let's go out to eat. All right, young master, Shui Duanliu quickly replied, having no intention of refusing Feng Baiyu's request. Feng Baiyu left the Feng Manor with Shui Duanliu, but they didn't go to any restaurant in Spirit City. The chefs in those restaurants weren't bad, but compared to the Spirit King with a walk spirit whom the Feng family had specially recruited last year, their culinary skills were still a step behind. Feng Baiyu was tired of the food at home, so he naturally wouldn't go to those hotels to eat such mundane fare. What he wanted more was to eat something with more atmosphere. Like a child out for some fresh air, he would grab a bit of whatever non-nutritious or unhealthy junk food he saw. Shui Duanliu waited on the side, and as he watched the young patriarch's actions, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. This is how a child should be. The young patriarch usually spends all his time in bitter cultivation. He's probably forgotten he's just a 7-year-old child. Shui Duanliu had essentially watched Feng Baiyu grow up. Childless his entire life, he had long since treated Feng Baiyu like his own son. While Feng Baiyu's progress in cultivation made him happy, seeing him carefree and possessing the temperament of a youth made him even happier. If he could become my nephew-in-law, Shui Duanliu felt a sense of anticipation. The family had sent word before that his niece, Shui Binger, had awakened the Ice Phoenix spirit and had an innate spirit power as high as level 9. Although she couldn't compare to a monster like the young patriarch, she was likely the most outstanding girl of the younger generation. Shui Duanliu felt that, given his niece's circumstances, she should be able to catch the young patriarch's eye. While Shui Duanliu was daydreaming, Feng Baiyu arrived at the Tonghulu shop once again. Since Feng Baiyu found out there was a good Tonghulu shop here, he had visited 4 or 5 times. Not only did he come himself, but he would also occasionally have servants come and bring some back for him. 2 sticks of Tonghulu, please, Feng Baiyu said, handing over the money. Certainly, young Master Feng. The shopkeeper smiled as she took the money, quickly making 2 delicious sticks of Tonghulu and handing them over. Feng Baiyu was a regular customer, so she knew exactly what he wanted. Feng Baiyu took the Tonghulu and walked out without stopping for a moment. Butler Shui, Feng Baiyu asked, I haven't heard much about what's going on outside while I've been cultivating. Has anything major happened recently? As the butler of the Feng Manor, Shui Duanliu was naturally well aware of the outside world, especially the things Feng Baiyu was interested in. Hearing Feng Baiyu's question, he quickly said, Young Patriarch, besides the major event of countless people teaming up to hunt a phoenix, there's also the appearance of several geniuses with 1,000-year second spirit rings. 3 of them are the descendants of Light Feather Douluo, Lion Douluo, and 1,000-weight Douluo, respectively. The other is a student from the Spirit City Academy named Huliena, Shui Duanliu said nonchalantly. They all have second spirit rings that are just over 1,000 years old, but even so, it's enough for them to show off. There are actually 4. Feng Baiyu didn't think it was few, he thought it was a lot. For the outstanding descendants of the Elder Hall's elders, obtaining a second spirit ring usually happened around the age of 10. He hadn't expected that among the several offerings of Spirit Hall, there would actually be 3 of the right age. Feng Baiyu wasn't surprised by Hu Lian's 1,000-year second spirit ring. Bibi Dong's trade with him had been for this disciple. As for Xie Yu, one could only say he obtained his second spirit ring too early and wasn't able to enjoy this benefit. Listening to Feng Baiyu, Shui Duanliu continued talking about the situation in Spirit City. If there were only 1,000-year second spirit ring, others might think it was luck. But with 4 appearing, it meant the method for obtaining a 1,000-year second spirit ring had been mastered. Recently, not only had those affiliated with Spirit Hall begun searching for the method, but even the well-informed 2 great empires and many sects and noble families had started seeking it as well. Unfortunately, no one knew how it was done. Even though some went with large sums of money to ask those 4 people and the powers behind them, no one spoke. Even though some had found a few clues and learned that it might be related to whale glue, they were still in the dark about how to use whale glue to strengthen the body. 23 Chapter 23 Loyalty. This secret can be kept for at most 1 year. By then, those major powers should be able to figure out a clue or 2. Feng Baiyu listened to Shui Duanliu's words and said, "Butler Shui, your clan wants to know as well, right? I dare not hide it from you, young master." Shui Duanliu replied, "My cousin once asked about it tactfully, but I brushed him off." Shui Duanliu knew the method and secret to strengthening the physique, but as the butler of the Feng Manor, he could not leak the secrets of his master's family. Otherwise, that would be a catastrophe for the entire Feng family. As expected of Butler Shui, you are always reliable in your work. Feng Baiyu praised him and said, "The secret cannot be leaked, but if there are any exceptionally talented individuals in your clan, you may let them consume a little." Butler Shui had worked hard and achieved much, so Feng Baiyu was naturally willing to reward him and his descendants. Shui Duanliu had been diligent all these years, and although Feng Baiyu called him Butler Shui, on the surface, he truly regarded him as family. Compared to those uncles and aunts in the family, Shui Duanliu's status was much higher. Just for this alone, Feng Baiyu was willing to support Shui Duanliu's descendants. However, the prerequisite for this was still loyalty. Feng Baiyu trusted Shui Duanliu, but that did not mean he trusted his family members. Everything would have to be observed first to be certain. After strolling through the streets, Feng Baiyu went to the Treasures Pavilion again. Feng Baiyu visited the Treasures Pavilion every time he went out, but unfortunately, while the items there were good, they rarely caught his eye. Like today, for example, Feng Baiyu discovered a spirit bone from a blue-silver grass that was just over 1,000 years old. As for the effect after being injured, it increased healing speed by 3%. And to think it was a torso bone, it was simply the fighter jet of trash. It is my fault for failing to satisfy young Master Feng. Wang Cheng felt ashamed as he watched Feng Baiyu leave without buying anything. He said, 10 days from now, the Heaven Do Empire will hold an auction. If young Master Feng has any needs, I am willing to go to the auction and buy everything back for you. Oh, is that so? Feng Baiyu listened to Wang Cheng's words and nodded slightly. In that case, I will trouble you. If there is anything I like, the Feng family will naturally purchase it. Thank you, young Master Feng. Upon hearing Feng Baiyu's words, Wang Cheng knew this was an opportunity. With his wealth, it was difficult to buy everything at an auction, especially since the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, that filthy rich organization, would be there. But, if he were to buy some things young Master Feng needed, or intercept auction items in advance. Wang Cheng thought to himself that in addition to bringing all his assets, he also planned to bring the 5 most precious items in the shop. These items did not catch young Master Feng's eye, but they were treasures to others. Especially the soft bones rabbit and blue-silver grass spirit bones, they would be fine even as the finale auction items. If he swapped the items out in advance, wouldn't he be fulfilling young Master Feng's expectations? This Wang Cheng is certainly a sensible person. Feng Baiyu said, Could his son be one of those who obtained a 1,000-year spirit ring as their second spirit ring? Yes, young master, Butler Shui replied. Wang Cheng's youngest son only had innate spirit power of level 6, and it would have been good enough if he could break through to Spirit Saint in his lifetime. However, he used the power of whale glue to obtain a 1,000-year second spirit ring. In the future, if he strives hard, it is not impossible for him to step into the realm of Spirit Douluo. A 1,000-year second spirit ring was not enough to make up for the innate gap, but the other party could keep using whale glue to strengthen their body. With a 1,000-year second spirit ring, his third spirit ring could be over 2,500 years, and an 8,000-year fourth spirit ring was not impossible. With such advantages stacking up, the other party's cultivation efficiency could be comparable to someone with innate level 7 or even 8 spirit power. Saying there was hope for becoming a spirit Douluo was not an exaggeration at all. It could be said that Feng Baiyu had changed the fate of Wang Cheng's son. Furthermore, since Feng Baiyu was the only direct descendant of the Feng family, it was normal for the other party to want to curry favor with him. Let's see what kind of surprise Wang Cheng can bring me. Feng Baiyu had a good impression of someone as perceptive as Wang Cheng. Just for the fact that the other party allowed him to pick up the open black lens bracket gold of life close black lens bracket, Feng Baiyu secretly owed him a big favor. If there was a suitable opportunity, he really wanted to thank the other party properly. After finishing the last stop, Feng Baiyu had also finished the snacks he had just bought. Seeing that it was getting late, he said directly, Butler Shui, let's go home. Upon returning home, Feng Baiyu continued his frantic cultivation. Although cultivation was boring, the pleasure of being able to feel himself gradually becoming stronger was something he was obsessed with. He was only 7 years old now, what else could he do besides cultivate? Continuing to play music and dance was not something a child like him, who hadn't even fully grown his hair, should be doing. And just while Feng Baiyu was cultivating, Wang Cheng had already set off for Heavendo City. By the time he arrived in Heavendo City, the auction was still 1 day away. However, just by looking at the many powerful figures arriving in the city, Wang Cheng knew that the scale of this auction was not small. It is fortunate that I have 2 super Douluo backing me, and I myself have the cultivation of a spirit saint. If I were any weaker, I would truly not dare to compete with these powerful figures. Wang Cheng thought to himself as he led his subordinates into the auction house. After a series of announcements, Wang Cheng quickly found the organizers of the auction. This auction was jointly organized by the Heavendo Imperial family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Moon Pavilion. To describe it as having deep backing was not an exaggeration at all. However, Wang Cheng did not care. He was not here to rob, but to trade items. This must be Supervisor Wang Cheng of the Treasures Pavilion, right? I apologize for failing to welcome you properly. Soon, an old man in his 70s came to Wang Cheng and bowed to him very politely. The old man's name was Su Wenku, and he was the person arranged by the Heavendo Imperial family to be in charge of making money outside. Although he had never met Wang Cheng of the Treasures Pavilion, he understood that he and the other party were the same kind of person. Making money for those above was nothing shameful. Brother Su, Wang Cheng returned the salute and said, to be blunt, I have come here this time to make a trade with you. This, Su Wenku gave a bitter smile and said, Brother Wang, if what you want to trade are the auction items, then let's not talk about it. These past few days, quite a few people had already approached him to intercept the auction items in advance, and they had all offered extremely generous prices. However, he had turned them all away. Because there was a spirit bone among the auction items this time, and even if it was only a 2,000-year spirit bone, it still made people flock to it. Brother Su, I am not here to force a buy or sell, but to make a fair exchange with you. On his way here, Wang Cheng had already heard that the auction items this time were extraordinary, and the main gimmick was a spirit bone. As it happened, he had brought 2 this time. Without waiting for Su Wenku to refute him, Wang Cheng directly took out his 5 treasures. He opened the first box and introduced, this item is a soft armor made by the god of craftsmen, Lu Gao, and it can defend against a full force attack from a spirit ancestor. Just upon hearing about the first item, Su Wenku's eyebrows twitched. This Wang Cheng's sincerity was a bit high. Immediately after, Wang Cheng began to introduce the other items. This is the Heavenly Star Crown, the crown of the Heavenly Star Kingdom that was destroyed 1,000 years ago. This is the skull of an 80,000-year spirit beast, the Vajra baboon, not a spirit bone, and it is exceptionally hard. And these two, Wang Cheng said with a serious face, they are 2 spirit bones. Chapter 24 Wang Long. I want to become a titled Douluo so badly. 10 days later, just as Feng Baiyu was cultivating, Shui Duanliu walked in from outside. He spoke. Young master, Wang Cheng is here. Oh. Feng Baiyu listened to Shui Duanliu's words and said with a smile, it seems he has found some good things from the Heaven Do auction house. This Wang Cheng was clearly the purse for the Qianjun and Zhongmo family, but unexpectedly, he was now running around for him. Feng Baiyu had already made up his mind. No matter what Wang Cheng brought, he had to keep one item today. Additionally, he had to provide appropriate gratitude, not just thanking Wang Cheng, but also thanking the 2 titled experts, Qianjun and Zhongmo. Even if those 2 experts didn't care about such trivial matters, Feng Baiyu could not let those 2 seniors be dissatisfied with Wang Cheng. Before long, Wang Cheng walked in. Beside him, he also brought a teenager in his teens. The teenager looked honest and simple, and his brows were somewhat similar to Wang Cheng's. By the looks of it, it should be his son. After Wang Cheng saw Feng Baiyu, he hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Wang Cheng pays respects to young Master Feng. Today I brought my young son, Wang Long, to disturb you, and I hope you can forgive me. It's fine. Feng Baiyu nodded slightly, looked at the teenager beside him, and said, your name is Wang Long. Wang Long hurriedly saluted. This humble one is Wang Long, paying respects to young Master Feng. Before coming, Wang Long had already listened to his father's repeated instructions that the person he was meeting today would change his life. Although his intelligence was not high, he understood that it was the young master in front of him who allowed him to possess 1,000-year second spirit ring. At 10 years old, possessing 22 levels of spirit power, that's not bad. Feng Baiyu saw through the other party's information at a glance, but still asked patiently. What are your 2 spirit abilities? Upon hearing this, Wang Long directly summoned his spirit, the coiling dragon rod. Beneath his feet appeared 1 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring. He cupped his fists and said, young Master Feng, my first spirit ability is open black lens bracket dragon pattern impact close black lens bracket, increasing my attack power by 200% within 3 minutes. 200%. Feng Baiyu had no reaction, but the butler Shui beside him couldn't help but click his tongue. This effect was a bit terrifying. Beast spirits often had amplifications, but among tool spirits, having a 50% amplification was already amazing. Most were attack-type skills. For example, his own spirit abilities had decent attack power, but none had such a high amplification. That's not bad. Feng Baiyu listened to the other party's first spirit ability having such an amplification, and just nodded slightly. He said, with this spirit ability, as long as you don't choose the wrong spirit beast later, you can become a small expert in the future. Many thanks for the praise, young Master Feng. Wang Long was a bit embarrassed, and continued, my second spirit ability is 1,000-year spirit ring. It grants me an auxiliary type spirit ability called open black lens bracket coiling dragon combo close black lens bracket. Each strike consumes 1% of my spirit power, but as long as the attack interval does not exceed 1 second, the attack power will become greater and greater. That's a bit like the Clear Sky Sect's open black lens bracket disorder splitting wind hammer method close black lens bracket. Feng Baiyu had already seen through the situation of the 2 spirit abilities, and he said with a smile, if you can get your hands on the Clear Sky Sect's ultimate technique, you could be invincible among your peers with just these 2 spirit abilities. Feng Baiyu spoke easily, but Wang Long was like a child hearing praise from an adult, a smile appearing on his face. Wang Cheng pulled his son, signaling him not to be rude. Then he said to Feng Baiyu, young Master Feng, I bought a few small gadgets in Heaven Do. Few days ago, I asked you to appreciate them. As he spoke, Wang Cheng took out a few things from his spirit tool. Wang Cheng had gone to Heaven Do City with 5 treasures, and finally added some gold coins to exchange for 13 items there. Among them, There were 6 items he wasn't sure about, unsure if young Master Feng would like them. As for the rest, he directly exchanged for the 7 most precious items. Young Master Feng, this is a right arm spirit bone produced by a 2000-year blue ring octopus spirit beast. These are 3 rare herbs obtained from the Heaven Do Empire auction. These are 3 strange metals purchased from. This is. Wang Cheng took out all 13 items, showing them to Feng Baiyu as if presenting treasures. Feng Baiyu used his open black lens bracket Fire Phoenix True Eye close black lens bracket to look through the 13 items one by one, and finally his gaze fell on Wang Cheng. This Wang Cheng is capable. He brought back 2 good things in one trip to the auction house. He had previously thought about rewarding the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to give him another big surprise. He kind of wanted to poach him. However, soon, Feng Baiyu extinguished this thought. Wang Cheng was the biological son of titled Douluo Qianjun, with 8 older brothers and sisters above him and 6 younger brothers and sisters below. Although he couldn't compare to an only child like Feng Baiyu, he wasn't someone he could poach casually. It was enough to be on good terms. Uncle Wang, you really gave me a big surprise. I like all of these things. Feng Baiyu thought of an idea in just a second. He looked at Butler Shui and said, Butler Shui, take Uncle Wang down to the accounting department to settle the money. I feel like old friends with Brother Wang Long and want to chat with him. Many thanks, young Master Feng. Wang Cheng heard Feng Baiyu call him Uncle Wang, and knew this move was right. However, although Feng Baiyu could call him Uncle Wang, he couldn't take advantage and accept it. Little Long, Wang Cheng said to the son beside him. No matter what instructions young Master Feng has, just agree to them. Dad, I know, Wang Long replied, without any rebuttal. Butler Shui took Wang Cheng down, and Feng Baiyu looked at Wang Long and said, Brother Wang Long, do you want to become a titled Douluo? What? Wang Long heard Feng Baiyu's words and couldn't help but exclaim, Young Master Feng, you said titled Douluo. Back when his spirit was awakened, the family's expectation for Wang Long was only Spirit Saint. If his opportunity was heaven-defying, perhaps he could achieve Spirit Douluo. Some time ago, his father brought him whale glue, saying that his opportunity had arrived. After consuming a large amount of whale glue, Wang Long did not disappoint his elders' expectations, becoming the first person in recorded history to reach the 1000-year level at the 2nd Spirit Ring. At that time, both his father and grandfather felt that he had hope of becoming a Spirit Douluo in the future. Wang Long knew this was not talent, but luck. Obtaining a treasure like whale glue at level 20 was the reason why his 2nd Spirit Ring could be at the 1000-year level. However, even so, he only dared to hope for Spirit Douluo. Very few people with innate level 7 spirit power could reach title Douluo, let alone him with his innate level 6. But what had he just heard? Feng Baiyu asked him if he wanted to become a titled Douluo. Titled Douluo? Wang Long pointed to himself and asked curiously, Me? Yes. Feng Baiyu said with a smile. As long as you speak up, I am willing to train you to become a titled Douluo. I want to become a titled Douluo so badly. Wang Long was so excited he was dancing. I have dreamed about it. I want it so much. Wang Long looked like he was about to kneel down to Feng Baiyu, saying with a sincere face, Young Master Feng, as long as you can let me become a titled Douluo, I will listen to everything you say for the rest of my life. Chapter 25. Open black lens bracket 3-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket. Wang Long really wanted to become a titled Douluo. If anyone else had asked, Wang Long wouldn't just be half-doubting, at most, he would only believe a tiny bit. However, Feng Baiyu, a youth several years younger than him, was the capable person who had told his grandfather that whale glue could strengthen the body, allowing him to reach the 1000-year level for his 2nd Spirit Ring. He didn't completely believe Feng Baiyu's words. But Wang Long knew that this was his only opportunity to connect with Feng Baiyu. Since he only had hopes of becoming a Spirit Douluo in this lifetime anyway, he might as well pin his hopes on Feng Baiyu. Brother Wang Long. Feng Baiyu stopped Wang Long from kneeling and said, You are 3 years older than me, how could I accept your kowtow? Since I have given my word, I will certainly assist you with all my might. Feng Baiyu said with a serious face, guaranteeing, "Go back and talk to your family later, and come to my home another day. The resources for you to cultivate to a titled Douluo will be provided by my Feng family." "Thank you, young Master Feng." Wang Long looked grateful. After the two chatted for a while, Shui Duanliu returned with Wang Cheng. It wasn't hard to see from Wang Cheng's face that he was very satisfied with today's transaction. At this moment, he didn't know that there were even more satisfying things to come. With matters clarified, Feng Baiyu did not keep the father and son of the Wang family. After the father and son left happily, Feng Baiyu said, "Butler Shui, tidy up a guest room for Wang Long. It won't be long before he comes over." Ah, Shui Duanliu was stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed, "Yes, young master." Feng Baiyu was not acting on impulse. It was truly because Wang Cheng had given too much. That open black lens bracket gold of life close black lens bracket from before was a bargain he had picked up, and at most, he felt a little indebted to them. Giving some mutually satisfactory compensation later would mean they were even. But today, Wang Cheng had given him two more good things. One was a 2000-year open black lens bracket blue ringed octopus close black lens bracket right arm bone. This spirit bone was of great use to Feng Baiyu. And the other was the rare flora he had brought back. Among them, there was surprisingly a open black lens bracket three-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket three-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket, top-grade medicinal herb. Its leaves resemble a phoenix tail, swaying with the wind, agile as a dance. It can enhance perception and increase speed. This was a type Feng Baiyu had previously seen in the illustrated collection of flora. It was still quite a distance from an immortal herb, but it belonged to the ranks of top-grade medicinal herbs. It was of no use to him, but it was quite useful to his grandfather, Feng Qingluan. Although this single herb was not enough to let his grandfather step into level 97, it could allow him to advance a great distance. Because of this, Feng Baiyu could not treat the other party unfairly. Moreover, Wang Long's nature was not bad, and he possessed a sincere heart. It would be quite good for Feng Baiyu to have a friend to progress with. Talent is easy to supplement, but character is hard to train. This kind of friend known since childhood was more reliable than gathering geniuses later on. Feng Baiyu gathered the things Wang Cheng brought. Besides keeping the open black lens bracket three-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket safe, he planted the remaining two ornamental flowers directly in the cultivation area. Woe tilde woe tilde woe tilde. Xiao Haitzi, who had been left here by Feng Baiyu, immediately happily crowded over when it saw him arrive. It watched Feng Baiyu planting herbs there and leaned in a little closer. "Don't mess around." Feng Baiyu flicked his finger on Xiao Haitzi's forehead, causing it to run away while squawking. Xiao Haitzi was indignant and turned its head to vent its anger on the other spirit beasts. For a time, it was another scene of chaos. "What? Young Master Feng said he wants to cultivate you into a titled Douluo." After returning home, Wang Cheng looked at his son in surprise. He was stunned for a long time before saying, Is this possible? How would I know if it's possible or not?" Wang Long scratched his head and said, "But that's what young Master Feng said. He told me to come back and prepare, then go to the Feng Manor to find him." Wang Cheng listened to Wang Long's words and remained silent for a long time, pacing back and forth in the room. After a while, he said with a complex expression, "You brat, you really are blessed by fortune." Wang Cheng had level 7 innate spirit power. Even if it was hard to become a titled Douluo, he still had hopes of stepping into the spirit Douluo level. It was just that his first few spirit rings were not well matched, so his actual combat ability could only be considered average. His eldest brother was a platinum bishop, his second brother was the vice principal of the Spirit Academy, and his other brothers also held good positions. Fortunately, he had a good head for business, and the treasures pavilion he managed for the family was very profitable. Although he had fine clothes and food every day, and beautiful wives and concubines by his side, he was not happy. If he could achieve the title of titled Douluo, he would definitely cultivate hard to improve. Wang Cheng had many children, and Wang Long was not particularly outstanding among them. But he never expected that he would be so lucky, receiving the method to improve his physique from his father on the eve of obtaining his second spirit ring, and absorbing a 1,000-year level second spirit ring. How could this not be considered good fortune? Since young Master Feng has spoken, then go. Wang Cheng thought for a moment, took out most of the family's liquid assets, and said, there are 3 million gold coins on this card. From now on, just be young Master Feng's follower. Whatever orders young Master Feng has, just follow them. I will talk to your grandfather about it. Dad, thank you. Wang Long was deeply moved. His family's conditions were not bad, but taking out 3 million in cash was enough to hurt their foundations. Son, cultivate well. Wang Cheng patted his son's shoulder and said, your uncles have reached their limits at the spirit Douluo level, and when I, your father, will step into the spirit Douluo level is still an unknown. But you are different, you have the potential of a titled Douluo. I know. Wang Long nodded seriously, as if making a promise, I must become a titled Douluo. The heavy burden of having 3 titled Douluo in one family ultimately fell on Wang Long's shoulders. The next day, when Feng Baiyu was cultivating, Wang Long arrived at the Feng family. Because Shui Duanliu had already given instructions, he was brought directly to Feng Baiyu's cultivation area. Wang Long looked at the beautiful small forest, his eyes filled with faint envy. It was worthy of being young Master Feng's cultivation ground. It was even more beautiful than the places of his grandfather and second grandfather. Brother Wang Long, you're here. Seeing Wang Long arrive, Feng Baiyu smiled and said, I don't understand your cultivation situation for the time being, so just cultivate according to your usual routine. Okay. Wang Long didn't stand on ceremony, casually found a place to sit cross-legged, and began today's meditation. Feng Baiyu observed Wang Long for a moment and then closed his eyes to cultivate. Feng Baiyu was a theoretical genius, but he was still a bit unsure about how to teach Wang Long. At this time, it was more appropriate to let Shui Duanliu be the teacher. Shui Duanliu was a level 79 spirit saint and also possessed a tool spirit. For him to guide a mere spirit grandmaster was naturally easy. However, before Shui Duanliu could even start guiding him, Xiao Haitzi had already started fighting with Wang Long. Chapter 26. Wang Long battles Xiao Haitzi. Wang Long did not know that Xiao Haitzi was Feng Baiyu's spirit, but since everything here belonged to young Master Feng, he naturally felt embarrassed to bully it. Seeing Xiao Haitzi showing some hostility toward Wang Long, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but frown. Xiao Haitzi was usually a silly creature and had never displayed such an expression before. What was it about Wang Long that made Xiao Haitzi dislike him? Could it be the hostility of a phoenix toward a dragon? A possibility crossed Feng Baiyu's mind, and he said, Xiao Haitzi, go and have a fight with Wang Long. Wang Long, give Xiao Haitzi a good lesson, Feng Baiyu said. Go all out, and let's see how it goes. Yes, young Master Feng. Wang Long responded and summoned his open black lens bracket coiling dragon rod close black lens bracket spirit. Wang Long, spirit open black lens bracket coiling dragon rod close black lens bracket, 20. Before Wang Long could finish his sentence, Xiao Haitzi flapped its wings and charged forward. Seeing this, Wang Long stopped talking and shouted lightly, first spirit ability, open black lens bracket dragon pattern impact close black lens bracket. The open black lens bracket coiling dragon rod close black lens bracket, carrying a 200% attack boost, struck toward Xiao Haitzi. At this moment, Xiao Haitzi didn't have its usual silly look, and its sharp claws collided with the open black lens bracket coiling dragon rod close black lens bracket. Clang tilde. With one collision, Wang Long was sent flying directly. Feng Baiyu sensed it. Xiao Haitzi had just unleashed the full strength of a 1,000-year spirit beast. It wasn't the strength of an ordinary 1,000-year spirit beast. Feng Baiyu had seen too few spirit beasts to make a direct comparison. The fact that Wang Long was only knocked away was entirely because Xiao Haitzi had simply engaged in a hard collision and hadn't delivered a fatal blow to the opponent. Xiao Haitzi, stop. Feng Baiyu quickly called his spirit over and said irritably, you refuse to use your strength on normal days, but now you're showing off. Screech tilde. Xiao Haitzi let out a spirited cry, as if it were showing off to Feng Baiyu. Looking into Xiao Haitzi's eyes, Feng Baiyu knew that its intelligence hadn't increased, it was simply uncomfortable seeing a nemesis. Are dragons and phoenixes considered nemesis? Feng Baiyu wasn't sure, but he could observe Xiao Haizi's attitude toward others with dragon-related spirits. That's enough. It seems you two cannot spar. Feng Baiyu called Xiao Haizi back and said, Wang Long, rest and treat your injuries first. Later, let Butler Shui guide you. Yes, young Master Feng. Wang Long struggled to climb up from the ground and said shamefully, I have disappointed you. It's not a disappointment. Xiao Haizi just didn't play fair, Feng Baiyu said. This Xiao Haizi is my external spirit, and its strength is roughly equivalent to mine, so it's normal that you couldn't beat it. It's just that it's usually very lazy, so I didn't expect it to use its full strength when sparring with you. This is your spirit. Wang Long was shocked. He only just realized that young Master Feng's spirit was an external spirit. Before Feng Baiyu, there was only one recorded case of an external spirit in the entire world. That was the shame of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Shaogang. He never expected that young Master Feng's spirit would also be an external spirit. However, Wang Long never expected that young Master Feng's external spirit would be so powerful. Who said external spirits were trash? This external spirit was incredibly strong. It wasn't the external spirit that was trash, it was just that Shaogang himself was trash. Wang Long was a spirit grandmaster after all, and he wasn't going to die from a single ordinary collision. He took a steamed bun from his storage spirit tool and began to eat it in large bites. This steamed bun was an open black lens bracket recovery bun close black lens bracket made by a food system spirit master cultivated by the clan. After eating it, he would be back to full vitality before long. As a clan possessing 2 level 96 super Douluo, their Wang family had many retainers below the level of Spirit Saint. Before Wang Long came to find young Master Feng, he had prepared countless things. Things like this open black lens bracket recovery bun close black lens bracket were just the most ordinary items. Anyway, he could just go out and ask for more after eating them, so he didn't feel any heartache using them. Feng Baiyu sat on the tree stroking Xiao Haizi and said softly, Xiao Haizi, oh Xiao Haizi, do you have a problem with the dragon race? The once in 10,000 year Douluo chicken eating contest is about to begin. Suddenly, Feng Baiyu whispered, Xiao Haizi, we will definitely make it to the end, right? Woe tilde woe tilde woe tilde. Xiao Haizi cried a few times, as if saying, what are you doing? Looking at Xiao Haizi's blank expression, Feng Baiyu smiled helplessly. Forget it. Feng Baiyu fed Xiao Haizi some food and then entered a state of cultivation. From the moment Wang Long arrived at Feng Baiyu's home, he entered a state of being beaten once a day. Every day, without fail, it would unleash one move on Wang Long. Wang Long tried to resist every time, but he never successfully defended against Xiao Haizi. But Wang Long was someone who refused to admit defeat. He discovered that although he was being beaten all day, his cultivation speed had accelerated significantly. Apart from the guidance of his teacher, Shui Duanliu, the more important factor was having Xiao Haizi as a sparring partner. Of course, Feng Baiyu couldn't let Wang Long be beaten to death by Xiao Haizi. He kept a support system spirit emperor at home, and whenever Xiao Haizi beat Wang Long, that support system spirit emperor would treat his injuries as quickly as possible. After this continued for half a month, Wang Long had adapted to being abused by Xiao Haizi. On this day, after Wang Long had recovered, he stood up, summoned his spirit, and taunted Xiao Haizi, come and hit me. Woe tilde, Xiao Haizi cried out, its eyes filled with a trace of disdain. It had abused the opponent so many times, it didn't expect that he would still dare to provoke it. Xiao Haizi, if you want to fight, go ahead and hit him. Suddenly, Feng Baiyu felt a bit mischievous and said with a smile, however, you are not allowed to fly. Xiao Haizi rolled its eyes at Feng Baiyu. If it couldn't fly, was it supposed to jump up and hit his knees? It seemed the only option left was to ram into him. Xiao Haizi's right claw scratched the ground a few times, as if gathering strength. This made Feng Baiyu watch helplessly. It seemed this was something it had learned from a cow spirit beast a few days ago. No sooner said than done, Xiao Haizi arched its back violently like a fully drawn black bow. Its legs suddenly exerted force, and its entire body shot forward horizontally like a cannonball leaving the barrel. Wang Long had long been prepared. Seeing Xiao Haitzi ramming toward him, he quickly used his open black lens bracket coiling dragon rod close black lens bracket to intercept. Xiao Haitzi's move was so fast that it was only a black blur. Even though Wang Long was prepared, it was of no use at all. With a bang tilde, Wang Long was sent flying again. As expected. Feng Baiyu watched Xiao Haitzi's collision and said softly, Xiao Haitzi is naturally proficient in open black lens bracket kunshan bash close black lens bracket. It's just that it never had the opportunity to use it before. Xiao Haitzi, have you noticed that this move is more powerful than when you used your beak and claws before? Feng Baiyu looked at Xiao Haitzi and coaxed it, if you can master this move, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Woe tilde woe tilde woe tilde. Xiao Haitzi cried out, as if it were agreeing with Feng Baiyu's words. It locked its gaze onto Wang Long once again, intending to ram him one more time. Stop fooling around, you're about to ram him to death. Feng Baiyu stopped it, can't you pick a different target? Butler Shui is right there. Shui Duanliu. Why ram me? Number 27 Chapter 27 The 6,000-year-old Azure Phoenix, unable to bear it. Shui Duanliu did not really want to be rammed, but since the young family head had spoken, he naturally would not refuse. However, Xiao Haitzi was not very happy about going to ram Shui Duanliu, and even though the other party was already standing there, it had no intention of charging over. It was not smart, but it was not stupid enough to ram a spirit saint. Of course, more importantly, Xiao Haitzi did not detect any hateful aura on Shui Duanliu. Seeing that Xiao Haitzi was not using open black lens bracket kunshan bash close black lens bracket, Feng Baiyu did not force it. He looked at Shui Duanliu and said, Butler Shui, get a dragon-type spirit beast above 5,000 years old another day. One with a trace of dragon bloodline will do, it doesn't need to be too pure. Shui Duanliu did not ask why and readily agreed. He did not care what Feng Baiyu wanted to do, as long as he didn't get hurt, anything was fine. From this day on, Xiao Haitzi's method of dealing with Wang Long became open black lens bracket kunshan bash close black lens bracket. Wang Long was also quite disappointing, as he was sent flying every single time. However, although Wang Long was injured 2 to 3 times a day, his cultivation speed had indeed improved. That state of constantly walking on the edge of life and death quickly allowed his spirit power to enter the 23rd rank. It's a week faster than expected. When Wang Long broke through, a joyful expression appeared on his face. With the guidance of experienced elders at home, they could easily calculate the time for Wang Long's spirit power to level up. However, after Wang Long came to Feng Baiyu's home, he clearly felt his cultivation speed increase. Even if it was just entering the 23rd rank 1 week earlier, it was an unimaginable surprise for him. Xiao Haitzi. Wang Long knew that Xiao Haitzi had contributed to this, and he said happily, come and ram me. Tilde. Before Wang Long could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by open black lens bracket kunshan bash close black lens bracket. While he was still in midair, that support system Spirit Emperor cast a open black lens bracket healing light close black lens bracket to complete his healing. After Wang Long fell to the ground, he immediately sat up and entered a cultivation state. Is he a fool or what? Just at this moment, Feng Qingluan's voice sounded from behind Feng Baiyu, the descendants of that pair, Qianjun and Zhongmo. Why are they here, grandfather? Hearing his grandfather's voice, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Feng Baiyu's face. I haven't seen you for several days, you've finally returned. It's because I went to get a phoenix for you, you brat. Feng Qingluan rubbed his grandson's head, pointed at the cage not far away, and said with a smile, a 6,000-year-old phoenix, take a look and see how it is. Feng Baiyu turned his head to look, and inside was a sickly bird-type spirit beast. Wind attribute phoenix, Qingluan. His grandfather's spirit was none other than Qingluan, so Feng Baiyu was naturally very familiar with it. However, the Qingluan spirit beast that once could stir up wind and clouds, and soar to the 9 heavens with a flap of its wings, was now drooping listlessly. Gu tilde. The Qingluan looked at the humans before it and let out a weak cry. That dull cry had none of its former clarity. After being captured by Feng Qingluan, This Qingluan had been injected with special medicine to ensure it would not die, but also would not live long. If it weren't for those drugs sustaining it, the Qingluan would likely have committed suicide on the way. I didn't expect grandfather to actually get one. Feng Baiyu looked at the Qingluan with joy and said, "This phoenix is too suitable to be his second spirit ring." Although its age was nowhere near Feng Baiyu's absorption limit, he didn't care about that. As long as he has one, that's enough. A suitable spirit beast is more important than a higher age. A 6,000-year second spirit ring already exceeded the age of other spirit masters' fourth spirit rings. Moreover, Feng Baiyu had the open black lens bracket Phoenix God Trial Close black lens bracket, which would increase the spirit ring's age after completion. Now everything was ready. The only thing lacking was Feng Baiyu's spirit power level. Currently, Feng Baiyu's spirit power was only at the 19th rank, but according to his expectations, he would reach the 20th rank in at most 10 days. It could be said that this spirit ring had truly come at the perfect time. Woe tilde, just as Feng Baiyu was admiring the Qingluan, Xiao Haitzi walked over. It looked at the Qingluan in the cage, a flash of sadness appearing in its eyes. Perhaps it was seeing its own kind receiving such treatment that made it feel reluctant to see it suffer. Woe tilde, Xiao Haitzi chirped at the Qingluan, but it didn't know what to say. And it was this very cry that caused the Qingluan to open its clouded eyes and glance at it. Exclamation mark. When the Qingluan saw Xiao Haitzi, it felt an indescribable, mysterious aura from the other party. That aura was not very powerful, yet it gave it an urge to get close. Feng Baiyu saw the interaction between Xiao Haitzi and the Qingluan, stepped forward, and asked, "Xiao Haitzi, can you understand what it means?" Woe tilde, Xiao Haitzi turned its head to look at Feng Baiyu and rubbed its wing against his calf. "You want me not to hurt it?" Feng Baiyu understood Xiao Haitzi's meaning, squatted down, stroked its head, and said, "If I could, I wouldn't want to hurt it either. But you have to know, only by obtaining spirit rings can we become strong." Xiao Haitzi could understand Feng Baiyu's words, and it understood the importance of becoming strong even better. However, when it saw the Qingluan in such a miserable state in the cage, that reluctance to see it suffer welled up spontaneously. Empathy for one's own kind. Feng Baiyu understood this, but this was not an excuse for him to stop becoming stronger. Xiao Haitzi. Feng Baiyu rubbed Xiao Haitzi's head and said, "My spirit power is only at the 19th rank right now. Before I break through, you keep it company." After saying this, Feng Baiyu left some space for Xiao Haitzi and the Qingluan, and went back to the tree to cultivate. Feng Qingluan leapt up and arrived beside his grandson, then said, "What's wrong?" "Can't bear it, a little," Feng Baiyu said. "Xiao Haitzi and I are one, its emotions can infect me. If it had been any other spirit beast today, this kind of emotion wouldn't have been produced." Feng Baiyu paused for a moment, then continued, "If it had been a spirit beast with dragon bloodline, I'm afraid Xiao Haitzi would have already rammed it with the open black lens bracket Kunshan bash close black lens bracket." He tilde. Feng Qingluan chuckled and said, "With what you said, I don't know whether to say you have overflowing sympathy or that you are heartless. Keeping it now is not too cruel. Killing it another day is not too merciful." Feng Baiyu's expression was indifferent as he said, "This is a stepping stone for my progress, how could I let it go?" Speaking of this, Feng Baiyu suddenly said, "Grandfather, the order you previously sent out for people to find phoenixes should also be recalled. My second spirit ring is already at the 1,000-year level, so my third spirit ring must be at the 10,000-year level or above. A phoenix of this level is likely not something they can capture alive. Phoenixes are also spirit beasts that can fight above their level. A 1,000-year one can fight a 10,000-year one, a 5,000-year one can fight a 30,000-year one. A phoenix that has just exceeded 10,000 years has no problem taking down a 50,000-year spirit beast. To want to capture a bird of this level alive, one needs at least the strength of a titled Douluo." Chapter 28. The efficacy of the open black lens bracket 3-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket. Before this, Feng Baiyu had no intention of stopping the bounty. As long as he could afford the spirit bone, the more, the better. Even if someone caught a phoenix with a lower age to trade, it didn't matter. After all, Phoenixes were extremely rare, and it was good enough to have one. Even if he couldn't use it, keeping such high-quality spirit beasts in captivity wouldn't be a loss. But seeing Xiao Haizi's expression today, Feng Baiyu suddenly felt there was no need to be so cruel. It was already difficult enough to catch phoenixes he couldn't use, and there was no telling how many phoenixes those spirit masters might kill while trying to capture them. He could let it slide with other spirit beasts, but when it came to phoenixes, he wanted to show mercy. It is better to keep it posted, Feng Qingluan thought for a moment and said. The bounty has been out for so long, and not a single person has appeared who has caught a phoenix, but many people have already lost their lives here. If you suddenly withdraw it, I fear it will cause a lot of resentment. As Feng Qingluan spoke, he glanced at his grandson. This old man does not fear others' insults, but this is bad for your reputation. This. Feng Baiyu hesitated, but seeing his grandfather say this, he did not argue further. His grandfather was so good to him that there was no need to argue with him over the principles of this matter. Furthermore, there was only one 10,000-year spirit bone at home that was not being used, and even if he traded it, it would just be for a 10,000-year phoenix. Once it was traded, it would count as someone completing the bounty, and withdrawing it afterward would not be breaking his word. As the grandfather and grandson chatted, Feng Qingluan quickly brought up the issue of Wang Long. Grandfather, this Wang Long is the grandson of thousand-weight Douluo, and his second spirit ring is of the 1,000-year level. Feng Baiyu explained Wang Long's situation and said, I think he is a talent worth molding, so I took the liberty of letting him stay by my side. A talent worth molding. Feng Qingluan felt like he did not recognize those words anymore. With that simpleton Wang Long, could he really be a talent worth molding? As soon as he arrived, he saw Wang Long letting Xiao Haizi ram into him. What kind of talent worth molding was missing a screw in his brain? However, since his grandson was willing to keep him, and old 6 and old 7 did not object, Feng Qingluan would not say anything to oppose it. He was not willing to be the bad guy. Seeing Xiao Haizi playing with Qingluan there, Feng Baiyu looked at Wang Long and the others who were cultivating on the other side. He said, Butler Shui, you take Wang Long back to rest first. Yes, Shui Duanliu replied, and with one hand, he picked up Wang Long and walked out. As for the previous spirit emperor of the support system, he naturally followed along. After the three of them left, Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson. Baiyu, you sent them away. Could it be that you have some good treasure? I really cannot hide anything from you, grandfather. Feng Baiyu said with a smile. Why do you not take a guess at what good treasure I have obtained? You rascal, you are teasing your grandfather. Feng Qingluan could not help but laugh. Was this not exactly what his grandson said when he came back last time? To make you this nervous, to the point where you do not even want to tell Butler Shui, it must be an important treasure. Feng Qingluan simply analyzed it and said, to reach this point, I suppose it can only be a spirit bone, an immortal herb, or perhaps the gold of life. Hee. Listening to his grandfather's analysis, Feng Baiyu could not help but applaud. As expected of grandfather, you guessed it right on the first try. Feng Baiyu stopped playing coy and took out the open black lens bracket 3-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket from his storage spirit tool. Grandfather, this is a top-grade medicinal herb I saw in the illustrated collection of flora. Before, it is called the open black lens bracket 3-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket. Feng Baiyu said, although it is not an immortal herb, it is a rare treasure for wind attribute spirit masters. This was sent by Wang Cheng, and I felt embarrassed to take so much advantage of him. Feng Baiyu said, I intend to cultivate Wang Long into a titled Douluo, and there is certainly a desire to repay his kindness. Although the open black lens bracket 3-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket is unlikely to directly push you to level 98, it is enough to increase your spirit power significantly. Of course, the most important thing is that it can enhance your perception and speed. Feng Baiyu handed the item to his grandfather and said, Grandfather, I feel it can increase your strength by 5%. So this is the open black lens bracket 3-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket. Feng Qingluan looked at the herb his grandson handed him and could not help but marvel. Even though it is not yet an immortal herb, it has such miraculous effects. If it were a true immortal herb, I would not even dare to imagine how powerful it would be. Just as Feng Baiyu took out the open black lens bracket three-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket, the Qingluan that was interacting with Xiao Haitzi below could not help but lift its head. It had never seen a open black lens bracket three-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket before, but it felt that this item would be of great benefit to it. Feng Qingluan knew this was left for him by his grandson, and he did not say any disappointing words like telling Feng Baiyu to keep it for himself. He looked at his grandson and said, "Baiyu, can I just eat this raw?" "Just eat the leaves on top." Feng Baiyu pointed to the 3 leaves on top and said, "The rest of the parts are of no benefit to spirit masters." "Understood." Feng Qingluan was not pretentious. He tore off the 3 leaves and swallowed them raw. He tossed the remaining part aside and immediately began to refine the medicinal efficacy within. This open black lens bracket 3-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket was merely a top-grade medicinal herb, and its effect on Feng Qingluan, a level 97 titled Douluo, was extremely limited. At most, he could completely refine its medicinal efficacy within an hour. Feng Baiyu watched his grandfather begin to refine the herb, having no intention of disturbing him. He leapt down to the ground and waited quietly for his grandfather to finish cultivating. And at this moment, Xiao Haitzi quietly picked up the remainder of the open black lens bracket 3-tailed wind leaf close black lens bracket in its mouth and walked toward the cage. The Qingluan said this thing was good for it. Xiao Haitzi did not understand, nor did it ask, so it just carried it over. Feng Baiyu naturally saw Xiao Haitzi's action of carrying the remaining herb and understood it was taking it to the Qingluan. He did not stop it, just curious about what effect the remaining part would have if eaten by a spirit beast. The illustrated collection of flora only wrote that the 3 leaves were useful to spirit masters. It did not write about the effects of the other parts on spirit beasts. Now, watching the Qingluan try it out, he could broaden his knowledge. Even if the remaining part of this herb was extraordinary, it would not make the Qingluan mutate into another spirit beast, right? Anyway, there was no loss, so he would just watch. Woe tilde. Xiao Haitzi passed the remaining herb into the cage, and the Qingluan gave Xiao Haitzi a grateful look before swallowing it in one gulp. And just after that half of the herb went down its stomach, Feng Baiyu felt its aura grow stronger. Feng Baiyu, with his open black lens bracket Fire Phoenix True Eye close black lens bracket activated, watched the Qingluan the whole time and suddenly discovered that its age began to increase. 6,236, 6,269, 6,347, 6,388. As the spirit beast's utilization rate of medicinal herbs this high, Feng Baiyu looked at the increase in age and was stunned for a moment. If this is the case, then after I find phoenixes in the future, could I not completely feed them with immortal herbs? Feng Baiyu felt he had opened the door to a new world. Half of a useless herb could make a spirit beast improve by several hundred years. Then, for a single immortal herb of the same attribute, increasing a spirit beast's cultivation by 10,000 years would not be too much, right? For a moment, Feng Baiyu became increasingly eager for the ice and fire yin-yang well. Chapter 29. Old Acquaintance, Future Spirit Kite. Half a 3-tailed wind leaf, which seemed useless, actually provided a significant boost to Qingluan. Its age increased by 387 years before stopping. Using medicinal herbs to improve is much more efficient than using the corpses of spirit beasts. Feng Baiyu thought to himself, and said to Xiao Haitzi, "Does Qingluan like medicinal herbs a lot?" Xiao Haitzi chirped. It could naturally see Qingluan's fondness for that herb. Did this even need to be asked? Feng Baiyu felt that asking Xiao Haitzi was a waste of time. He might as well observe Qingluan instead. Although this guy still ignored Feng Baiyu, he could see that Qingluan was a bit more energetic than before. Of course, it still lacked the ability to commit suicide. As his predetermined second spirit ring, Feng Baiyu could not let anything happen to it. After confirming that Qingluan was fine, Feng Baiyu began to cultivate under the tree. Is this the efficacy of medicinal herbs? After Feng Qingluan opened his eyes, the shock in his heart did not end. Just as his grandson said, this 3-tailed wind leaf brought him a slight improvement. This slight improvement might seem small, but for a titled Douluo of his level, it was something that might not be achieved even after a year of bitter cultivation. Now, a mere, three-tailed wind leaf, had accomplished it for him. Then, if it were an immortal herb, wouldn't it be equivalent to 5 or 10 years of his bitter cultivation? Spirit masters are severely lacking in the development of medicinal herbs. Feng Qingluan sighed with emotion, feeling that he should consult a professional. Inside my spirit hall, the one most knowledgeable about medicinal herbs should be that sissy chrysanthemum pass, right? Feng Qingluan frowned and said, outside of spirit hall, it should be the Yang family of the Breaking Clan. Feng Qingluan knew that Yang Wushuang of the Breaking Clan was still locked up in the spirit hall prison. For the sake of the medicinal herbs, he felt it necessary to go and have a heart-to-heart talk with him. If he could subdue the other party, it would also be a great help to his own grandson. Grandfather, have you finished refining? When Feng Baiyu opened his eyes, he found his grandfather guarding him from the side. Finished. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and said with a smile, Baiyu, this medicinal herb indeed has its unique aspects. That three-tailed wind leaf not only increased my total spirit power but also my speed and perception. For me, it is equivalent to saving a year of closed-door bitter cultivation. A single, three-tailed wind leaf had this effect. What would happen if he could obtain a real immortal herb in the future? Level 98, or level 99, Feng Qingluan felt that he had more and more to look forward to. With his grandson by his side, him reaching the level of the high priest was only a matter of time. Congratulations, grandfather. Feng Baiyu listened to his grandfather's words and felt extremely happy about his grandfather's improvement. As his only relative, naturally, the stronger, the better. As for the matter of a second-tier divinity not being able to bring relatives to ascend to the god realm, Feng Baiyu thought he could give the vast sea cosmic shroud to his grandfather. Perhaps his grandfather could obtain the sea god 9 trials. Even if Feng Baiyu felt the hope was slim, it could also be used to cultivate others. Anyway, no matter who he gave it to, he could not let this treasure fall into the hands of the 3 ghosts of the Huang family. Baiyu, Feng Qingluan said, I plan to go find Yang Wushuang to consult more about medicinal herbs. Oh, that Yang Wushuang is a member of the Breaking Clan. They are very knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. Feng Baiyu stated his thoughts and said, the illustrated collection of flora you read before is just theory. I plan to find him and see if I can get more materials. That's very good, grandfather, please go ahead. Feng Baiyu said, I heard the Breaking Clan has strong attack power. If you can recruit him, that would be even better. Getting some materials from him might be possible, but recruiting him is difficult. Feng Qingluan shook his head and said, that guy has been locked up in prison for a long time. If he wanted to be recruited, he would have surrendered long ago. Feng Qingluan did not like making reckless promises that he couldn't fulfill in the end. At this moment, he stated the worst-case scenario, but he would still make his greatest effort. If it worked out, wouldn't that be a pleasant surprise? Grandfather, I will be able to raise my spirit power to level 20 in these few days. Feng Baiyu suddenly said, after I absorb this spirit ring, I estimate that I will at least have level 23 spirit power. By then, my Phoenix God First Trial will be completed. Phoenix God First Trial. Feng Qingluan listened to his grandson's words and nodded slightly. It seems that the matter of you receiving the favor of a divinity will soon be impossible to hide. After the first trial ends, Feng Baiyu's first 2 spirit rings will increase by a certain number of years. When 2 highly rhythmic purple spirit rings appear, how could the high priest Qian Dalu not know the reason? The status of a person with a divinity inheritance in Spirit City would naturally rise with the tide. Even though the Feng family was already one of the top 5 in Spirit City, they would likely leap to become the second by then. Feng Baiyu and Feng Qingluan were not worried about the high priest feeling threatened and taking action against them, but that lunatic Bibi Dong was another story. This woman was a psycho with great talent but a messed up brain. Anything could pop into her head. However, Feng Qingluan and Feng Baiyu were not panicked. They were people of the Elder Hall faction. Would they be afraid of a mere supreme pontiff? If they were really pushed too far, Feng Qingluan could take his grandson and leave Spirit Hall at any time. With Feng Qingluan's cultivation and speed, Unless the high priest stood in his way, there would be no problems at all. After the grandfather and grandson finished talking, Feng Qingluan went to the prison to find Yang Wushuang. As for Feng Baiyu, he stayed here to continue cultivating. However, Feng Qingluan's luck was not very good. Already taken away. Feng Qingluan frowned upon hearing the jailer's words. When was he taken away? Replying to the third elder, that Yang Wushuang was secretly taken away a month ago. The jailer hurriedly said, the other party held an order from Her Holiness the Pope, so I did not dare to ask. All right, that's all for you. After Feng Qingluan knew that Bibi Dong was involved, he did not ask any more questions. If not necessary, he did not want to have any interaction with Bibi Dong. Third elder. Just as Feng Qingluan was walking out, a beautiful woman walked over from not far away. The woman looked to be 28 or 29 years old, with a head of bright red hair that was very flamboyant. She had a hot body, and a tight black leather suit outlined her perfect curves vividly. Her waist was slender but full of power, and her long, straight legs made it impossible for people to look away. It's Xiao Ying. Feng Qingluan saw the other party and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for several years, and your spirit power has actually reached level 90. What's wrong? Are you not in a hurry to find a spirit ring? Xiao Ying was what Feng Qingluan called the woman in front of him. Her parents named her Zan Ying, but she didn't like it very much. Zan Ying could be considered one of the few strong female powerhouses in Spirit Hall and even the entire Douluo continent. Her spirit was the blazing spirit kite, and it looked like she had just broken through to level 90. After she obtained her 9th spirit ring, she would be the 3rd female titled Douluo in the world. How could a suitable spirit ring be so easy to find? Zan Ying gave a bitter smile. She looked at Feng Qingluan, her eyes full of envy. On the contrary, you are not only stronger but also look younger. Spirit ring. Feng Qingluan hesitated for a moment and said, if you are not in a hurry, how about I take you to hunt a spirit beast after a while? Chapter 30. Great Aunt. Just as Feng Baiyu was cultivating, Feng Qingluan brought Zan Ying to the house. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, Feng Baiyu's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Could it be that grandfather has finally found love in his old age? Feng Baiyu's gaze wandered over the two of them, and suddenly, he felt it was actually quite normal. His grandfather was the 3rd elder of Spirit Hall, one of the few powerhouses in the world. What was wrong with finding another wife? Grandfather, you're back. Feng Baiyu greeted his grandfather, then turned to the lady beside him and said with a straight face, grandfather has never brought a lady home before. You are the first special exception, big sister. Hearing Feng Baiyu's words, Zan Ying's face flushed red. Then, she retorted indignantly, you brat, you dare to tease your great aunt now, do you? Ah, Feng Baiyu was stunned, and he asked in surprise, great aunt. Ahem. Feng Qingluan coughed dryly and said, Baiyu, this is Zan Ying. Your grandmother, Zan Ling, was her older sister. Hearing his grandfather's introduction, Feng Baiyu's brain stuttered a bit. A relative. He quietly used open black lens bracket fire phoenix true eye close black lens bracket to check her identity, but his spirit power was exhausted after obtaining only a tiny bit of useful information. Open black lens bracket name close black lens bracket. Zan Ying open black lens bracket spirit close black lens bracket. Blazing spirit kite open black lens bracket age close black lens bracket. 62 years old. Open black lens bracket cultivation close black lens bracket. Level 90 quasi-titled Douluo. The difference in spirit power between Feng Baiyu and Zan Ying was too great, so he couldn't probe for more useful information. Feng Baiyu lowered his head unobtrusively. The future spirit kite Douluo was his great aunt. He had never heard his grandfather mention this before. And this great aunt is named Zan Ying. Are you sure that's her real name and not a nickname? Feng Baiyu couldn't help but think of old Zan from his past life. 3rd elder, this grandson of yours has a lot on his mind. Watching Feng Baiyu with his head down, Zan Ying thought he was up to no good again. She turned to Feng Qingluan and said, however, his talent is quite good. It won't be long before he becomes a spirit grandmaster. Heh, he's all right. Feng Qingluan didn't mention the truth about his grandson's situation, but he was quite happy to hear his sister-in-law praising his grandson. Baiyu will be stepping into the Spirit Grandmaster realm soon, and I plan to take him out for some training. Feng Qingluan looked at Zan Ying and said, if you are willing, we can set off together. At that time, I can help you hunt for your spirit ring. How could Zan Ying have any objections? She hurriedly said, thank you, third elder. The 9th spirit ring is crucial for a titled Douluo. If she went to hunt for it herself, she would at most get a 60,000 or 70,000 year spirit ring. If she had the third elder's help, an 80,000 or even 90,000 year spirit ring was not out of the question. However, the price for enlisting the third elder's help would not be small. She was afraid her meager savings would be completely emptied out. Feng Baiyu recovered a bit of spirit power and, while listening to the two of them chat, began to observe them. The two of them were chatting about things from the past few years, and that was how Feng Baiyu learned that Zan Ying had been staying in the open black lens bracket Lost Canyon close black lens bracket all these years. But that wasn't the point. He felt he had been wrong. This great aunt didn't seem to have any designs on her brother-in-law. 2 hours later, Zan Ying stood up to leave. Before leaving, she looked at Feng Baiyu and said, Baiyu, come to my house when you have time in the next few days. I brought back many gifts, you can pick out a few you like. All right, I understand. Feng Baiyu replied, goodbye, great aunt. Zan Ying rolled her eyes at Feng Baiyu and turned to walk out. After Zan Ying left, Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and said indignantly, you brat, you dare to tease your own grandfather. How was I supposed to know she was your sister-in-law? Feng Baiyu shifted the blame, grandmother passed away before I was born, and you never mentioned that grandmother's family had relatives. Besides, brother-in-law and sister-in-law, it's almost a sure thing. Don't they say the sister-in-law is half the brother-in-law's? If grandfather wants to remarry, I have no objections. Hearing his grandson still teasing him, Feng Qingluan was so angry he wanted to drag Feng Baiyu over and spank him. But in the end, he held back. When I married your grandmother, Zan Ying hadn't even been born yet. Feng Qingluan spoke of the past, to say I watched her grow up little by little is no exaggeration. Decades ago, when I reached level 90 and went to hunt for my 9th spirit ring, your grandmother unfortunately sacrificed herself to save me. Ever since then, my relationship with the Zan family soured. Feng Qingluan smiled bitterly. My father-in-law was from the same era as Gold Crocodile Douluo and was already level 98 back then. Even if I advanced to title Douluo, in their eyes, it didn't amount to much. Because of your grandmother's passing, my relationship with the Zan family was completely severed. Therefore, there was no need to mention them to you. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and said, if I hadn't seen Zan Ying today, I wouldn't have mentioned that you still have such relatives. I see. Hearing his grandfather recount the grievances between the two families, Feng Baiyu quickly understood what was going on. It wasn't like grandfather intentionally caused grandmother's death. The issue with the spirit beast shouldn't be blamed on you. Feng Baiyu shook his head and said, however, your father-in-law has been gone for decades, it's time to let go of the past grievances. As for this great aunt Hilda, Feng Baiyu looked up at his grandfather and said, I'll say it again, if you've taken a liking to her, go ahead and pursue her boldly. I won't object. How old do you think I am? Do you really expect me to find you a grandmother? Feng Qingluan glanced at his grandson and said, do you expect me to give you a little uncle as well? Tch tilde. Feng Baiyu rolled his eyes at his grandfather and said nonchalantly, if you really have the ability, I won't stop you. As a relative who was a quasi-titled Douluo, Feng Baiyu still wanted to get to know her. However, if his grandfather didn't have the intention, he wouldn't force it. What's wrong with me? Feng Baiyu suddenly froze. Why did I suddenly start thinking about finding a wife for grandfather? As expected of the land where the god of love fell, the continent of love truly lives up to its reputation. The next day, Feng Qingluan took Feng Baiyu to the Zan family. The Zan family was a significant, well-established family in Spirit City, and the grandeur of their estate was even greater than that of the Feng family. Nowadays, the strongest person in the Zan family was naturally Zan Ying, and besides her, there were 2 spirit Douluo in the family. One was Zan Ying's older brother, Zan Kuang, and the other was Zan Kuang's son, Zan Lai. When Feng Qingluan brought Feng Baiyu to visit, Zan Kuang and Zan Lai threw open the main gate and enthusiastically invited them inside. Feng Qingluan was a level 97 titled Douluo. Currently, the Zan family had no one who could match him, and even Zan Kuang didn't dare to call Feng Qingluan brother-in-law. Your Excellency Qingluan and young friend Feng, your arrival truly brings great honor to our Zan family. Zan Kuang led the two inside with a fawning expression, acting as humble as he could possibly be. This was brought about by the disparity in strength. Even if Feng Qingluan and Feng Baiyu didn't need the other party to be so subservient, the other party was more than willing to do so. Zan Kuang was not stupid. He knew this was an opportunity to improve relations with the Feng family again. As long as the Zan family could produce another titled Douluo and improve their relationship with the Feng family, their status in Spirit City would be greatly elevated. What's the point of all this unnecessary fanfare? Chapter 31. Clues to the Dark Phoenix. Zan Ying had just finished cultivating when she discovered her brother and nephew making a huge fuss to welcome guests. She scolded them in anger, but quickly understood her brother's helplessness. The Zan family had no talent. Apart from herself, who had stepped into the quasi-titled Douluo realm, the others stopped at Spirit Douluo at best. Among the younger generation, there was no one with good talent. It was questionable whether they could even become Spirit Douluo. Third Elder, Baiyu. Zan Ying felt a bit ashamed. Looking at the two of them, she said, "Please follow me." Feng Qingluan nodded slightly, maintaining the aura of an expert. Feng Baiyu looked around and found that, aside from the imposing gate, the inside was nothing special. Before long, the three arrived in a storage room. Third Elder, this card contains 10 million gold coins, as remuneration for your help in hunting the spirit beast. Zan Ying handed a gold card to Feng Qingluan and said, "If that spirit ring is particularly suitable for me, there will be an extra reward." Feng Qingluan listened to her words and accepted it without hesitation. 10 million to hire a level 97 titled Douluo, this was truly a generous offer. Feng Qingluan was not short of money, but he might need to buy things for his grandson in the future, so having more money was always good. In case he encountered any immortal herb or spirit bone in the future, that was all money. After all, he was the third elder of Spirit Hall, he couldn't exactly go do some $0 shopping, right? Baiyu. Feng Qingluan handed the gold card directly to the other party and said, "Take it." "Thank you, grandfather." Feng Baiyu did not refuse and directly put the gold card into his storage spirit tool. He turned his head to look at Zan Ying, then added, "Thank you, great aunt." Zan Ying smiled slightly, pointed to the items in the secret room, and said, "Inside are 300 years of the Zan family's collection and the spoils I brought back from the Lost Canyon. Take a look and see if there is anything you like. If you like it, feel free to take it." Feng Baiyu thanked her and began to investigate with Fire Phoenix True Eye. The Zan family was indeed an old established family, there were quite a few good things. Almost half of the items here could serve as the town shop treasures if placed in the treasures pavilion. However, these items had limited use for Feng Baiyu. He looked through a pile of them and didn't see anything that caught his eye. It wasn't that these items were bad, there were many things here that even a spirit saint would covet. But to Feng Baiyu, they were just so-so. The Zan family did not have anything like the gold of life that would make Feng Baiyu's heart flutter. The best items were just 2 spirit bones of average quality from the Millennium level. To others, they were treasures. To Feng Baiyu, they were just roadside stones. Feng Baiyu looked through them one by one with Fire Phoenix True Eye. When investigating the spoils Zan Ying brought back from the Lost Canyon, he discovered something interesting. Feng Baiyu picked up a stone and couldn't help but ask Zan Ying, "Great aunt, you even collect a beast bone?" "That was left behind by the first 10,000-year spirit beast I killed in the Lost Canyon." Zan Ying listened to Feng Baiyu's words and said, "There are all kinds of strange spirit beasts in the Lost Canyon, and many of them are at the 10,000-year level. It is said that there are even 100,000-year spirit beasts, but unfortunately, I have never encountered one." "I see." Feng Baiyu nodded knowingly, marking the Lost Canyon as one of the locations he needed to visit in the future. Besides this bone, which piqued Feng Baiyu's slight interest, there was nothing else useful. Feng Baiyu wore a look of regret on his face, and in the end, very reluctantly accepted a card with 1,000,000 gold coins. Just consider it a red envelope. Finally, both parties agreed to set off to hunt for the spirit ring within half a month. Feng Qingluan and Feng Baiyu did not stay long, and the two soon left the Zan family. Sister. Before long, Zan Kuang approached his sister. Zan Lai's youngest daughter, Shangshang, is awakening her spirit this year, with an innate spirit power of level 7. If she could end up with Feng Baiyu, do you think the young master of the Feng family would care for someone with a mere level 7 innate spirit power? Zan Ying glanced at her brother and said indifferently, "Stop daydreaming. Unless you are willing to give the entire Zan family as a dowry, there is only a slim possibility." Zan Kuang felt no displeasure upon hearing his sister's words. He continued, "Since my sister-in-law passed away, my brother-in-law has not remarried. If you, sister..." Before Zan Kuang could finish his sentence, Zan Ying cast a murderous gaze at him. Zan Kuang immediately shut his mouth, terrified that he would get beaten up if he said one more word. Back home, Feng Qingluan asked curiously, "Is there a problem with that bone?" "Grandfather, that bone is the pygostyle of a phoenix-type creature." Feng Baiyu said, "Although it is not a pure-blooded phoenix, its bloodline concentration is much stronger than that of a blazing spirit kite. I feel that it is highly likely that a dark phoenix exists in the Lost Canyon." "A dark phoenix?" Feng Qingluan nodded knowingly after hearing his grandson's words. There were countless spirit beasts in the Lost Canyon, and there were especially many spirit beasts with dark attributes. If a phoenix really haunted that place, the most likely one would be a dark phoenix. "Let's talk about this later." Feng Qingluan shook his head and said, "The Lost Canyon is extremely dangerous. Even a spirit Douluo or a titled Douluo could die inside if they aren't careful. If you think there might be a dark phoenix inside, we will go. Explore it when you need your 8th spirit ring." Seeing his grandfather being so cautious, Feng Baiyu did not refute. Perhaps he would encounter a suitable dark phoenix in 2 years, and then the Lost Canyon would lose its meaning entirely. Where on the Douluo continent was not dangerous? Was the Star-Do Great Forest safe? Or was the extreme north safe? Or perhaps the ocean was safe? In Feng Baiyu's view, these places were safer than Spirit Hall. With a moody madwoman like Bibi Dong here, Spirit Hall was the most dangerous place. "All right. You should focus on cultivating for these few days." Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and said, "You are just a little bit away from reaching level 20. Absorb your 2nd spirit ring as soon as possible to avoid any variables." "Okay." Feng Baiyu expressed his understanding and readily agreed. Feng Baiyu returned to the green maple Wudong to cultivate again, and of course, he did not forget to summon Xiao Haitzi. Xiao Haitzi knew that the Qingluan only had a few days left to live, and upon seeing it, it went straight to the side of the cage. A Qingluan and a spirit, these two fellows actually seemed to have taken a liking to each other. But taking a liking to each other was useless. This did not affect Feng Baiyu's plan to kill the bird to take its spirit ring once his spirit power reached level 20. Time passed day by day, and 7 days later, Feng Baiyu finally stepped into level 20. On this day, Feng Baiyu brought Xiao Haitzi to the front of the Qingluan. He said to Xiao Haitzi, "Give the Qingluan a final send-off. Next, we are going to take the spirit ring." Xiao Haitzi did not step forward but chirped from a distance. It became somewhat irritable, as if it were still resisting. The Qingluan chirped, chirp, chirp, twice, as if saying a final goodbye. There was no sadness, no despair, in its eyes, there seemed to be a faint blessing. Chapter 32. Exceeding Expectations, Open Black Lens Bracket Phoenix Formula Close Black Lens Bracket. In the end, Feng Baiyu slew the Qingluan with a single sword strike. A purple spirit ring floated out from above the Qingluan's head, indicating that it had completely perished. Feng Baiyu beckoned with his hand, guiding the spirit ring toward Xiao Haitzi's head. Xiao Haitzi let out a whimper, and allowed the power of the spirit ring to surge into its body. 2 hours later, Xiao Haitzi finished absorbing this 2nd spirit ring. Feng Baiyu's spirit power also leapt from just entering level 20 to level 24. Feng Baiyu felt his level and said softly, as expected of a spirit ring over 6,000 years old, the effect is truly extraordinary. Just after Feng Baiyu obtained his second spirit ring, his open black lens bracket Phoenix God Trial 1 close black lens bracket also ended. Feng Baiyu entered that strange space once more, and a familiar voice reached his ears. Open black lens bracket Phoenix 9 Trials 1 close black lens bracket. Obtain 2 spirit rings within 2.5 years, completed. Time taken: 453 days, task completed perfectly and in excess. Reward: spirit ring age increased by 500 years, 10% Phoenix Essence Blood. Additional reward: God tier technique open black lens bracket Phoenix formula close black lens bracket. With the completion of the open black lens bracket Phoenix God Trial 1 close black lens bracket, the age of the 2 spirit rings on Xiaohaitzi began to increase. The first spirit ring, which originally had an age of 750 years, directly entered the 1,000-year level. Thus, Feng Baiyu's first 2 spirit rings both became 1,000-year level. Feng Baiyu was still rejoicing when another voice reached his ears. Open black lens bracket Phoenix 9 Trials 2 close black lens bracket. Obtain the 3rd spirit ring within 2.5 years, and the 3rd spirit ring must be over 10,000 years old. Reward: 3 spirit rings, age increased by 2,500 years. 10% Phoenix Essence Blood. After Feng Baiyu finished digesting all the information, his vision finally returned to normal. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and asked, "How is it?" "The effect of the 2nd spirit ring is quite good, right?" "Very good." Hearing his grandfather ask, Feng Baiyu replied, "Grandfather, my 2nd spirit ring's spirit ability is similar to my 1st. I obtained open black lens bracket true body of the Qingluan close black lens bracket. The 1,000-year spirit ring brought me a 300% increase in attack, defense, speed, wind attribute attacks, and all attribute resistance. Under open black lens bracket true body of the Qingluan close black lens bracket, I can be immune to all wind attribute attacks and absorb them to heal wounds and recover spirit power. Another heaven-defying spirit ability like this." Feng Qingluan couldn't help but click his tongue as he listened to his grandson. Both of his consecutive spirit abilities were like this. Could it be that his grandson would possess 9 open black lens bracket Phoenix true body close black lens bracket type spirit abilities in the future? Feng Qingluan knew that Feng Baiyu didn't feel the slightest weakness after using open black lens bracket true body of the Fire Phoenix close black lens bracket. In other words, as long as he had sufficient spirit power in the future, he could completely fight while keeping open black lens bracket Phoenix true body close black lens bracket active the entire time. Good, good. Feng Qingluan beamed with joy. Baiyu, you have already obtained 2 spirit rings. Does that mean your open black lens bracket Phoenix God Trial close black lens bracket is also completed? It's completed. Feng Baiyu revealed his spirit rings and said, "Grandfather, with the end of open black lens bracket Phoenix God Trial 1 close black lens bracket, my 1st spirit ring has also become 1,000-year level. Additionally, my open black lens bracket Phoenix domain close black lens bracket has evolved. Open black lens bracket Phoenix domain close black lens bracket can increase own and allies all attributes by 20% and reduce enemies all attributes by 15%. The amplification increased by 10%, and the suppression increased by 5%. One addition and one subtraction, this effect is quite remarkable. When he reaches title Douluo, wouldn't that mean amplifying himself by 90% and suppressing enemies by 50%? How can his opponents even fight back?" Feng Baiyu was increasingly certain that this Phoenix God was definitely not some 2nd-tier divinity. Feng Baiyu explained his situation to his grandfather, and a pair of cyan wings suddenly appeared behind his back. The appearance of the wings poked 2 holes in Feng Baiyu's jacket, but Feng Baiyu didn't care in the slightest. "Grandfather, this is another one of my gains, open black lens bracket wings of the firmament close black lens bracket." Feng Baiyu flew up, barely stabilizing in the air, and said, "My current flight speed is equivalent to the flight speed of a 7,000-year-old Qingluan spirit beast. Flight is just a basic attribute for open black lens bracket wings of the firmament close black lens bracket, it doesn't count as an attached spirit ability at all. The spirit abilities it truly carries are open black lens bracket spirit power recovery close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket phoenix feather close black lens bracket. For other spirit masters, flying consumes spirit power. But for Feng Baiyu, who has the open black lens bracket spirit power recovery close black lens bracket spirit ability, that bit of consumption is not even faster than his recovery. For him, flying a bit longer in the sky means his blue bar recovers enough to cast another spirit ability. And open black lens bracket phoenix feather close black lens bracket is an attack type spirit ability. It uses spirit power to condense dense phoenix feathers in the sky, attacking a large area below. Each of Feng Baiyu's feathers deals dual wind attribute and piercing damage, and its power is naturally incomparably strong. This is another extremely important improvement for Feng Baiyu. After all, his two spirit abilities are both amplification types. Now, in addition to the single target attack open black lens bracket fire phoenix eye close black lens bracket, he has gained an area of effect attack open black lens bracket phoenix feather close black lens bracket. Even when facing a level 40 spirit ancestor, he now has the ability to fight. A wing type external spirit bone. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson flying and said excitedly, Baiyu, grandfather believes it now. You really can obtain a piece of spirit bone every time you obtain a spirit ring. The first time it was eyes, the second time it was wings. I wonder what kind of spirit bone he will get when he obtains his third spirit ring. But no matter what it is, it will be an excellent thing for his grandson. Feng Baiyu flew in the air for a while, then quickly landed on the ground. He said, Grandfather, if those things were useful to me, then the additionally rewarded open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket is something that is also useful to you. The additionally rewarded open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket. Feng Qingluan asked in surprise, could it be some powerful spirit ability? It's not a spirit ability, it's a god tier technique. Feng Baiyu nodded and said, this technique is more efficient than the meditation method you taught me. In the future, I will use open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket to cultivate, which can make my spirit power more solid and thick. And, Feng Baiyu paused for a moment and said, after my authorization, other spirit masters with bird-type spirits can also cultivate open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket. No wonder you said this reward is also useful to me. Feng Qingluan wasn't too excited after hearing the words, god-tier technique. To him, his grandson's priority was higher than his own. As long as it was beneficial to his grandson, that was enough. Whether it was beneficial to him was not a very important matter. Since his grandson's spirit awakened, Feng Qingluan had indirectly gained quite a few benefits. Now with another god-tier technique, he was already accustomed to it. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan looked at his grandson and asked, letting others cultivate open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket, it won't be harmful to you, right? This. Feng Baiyu hesitated for a moment and said, cultivating open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket requires my authorization. Currently, I can authorize fire attribute bird type spirit masters and wind attribute bird type spirit masters to cultivate it, but it requires a drop of my blood. Those who cultivate open black lens bracket phoenix formula close black lens bracket are equivalent to my subordinates and can never betray me or have thoughts of harming me. And, Feng Baiyu looked at his grandfather and said, the kind where I can make them die with a single thought. There's such a good thing.